Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate. Emperor Soulsky, Su Yuji, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the Flamewing God were all staring at the sealed gates to Ji Ning's estate. Rumble. The gates to the estate swung open, followed by a white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back emerging from within. Everything seemed so ordinary, as though nothing at all had happened. But Soulsky, Azure Fiend, and the others all sighed silently. All powerful experts were able to sense the tiny ripples generated by a decaying true soul. Even though the ripples were incredibly minute, they were constant and continuous. Even though Ning's true soul was unfathomably more powerful than an ordinary mortal's, given enough time it would still be extinguished. Master! Flamewing raised its giant head to stare at Ning rather desperately. Dark North. Soulsky and Azure Fiend wanted to say something, but both hesitated. Su Yuji's eyes were completely red, and she was using her immortal energy to evaporate her tears as soon as they appeared. Look at all of you. Ning laughed. Everyone who has chosen the path of cultivation knows how difficult a path this is. The Dao merge for an Omega Dao is the most difficult of all. I failed my Dao merge, but I was mentally prepared for that long ago. It is no big deal. Good. Azure Fiend's eyes lit up and he called out, Dark North, you have only trained for a fairly brief period of time, but I must confess that my Dao heart is inferior to yours. If I had failed my Dao merge, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. Given my temperament, I probably would have gone crazy. Even if I managed to eventually calm down, it would have only happened after I vented for an extremely long period of time. I can't promise anything else, but I'll definitely continue to serve you. So long as you are alive, I will follow you and be by your side. I'll also carry out to the absolute best of my ability any tasks you wish me to do in the future. Thank you. Ning smiled. Some people who were forced to become retainers would feel resentment, but Ning and Azure Fiend had known each other for so long that Azure Fiend knew what type of person Ning was. Ning was an open, straightforward man who was benevolent to his friends and terrible to his foes. Azure Fiend enjoyed his relationship with Ning, and he couldn't help but feel heartache upon seeing Ning fail the Dao merge. He couldn't help but sigh at how such a peerless Dao Lord was about to vanish from this universe. Dark North, your students and fellow disciples are all waiting outside. Shall you? Soulsky spoke out. Don't worry about them. This can be considered a lesson to them as to how cruel and brutal the Dao merge is. Ning said with a laugh. Come, come. All of you sit and drink with me. We'll have guests arriving soon. Guests? Azure Fiend and Soulsky were briefly startled, but then they immediately understood. The Lonely King and Realms Lord Windgrace had been biding their time. Now that Ning had failed the Dao merge, they would probably make their move. We'll drink over here while awaiting our guests. Ning turned to stare towards the outside, where a number of figures were flying over to Vast Heaven Palace. He smiled. Brother Brightshore, since you've arrived, share some wine with us. Whoosh! The protective barriers around Vast Heaven Palace split apart, allowing Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Taoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldisle, Emperor Blackcloud, and some other hegemons and emperors who were on good terms with Ning to fly inside. Everyone knew each other and could be considered friends. Now that Ning had failed the Dao merge, all of them felt great regret and wished to meet with him. When they saw how the white-robed youth greeted them all with a smile, the hegemons and emperors couldn't help but secretly sigh once more. How many of them would be able to so quickly regain their calm after failing the Dao merge and suffering the most grievous blow a cultivator could possibly suffer? No wonder Dao Lord Dark North had reached such impressive heights. Pity. Such a pity. His path was that of the Omega Dao. If he had chosen a simpler path, such as fusing multiple Supreme Daos, he probably would have already become a hegemon. Let's not chit-chat too much today. Drink up, Ning said. Hegemon Brightshore and the others all understood. An expert like Ning didn't need the pity of others. All right, let's just eat and drink. Dark North. Don't blame me if I end up cleaning your entire stock of wine. Drink as much as you like. Our guests will probably interrupt us soon and prevent us from drinking. Ning teased. Guests. Hegemon Brightshore and the others all quivered. They knew that Ning was referring to Lonely King and Realms Lord Windgrace. They couldn't help but sigh. The only ones present who could truly maintain their uncaring calm were Flamewing and Ning himself. The hegemons, emperors, Su-Yuji, Pill-Saint, and Flamewing all casually sat down alongside each other. Some sat down on the grass, some sat down on the stone bridge, some sat down within the pavilion. Everyone had a wine-laden table before them, and the estate was filled with the sound of jesting and laughing. Just a short while later, a rumbling sound could be heard. Ning raised his head fractionally, glancing off into the distance. His gaze pierced through the void and allowed him to see a streak of azure light that had just reached the vast heaven-ever world and making its way over here. This streak of azure light was the bearded, disheveled old Realms Lord Windgrace. No one aside from Ning noticed the Realms Lord's arrival. The Black Sun truly is remarkable. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse and the Flame Dragon Realmverse are quite far away, but he was able to arrive in an instant. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The Sith truly are remarkable. Realms Lord Windgrace walked through the air within the vast heaven-ever world, quickly arriving outside Vast Heaven Palace. My young friend Dark North. His voice suddenly rang out from outside. Realms Lord Windgrace has arrived. Come and share a few cups of wine with us, Ning said. The barriers parted before the Realms Lord, giving him a passageway inside. Realms Lord Windgrace walked through the skies, following the passageway into Vast Heaven Palace. The hegemons and emperors within the Dark North estate all rose to their feet. Even the irascible hegemon Azure Fiend rose. The only ones to remain seated were Ning and Flamewing. Greetings, Realms Lord Windgrace, everyone said respectfully. When Realms Lord Windgrace saw that Ning remained seated, he felt quite intrigued. His face, however, remained completely unruffled. Realms Lord Windgrace, please have a seat. Ning pointed at a table located atop a patch of grass. This wine certainly smells nice. Realms Lord Windgrace walked over to the table, then sat down in the lotus position. He picked up the gourd of wine and began to guzzle it down. Delicious, delicious. Dark North, my young friend. I hurried here as soon as I heard that you failed the Dao merge. Alas, the Dao merge for an Omega Dao must have been incredibly difficult. The autarchs once told me that no one has ever been able to succeed in the Dao merge with an Omega Dao. The entire area quickly fell silent. The many hegemons and emperors no longer dared to say a word. Su-Yuji and Pill-Saint both sensed how oppressive and gloomy the atmosphere had become. For Realms Lord Windgrace to immediately raise the topic of Ning failing the Dao merge meant that he had clearly come on business. I imagine you already know why I have come here, my young friend Dark North. Realms Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. It would be very difficult to convince the Flame-Wing God to willingly serve me. But if you, his master, agreed to help out, then things would be much simpler. I won't force you to agree. In the end, it will be your own choice. If there's something you desire from me, you merely need to let me know what you want. I, Windgrace, will definitely do everything within my power to accomplish it. In fact, I can even swear a lifeblood oath on it. Even if you do agree, I won't take the Flame-Wing God away immediately. I'll wait until you die and your Dao vanishes before doing so. Realms Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. Gwarar. Ning was quite calm, but the happily eating Flamewing was enraged upon hearing this. It let out a vicious roar as it transformed into its true form of a winged, flame-bathed bear, then moved to charge straight towards Realms Lord Windgrace. Be good, Flamewing. Ning's voice caused Flamewing to come to a sudden halt. It turned to look rather unhappily at Ning. Maester, be good. Just keep eating. Don't worry about this stuff, Ning said. Oh. Flamewing once more transformed into human form, then sat down and began to eat. Just 2 mouthfuls in, he once more turned his head to stare at Ning. Master, the only one I'll follow is you. I don't like any of the others. Windgrace. A cold, clear voice filled with frigid might suddenly rang out, shaking the skies above Vast Heaven Palace. Ning, Realms Lord Windgrace, and the others all turned to look. They saw an enormous rift in spacetime appear in the skies above, with an entire host of figures flying out of it. There were more than 50 of the titanic onyx humanoids, and they were lined up in orderly rows. At their head was a pair of golden humanoids, who stood to each side of a giant, levitating silver throne. A silver-robed golden humanoid was seated atop the silver throne. He stared downwards at the distant vast heaven palace with a cold look in his eyes, and the blood-colored diamond in the middle of his forehead glared like an icy third eye. Lord Wolf led his 4 black emperors to immediately reunite with the others. Lord Wolf couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, His Majesty had arrived quite quickly. If he had been just a few minutes slower, things would have become troublesome. You came quite fast. Realms Lord Windgrace's voice echoed within the skies above the palace. And you brought the entire Ice Peak army. It seems you must have been waiting outside the Flame Dragon Realmverse for quite some time now. But, Lonely, you should probably know that the soldiers of the Ice Peak army would be throwing their lives away if they got involved in this. You should have them hide and avoid getting involved in this. And who would take their lives? You. The Lonely King stared down at him from atop his throne. The hegemons and emperors inside Vast Heaven Palace, the disciples of Vast Heaven Palace, the eternal emperors who were watching from within the Vast Heaven Everworld. All of them were completely stunned. Nobody dared to make a move. That many legendary black emperors? The eternal emperors who had simply been drawn over by the aura Jining, had emanated during the Dao merge were utterly terrified out of their wits when they saw the Ice Peak army appear. Even the basic soldiers were all at the hegemonic level of power, capable of wiping out the ordinary emperors with ease. And the 3 generals had also come, alongside their leader the Lonely King himself. Is that the legendary leader of the Ice Peak army? The Lonely King? I heard that Dao Lord Darknorth led the Flamewing God in attacking and killing quite a few black emperors of the Ice Peak army. However, the Ice Peak army hasn't responded at all. Now, the Lonely King has finally appeared. Both the Lonely King of the Ice Peak army and Realms Lord Windgrace of our 16 Realmverses Alliance has appeared as well. Humph. They must have all come for the Flamewing God. It is a legendary chaos primordial. Who wouldn't want it? Dao Lord Darknorth is just a Dao Lord. But no one would dare to offend him with the Flamewing God by his side. Now that he has failed his Dao merge, the Lonely King and Realms Lord Windgrace have come out to fight over the beast. This was what the Eternal Emperors were whispering mentally to each other. In truth, they all wanted to just flee, but they were simply too slow. As for tearing through space-time, the Ice Peak army emanated invisible ripples of such incredible power that they simply didn't have the courage to do so, for fear that the Ice Peak army might kill them out of irritation. Long ago, during the Dawn War, I encountered and fought far more Sith than you have in your puny little Ice Peak army. If I activate the Black Sun, I'd massacre them all. Realms Lord Windgrace's voice was filled with danger. Lonely, if you are also interested in the Flamewing God, let's sit down and have a peaceful little competition over it. But for you to bring the entire Ice Peak army, if we actually got into a fight, it'd probably impact the entire Vast Heaven Everworld. If we aren't careful, the shockwaves might hit Vast Heaven Palace. Don't worry. If I wasn't able to control my power, there's no way I would have been able to live as long as I have. The Lonely King continued to sit atop his throne as he said coldly, As for massacring my Ice Peak army, the only reason you were able to render so many merits during the Dawn War was because you had many other major powers helping you out and fighting alongside you. Gentlemen, let's sit down and talk this over, Ning said, wine cup in hand. His voice echoed out and shook the air above the Everworld, but did so via riding alongside the natural ripples of the Tao. He would no longer use divine power or immortal energy unless truly necessary. Don't get involved. Windgrace and I will decide amongst ourselves who is superior. The Lonely King replied coldly. Come on out, Realms Grace. If you don't come out, I'm going to batter my way inside. Humph. Realms Lord Windgrace let out an angry snort, then rose to his feet. Darknorth, my young friend. Let me shoo the Lonely King away. Go ahead. Ning didn't stand on ceremony. Wine cup in hand, he simply watched as Realms Lord Windgrace flew away. Boom! 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 The Lonely King's silver throne suddenly glowed with dazzling light which flew out towards the right and left sides of his throne. There, a second and third Lonely King appeared, all seated on silver thrones of their own. There were now 3 Lonely Kings seated on 3 silver thrones, and they all looked identical and had identical auras. "Assemble the formation," the Lonely King ordered. Whoosh! The silver diagrams covering his 3 gold emperor generals all lit up, as did the silver diagrams covering the many black emperors. They had always emanated dense, frigid auras, but now the aura swept out to form an entire silver-white wave of ice which roared out in every direction. The 3 generals and the many soldiers came together to form a strange silver formation diagram, with their bodies being covered by a layer of silver armor. "Come, let's see if my Ice Peak army is stronger or if you are Windgrace," the Lonely King said coldly. Realms Lord Windgrace strode out of vast heaven palace, his eyes narrowing slightly. In truth, he was quite wary of the Ice Peak army. It wouldn't be too hard for him to deal with the Lonely King, but the Ice Peak army represented an enormous number of opponents. If he wanted to deal with them, he'd have to activate the Black Sun multiple times. In addition, to actually kill a Black Emperor would require the Black Sun to unleash a high level of power each time, and this would cost him greatly. He felt a 50% degree of confidence in dealing with the Lonely King and was 100% certain in being able to stay alive. But now that the entire Ice Peak army was here as well, his chances of victory were 10% at best, while his chances of staying alive dropped down to 80% to 90%. Fortunately for him, the Lonely King felt rather nervous when faced with the Black Sun as well. This was why the Lonely King had immediately used a protective ability to divide himself into 3. "You split yourself into 3 bodies? So long as I wipe out all 3 of you, you'll probably die," Realms Lord Windgrace said. "Kill me? Go ahead and try." The Lonely King's voice remained as arrogant and domineering as ever. As soon as he spoke, the blood-red diamonds in his 3 foreheads simultaneously shot out rays of light. Swish! 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 The 3 blood-red rays of light flew even faster than Flamewing as they struck out towards Realms Lord Windgrace. Realms Lord Windgrace remained quite calm. In front of him, a small fist-sized planet suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This planet was covered with countless runes, and it rapidly expanded to become 30 meters in diameter. Boom! 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 It effortlessly deflected the attacks of the 3 blood-red rays of light. Realms Lord Windgrace then walked straight inside the small planet. The Black Sun. The Lonely King couldn't help but feel frustrated. He had more treasures, but Realms Lord Windgrace Black Sun was a terrifying war machine which had allowed the Sith to influence and control an entire sector of the battlefield. The controller of the Black Sun could remain hidden within it in perfect security. He might have the Black Sun, but he isn't an actual Sith. He doesn't have their limitless reservoirs of energy. I, on the other hand, have many tricks up my sleeve. I can have the entire Ice Peak army attack him, so long as they can surround and entrap the Black Sun. Even if he remains hidden inside, it'll be like he's in a prison. The only result will be death, the Lonely King mused. However, he also knew that his chances of actually killing Realms Lord Windgrace were quite low, while the cost would be quite high. So long as I can force Realms Lord Windgrace to flee with the Black Sun, I'll have one. The Lonely King knew exactly what he needed to do. If the Realms Lord fled, he felt certain that Dowlord Darknorth would know what decision to make. "Attack!" the Lonely King commanded. Boom! The 3 Lonely Kings on the 3 silver thrones began to build an aura of increasing and terrifying power. This aura was so strong that even Ning, who was calmly drinking wine below them, to grimace slightly. He raised his head to stare into the skies, then murmured softly. The legends say that the Lonely King was once able to annihilate an entire Otherverse. Was this the technique he used? I can't let them continue like this. If this fight progresses, they might accidentally destroy the vast heaven everworld. Halt! Ning shouted as he rose to his feet, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. Up above him were Realms Lord Windgrace, the Lonely King, and the Ice Peak army. They were just about to engage in combat, but all of them turned to stare blankly. "Are you afraid?" The three lonely kings stared downwards and laughed coldly. Realm's Lord cannot kill me, and he doesn't even know all the tricks I have available. Faced with my Ice Peak army, he'll probably have no choice but to flee. Thus, Lord Dark North, I recommend that you simply go ahead and hand the Flame Wing God over to me and let it serve me. I am the most appropriate master for it. Although the Lonely King had heard of the Black Sun long ago, when he actually saw Realm's Lord Windgrace produce it, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The same was true for Realm's Lord Windgrace. When actually faced with the entire Ice Peak army, he could sense that this would be a truly vicious battle. It would be best for them to end this without a fight. Once Lord Darknorth came out to openly support one side, the battle would becoming meaningless, because the side who had the help of the Flamewing God would be the side to win. The Flamewing God was virtually indestructible, and nothing could withstand its charge. Even the Black Sun would be knocked aside, while the Ice Peak army would be torn asunder. Darknorth, you can choose for yourself. Realm's Lord Windgrace looked at Ning. Humph. Windgrace made you some promises, I expect? The Lonely King said coldly. But you should know what type of a person I am. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do. If anyone offends me, I'll pay any price needed to exact my revenge. The entire area descended into a deep silence. All of the hegemons and emperors were quivering inside. They all knew of the Ice Peak army's brutal reputation. The Lonely King truly was a terrifying figure when angered. I've been waiting a long time for that Flame Wing God, the Lonely King said coldly. You have failed the Dao-merch. Even if you live with the utmost of caution, you will still be nothing more than a puny Dao-lord with at most 1,000 chaos cycles of longevity left. If you make an enemy out of me, I swear that I will annihilate any friends or family who have any connection to you whatsoever, and I'll wipe out your homeland as well. Based on the reports I uncovered, you first appeared within the Badlands territory, yes? Back then, you were just an elder god. I imagine a puny elder god couldn't have traveled all that far, which means your homeland should be near the Badlands territory. Given my power and the power of the Ice Peak army, we'll definitely be able to locate it. The three Lonely Kings stared intently at Ning, the diamonds in their foreheads glowing with that eerie, evil blood-red light. I trust you know what the right choice is. The Lonely King all but palpitated with malevolence. Originally, Ning had been quite calm, but when he heard the Lonely King threaten to annihilate any friends or family who have any connection to you whatsoever, and say that Ning's homeland should be near the Badlands territory, a cold look flashed through Ning's eyes. Snick. Ning drew a sword from the black sheath on his back. What, are you about to go crazy? I hear that some Dao lords who failed the Dao merge will cast caution to the wind and go berserk. But not even your Flame Wing God is able to harm me in the slightest. No matter what, I'll be able to annihilate everyone and everything you care about. Murder all but radiated from the Lonely King's eyes. Whoosh! Ning took a single step forwards, his body flickering as he moved so fast he vastly surpassed both the Flame Wing God and the light which had shot out of those blood-red diamonds. He appeared right next to the leftmost Lonely King, and he delivered a casual chopping blow with his northbow sword. Swish! It was an ordinary strike which even the distant hegemons and eternal emperors were able to see with clarity. It seemed so very slow, but it sliced through the Lonely King's neck with ease, cutting through his silver robes and even his golden body as though they were made out of tofu. The cut was so clean that one couldn't even see a wound actually appear on the Lonely King's neck. The attack looked slow, but that was just a deceptive illusion caused by the temporal disruption inherent to this strike. In truth, it was so fast that no one was able to react at all. Why you? The Lonely King's eyes bulged out. An invisible power struck at him through karma, instantly wiping out his soul. At his current level, Ning didn't need to worry about which of the three was the real one. Ning's sword was connected to karma itself. Even if the true Lonely King was hidden away in a completely different realmverse or otherverse, he still would have perished. The Lonely King's bulging eyes suddenly softened. A look of release appeared in his gaze, and his lips actually curved upwards in a smile. Moments later, his aura completely vanished. All three Lonely Kings slumped downwards. Two of them completely vanished. while the other lay fallen atop his silver throne. Ning glanced sideways at the already perished lonely king, then murmured softly, "You are right. As a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge, there's a limit to how long I can live. I really didn't want to use up any energy. But once you made those threats, I had no choice but to respond." Snick. Ning resheathed the north bow sword back into the scabbard on his back. Ji Ning stared weighingly at the lonely king's silver robes, his blood-red diamond, and the silver throne he had been seated on. These were all extremely powerful Sith weapons. They were of little use to him, but of incalculable value to others. He immediately waved his hand, collecting the lonely king's corpse, throne, and treasures. The entire area was completely silent. The skies above Vast Heaven Palace had previously been the arena for the face-off between Realmslord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army. Moments ago, their auras had been flaring, but now, all of them held their breaths. The terrified emperors who were watching from afar were all staring in disbelief. Even the people inside Vast Heaven Palace such as Emperor Solsky, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the Flame-Wing God all stared with heads upraised. In this moment, every single cultivator's attention was completely focused upon the white-robed youth with the black sheath on his back. His aura was quite ordinary, the aura of a Tao Lord. One could even sense that his true soul was continuously crumbling away in tiny amounts. He was nothing more than a pitiful Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge. But they all watched blankly as the white-robed figure collected the lonely king's Sith weapons. No one dared to stop him, even though they were deeply interested in those treasures. Master He. Su Yuji stared with her head raised. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and her face was red with excitement. She felt excited for Ning. She could still remember the first time they had met. Back then, he had been an elder god while she had been an ancestral immortal. She had already been incomparably beautiful, with many cultivators wooing her in the hopes of becoming her Tao companion. When she had met Ning, she had watched as Ning battled above his class against world-level cultivators. And thus she had immediately chosen to voluntarily join him as his retainer. She had followed him, watching him grow from up close. He had become increasingly dazzling, becoming the #1 Tao Lord in all the history of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He had taken on a hegemonic retainer and even tamed the Flame-Wing God. But in the end, he had still failed his Tao merge. She felt a sense of great heartache and sorrow as she watched her master's true soul slowly but surely crumble away. But then she saw that single, dazzling sword strike. The lonely king, someone who even hegemons viewed with reverence, had collapsed supinely beneath that strike. First, Su Yuji had felt stunned. Then, she had felt a true sense of excitement and delight for her master. Even though he has failed the Tao merge, he'll become the most dazzling star in all the night sky. Even though he will one day perish, his light shall illuminate countless realm verses and other verses, and be forever whispered unto the end of time. He shall become one of the most unbelievable of legends. Su Yuji stared upwards at him, her eyes blazing with eagerness. Such power! How could he have? How? Emperor Solsky mumbled nonsensically to himself as he stared. The lonely king? Finished with just one strike of the sword. Hegemon Azurfian's wizened old face was contorted with shock. I've wandered the vast Chaosverse for many years, but I've never even heard of such a thing. Most likely only the exalted autarchs or perhaps the supreme members of the Sith race, those exalts, would be capable of such a thing. In the cultivator civilizations, the only ones capable of such an act were the autarchs. Although the Sith exalts were weaker than the autarchs, they were still definitely above the Otherverse lords in power. They were unfathomably powerful and even faster than the Flame-Wing God. In a direct clash, the Flame-Wing God would be suppressed by a Sith exalt even though Flame-Wing had an indestructible body. 3 exalts working together had actually managed to capture it alive. In the cultivator civilizations, only autarchs were capable of capturing chaos primordials. Now, a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge had actually reached that same terrifying level of power? How powerful was he? Was he comparable to those Sith exalts? Or was he even stronger than them and close to the autarchs in might? The hegemons and emperors had no idea, and it didn't really matter. The only thing that mattered was this truth. Hegemons and other verse lords would all perish with just one strike from Ning's sword. After Ning collected the Lonely King's treasures, he swept the area with his gaze, then smiled. Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army, please follow me. As for the other emperors and hegemons, you'll have to pardon me. I won't be able to accompany you for now. You are being far too courteous, Tao Lord Darknorth. The ordinary eternal emperors off in the distance all felt surprised and delighted by his courtesy. They all relaxed quite a bit. Normally, they had to behave with great reverence when they were in the presence of hegemons. This truly peerless Tao Lord had just slain the Lonely King with ease and was so powerful that even hegemons wouldn't dare to breathe too loudly in front of him. And yet he spoke with such courtesy. Tao Lord Darknorth, I truly have never even heard of sword arts like yours. Impressive, truly impressive. I, Taoist Violet Star, have truly been enlightened today. I've wandered for over 10 million chaos cycles and visited many realm verses, but I've never been as stunned as I am right now. Even if I died the very next instant, I would still feel that it would all have been worth it. Tao Lord Darknorth, we won't bother you any further. We'll leave now. The emperors still felt a mixture of reverence and fear. Right now, they were even more nervous when facing Tao Lord Darknorth than they had been when facing Realms Lord Windgrace or the Lonely King. Ning simply smiled, watching as the emperors all departed. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Taoist Bluestone, and a number of others all flew over. The others all felt rather nervous, but Hegemon Brightshore had always been on very good terms with Ning. As a result, he felt a bit more relaxed. His ancient eyes were filled with a look of amazement, and he let out a sigh. Dark North, after seeing your sword, I still feel panic in my heart. I didn't want to draw my sword, Ning said. But the Lonely King was protected by Sith artifacts. If I didn't draw my sword, I wouldn't be able to kill him. Using my weapons and exerting my energy will result in my true soul crumbling even faster. Correct. Hegemon Brightshore nodded. From now on, you should avoid fighting whenever possible. Your sword arts truly are dazzling to behold. A pity that we won't be able to see it too many times in the future. You win some, you lose some. All you can do is meet it with a calm heart, Ning said with a smile. Dark North, Taoist Bluestone smiled. You said that you had to draw your sword if you wanted to kill the Lonely King. Are you saying that you wouldn't even need to draw your sword to deal with us? Ning nodded. Correct. You might not need to draw your sword, but you'd still need to use up a bit of energy to deal with us, Emperor Goldisle said with a chortle. So it's best if you don't just go crazy and start killing everyone, Tao Lord Darknorth. Goldisle, I won't go crazy anytime soon, but generally speaking, I should be able to kill my foes just by activating the might of my Tao. There's no need for me to actually use up any of my divine power or immortal energy, Ning said. If one didn't use one's weapons, divine power, or immortal energy, the amount of power that one could summon simply from the might of his Tao itself was quite low. But Ning's Tao was the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and it represented the true prime essence of the Tao of the sword itself. The domain generated by his Tao might not be able to kill the likes of the Lonely King, nor would it be enough to kill other verse lords who were protected by the prime essences of their own other verses, but it was more than capable of killing ordinary hegemons. Ning wouldn't need to use up any of his own power at all. You! A sour look appeared on Goldisle's face. Can't you let us save just a tiny bit of face? Haha, enough chit-chat. I need to go speak with Windgrace and the Ice Peak army, Ning said. Right, we'll head off then. If there's anything you need, just send word. We'll definitely help out. We're off. The supreme powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse began to leave, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. In truth, by now they were able to guess that the reason why Ning was so strong was most likely due to him being in control of the Eternal Omega Sword Tao. But he had also failed the Tao merge. There was no doubt about that. What a true pity. A peerless major power is going to slowly fade away, and there's nothing anyone can do. Hegemon Windrain sighed. We won't be able to see his dazzling sword arts many more times in the future. It will eventually become nothing more than a myth, Xianxia netherly said. Ning simply stood there. It was for Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army to come meet him. Tao Lord Dark North. A look of shock was in Realms Lord Windgrace's eyes, and he actually bowed slightly. I truly am stunned by the sword arts I just saw. The autarchs might be powerful, but their power comes from their Tao birth, where one Tao births many Taos. As far as the pure Tao of the sword goes, you, Tao Lord Dark North, are number one in all the Chaosverse. I was a bit too arrogant when I came and asked for the Flame Wing God. I'd like to ask you to pardon me. If there's anything you need, just let me know. If you wish to punish me for my impertinence, I'm willing to accept it. Ning nodded. No one had ever gained eternity for an Omega Tao in all of history. He was the first. That meant he was naturally the first to be the master of an eternal Omega Sword Tao. He truly was the number one master of the sword in the entire history of the Chaosverse. Windgrace, Ice Peak Army. Ning's gaze turned to the nearby members of the Ice Peak Army. The 3 Gold Emperors and the many Black Emperors of the Ice Peak Army all felt very nervous. Respectful greetings, Tao Lord Dark North. We truly are ashamed to have offended you by our actions, and we too are willing to accept any punishment you may mete out. Now that you have slain the Lonely King, we actually feel a sense of gratitude in our hearts, Lord Wolf said respectfully. Myself, Brother Wei, and Brother Soulfinger, along with the many Black Emperors under our command. Although we gained the power of Gold Emperors and Black Emperors and became much more powerful, we lost something as well. Our lives fell under the complete control of the Lonely King, and we have never dared to oppose his commands. Now that you have slain the Lonely King, we have finally been released. Ning nodded. I won't punish any of you, but there is something I need you all to do for me. Please tell us what you need, Tao Lord Dark North. The 3 generals and the many Black Emperors all respectfully awaited Ning's orders. I wish to find a female cultivator, Ning said. Find a female cultivator? The 3 generals and the Black Emperors were all rather puzzled, as was the nearby Realms Lord Windgrace. They all knew that Ning had trained for a fairly brief period of time and hadn't traveled to many places. It should be easy for him to find a female cultivator. There was no need to send the entire Ice Peak army to carry out a task like this. Her name is Nuwa, Ning said. She hasn't trained for very long either, and she should be incredibly talented. She might be a Tao Lord, but she might also have become an Eternal Emperor. She is most likely located in a place which is extremely far away from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Ning hadn't visited too many places, but he had accumulated records on all the Tao Lords and Emperors of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. There had been no records of Nuwa at all. Clearly, ever since Nuwa left the 3 realms, she had never again appeared within the territory of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. After Ning had mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao, he had reached an inconceivably high level of insight. He was now in control of one of the prime essences of the Chaosverse, the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword. In other words, he now had a vague understanding of how the entire Chaosverse itself functioned, giving him a greater degree of insight into fate. Mother Nuwa and Ning were connected to each other by karma, because the very first step Ning had taken as a mortal was to study the Nuwa painting. After Ning had completed and mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao, he was able to sense through the whispers of fate that Nuwa was still alive in an extremely remote part of the Chaosverse. Nuwa, the 3 generals, Realms Lord Windgrace, and the Black Emperors all revealed puzzled expressions. None of you have heard of her? Ning couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed when he saw the looks on their faces. Realms Lord Windgrace had many friends but was permanently stationed in the Hidden Fiend Realmverse. It wasn't surprising that he hadn't heard of Nuwa. The Ice Peak army, however, roved the Chaosverse and visited many places. Ning had thought that they might have heard of her, especially since Ning felt certain that Nuwa's level of talent must have led her to accomplish great things. It must be remembered that when the Pangu Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World collided, that represented the smashing together of 2 autarch-level god gems. In the resulting battle, Nuwa had broken through to the world level. Karmic luck had descended upon her, resulting in a great deal of the essence fragments of the Autarka's god gems to swirl around her as well. It was incredibly rare and marvelous for a cultivator to break through to the world level without any guidance whatsoever. Even Ning had merely been at the Elder God, ancestral immortal level when he left the Three Realms. True, Ning had only trained for a fairly brief period of time, but Mother Nuwa was definitely in a class of her own during the primordial era of the Pangu Chaos world. She had definitely surpassed the Three Sovereigns, Tathagata, Three Purities, and Subhuti, and she was the unquestioned leader of the Nuwa Alliance. By now, even Subhuti and Windfiend had fused multiple Supreme Daos together. Ning felt certain that Nuwa wouldn't be inferior to any of them. That meant that Nuwa would probably be quite famous in the region she was currently in. If the Ice Peak army had visited her region, it was highly likely that they would have heard mention of the name Nuwa. Haven't heard of her? Lord Wolf shook his head, then turned and barked. Have any of you heard of a Nuwa before? No. We've roamed through many places, but we've never heard of a powerful female cultivator named Nuwa. Haven't heard of her? They all shook their heads. Ning turned to look at Realm's Lord Windgrace, who immediately shook his head. I haven't heard of her either. Tao Lord Dark North, the Ice Peak army has visited many places. If even they haven't heard of her, she's not going to be easy to find. Ning frowned. Nuwa has only trained for a short period of time. Perhaps she isn't well known yet. Ice Peak army, the mission I have for you is for you to ride realm ships to one realmverse after another. Spread the word on my behalf. Say that I, Tao Lord Dark North, am searching for a female cultivator named Nuwa. She should have only been training for roughly 100 chaos cycles of normal time. You can also make it known that I, Tao Lord Dark North, will owe a debt to the first person to find Nuwa for me. I can use treasures to pay off my debt, but I can also help deal with someone, such as the Lonely King who I slew. This, Realm's Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army were shocked. This offer was a crazy one. The Lonely King had been an incredible figure in the Chaosverse, a mighty ruler in his sector. Tao Lord Darknorth's promise was definitely enough to drive many major powers wild with excitement. A favor from Tao Lord Darknorth was definitely something worth having. Hurry up and spread the word to as many realmverses as you can. This is the only task I have for you, Ning said. Once I find Nuwa, you'll gain your freedom. If I cannot find her, then you'll be released from this oath after I die and my Tao vanishes. Very well. Don't worry, Tao Lord Darknorth. The three generals and the Black Emperors all immediately agreed. This was an incredibly simple task. All they had to do was serve as a messenger. Tao Lord Darknorth wasn't going to be around for much longer. At most, he'd survive for another 1,000 chaos cycles. This was quite easy. The Ice Peak army immediately swore the requisite lifeblood oaths. Go now. If anyone discovers Nuwa, they can immediately inform Windgrace. When he knows, I'll know, Ning said. In the end, he himself simply didn't know enough people. Even if someone did locate Nuwa, it would be quite difficult for that person to find Ning. Windgrace, however, had a wide network of friends. It would be far easier for others to reach him. Understood. The members of the Ice Peak army all assented to his order, then excitedly departed. How could they not be excited? This wasn't the calamitous punishment they had expected. In fact, it was a huge blessing in disguise. Now that the Lonely King was dead, their lives were their own again. They would truly be free once more. How many major powers were truly willing to serve as pawns and foot soldiers for another? Long ago, they had been weak and thus lusted after the power which becoming a Black Emperor or Gold Emperor would grant them, which was why they had gritted their teeth and accepted servitude. Now, they didn't lose any of the power they had gained, nor was their fate in the hands of another. They were all free. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? And once they helped Tao Lord Darknorth locate Nuwa, they would become truly and perpetually free. Windgrace. Ning looked at Windgrace. You can probably guess what I need you to do. A simple task. I'll send the word out as widely as I can, Realm's Lord Windgrace said. Good. Ning nodded. Sorry to trouble you, Realm's Lord. 'Tis nothing at all. Realms Lord Windgrace secretly let out a sigh of relief as well. Tao Lord Darknorth truly was an easygoing person. Many cultivators in his position would behave much more ruthlessly. Given that Ning had already failed the Tao merge, no one would have been surprised if he had turned ruthless and chose to simply kill Windgrace. If that happened, Windgrace wouldn't even have had a chance to feel regret. Thus, he had waited nervously for Ning's judgment, not daring to argue in the slightest. But now, it seemed, Ning's request was quite simple. All he had to do was to spread the word. The story of the legendary battle which occurred after Tao Lord Darknorth's attempted Tao merge was quickly spread by Realms Lord Windgrace, the hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, and the Ice Peak army. The latter rode realm ships in every direction, spreading the news far and wide. As a result, word spread like a tempest. Although the Chaosverse was so vast that spreading information was usually quite difficult, this particular bit of news was utterly astonishing, especially given how famous the Lonely King was. As a result, news truly did spread quite fast. Old man, old man. A giant foot came crashing down through the clouds and slamming against the surface of an enormous planet, causing the earth to tremble. The towering figure to which the giant foot belonged continued to bellow, "Hurry up and wake up, you blind old man. Fuck OFF." A hoarse, ear-piercing voice rang out from deep underneath the earth. "Hurry up and wake up. Something big just happened. Stop sleeping." This time, the towering figure stomped down on the ground using his 2 bare feet, causing the earth to shudder and shake. "One day, I'm going to eat you," the hoarse, unpleasant voice said. A boom rang out, followed by the entire planet exploding as an ugly black bird appeared in its center. This bird had just a single eye, but the eye was shut. It looked rather like an owl, but it had a pair of extremely large black wings. "I've got some good news for you, you blind old man. A while ago, the Lonely King sent the Ice Peak army after you and forced you into fleeing, right?" The speaker was an alien hegemon dressed in simple armor and who had 2 furry heads. "The Lonely King died. Why are you mentioning this again? I told you to never—" "Huh? Did you just say the Lonely King died?" The black avian let out a startled, ear-piercing screech. "It's true. Word has spread to our 5-bug realm verses. You're probably the only one who doesn't know because you spend all your time sleeping," the 2-headed hegemon said. "How'd he die?" the black avian immediately asked. Given how strong the Lonely King was, so long as he didn't do anything suicidal, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him. "Heh. I have to tell you a story about someone truly remarkable named Tao Lord Darknorth." The 2-headed hegemon immediately began to narrate the story. In a different, incredibly distant part of the Chaosverse, a vast layer of golden clouds could be seen here within the emptiness of space. Above the clouds, there were many divine palaces that emanated rays of golden light. The palaces were all connected together and emanated such incredible light that it illuminated the cosmos. Within a side room inside the tallest, most towering palace, a white-winged man was standing by himself, staring into the endless darkness outside his window. He said calmly, "Demon Empress, why have you come here?" Another person was within the room, a blood-winged woman with a single horn. She had a smile on her face that was filled with strange, beguiling charisma. "God Emperor Helong, we were once Tao companions. Why must you be so heartless to me? For the sake of your Tao, of your God Emperor's apocalypse, you were willing to give up even your Tao companions. Even if you do succeed in becoming an autarch, would it all be worth it? Karma brought us into each other's path, then took us away from each other. Our ties are ended," God Emperor Helong said calmly. "No need to waste time on such nonsense. Why have you come here? You've always thought of yourself as being an extraordinary figure," the blood-winged woman smirked. "But have you heard of someone known as Tao Lord Darknorth?" "Tao Lord Darknorth. A Tao Lord?" God Emperor Helong was puzzled. "Humph. I knew you wouldn't know," the blood-winged woman said. "While meeting with a few of my friends, I heard some interesting news. You should have heard of the Lonely King of the Icewind Army." "Yes," God Emperor Helong said coldly. He was destroyed by his love and went insane. He's not worth discussing. But he was still fairly strong. The blood-winged woman laughed. Are you able to kill him? He engaged in the ritual sacrificium to become a golden emperor, and is also protected by multiple Sith war machines. I heard that he once destroyed another verse. I admit that he's quite strong. Killing him would be very difficult. But someone like him, who purely focuses on power, will have a Tao heart which is riddled with flaws. God Emperor Helong said disdainfully. The Tao Lord Dark North I just mentioned to you? He killed the lonely king with just one swing of his sword. The blood-winged woman said. Impossible. God Emperor Helong's face completely changed. Impossible. There's no way it could be done with one strike, and no way it could be done by a Tao Lord. One would at least have to have the power of a Sith Exalt to accomplish this. The blood-winged woman said, Let me finish. Tao Lord Dark North is an incredibly talented figure, and he trains in one of the legendary Omega Daos. He convinced a hegemon to follow him as a retainer, and also tamed a chaos primordial. Not long ago he finally attempted the Tao merge. Although he failed in the Tao merge, the failure allowed him to truly understand and comprehend the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and so he used just one strike of his sword to slay the lonely king, who had come to take his chaos primordial from him. Realms Lord Windgrace and the Ice Peak army were so terrified that they immediately moved to obey all his commands. Eternal Omega Sword Tao? God Emperor Helong was stunned. There's always someone stronger than the strongest. Even in the cultivator civilizations, there are now those aside from the autarchs who are more powerful than you, such as Tao Lord Dark North. The blood-winged woman smirked. Do you still think you are all that extraordinary? You aren't even close to being his equal. An Omega Tao can actually be perfected into eternity? A stunned look was in God Emperor Helong's eyes. Incredible, simply incredible. I truly am not a match for him. I, Helong, have only ever admired the autarchs. Now, I also feel admiration for Tao Lord Dark North. The woman was stunned. She had wanted to use the story of Tao Lord Dark North to belittle the endlessly arrogant God Emperor. Who would have thought that Helong would immediately begin to feel admiration for Tao Lord Dark North? If I could borrow his eternal Omega Sword Tao and study from it, how wonderful that would be! The God Emperor murmured softly, eagerness in his eyes. Stop dreaming. The Tao is not to be casually taught to others, and only Tao Lord Dark North has ever successfully mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao. You can stop dreaming about it, the woman mocked. However, she didn't see any anger or frustration on God Emperor Helong's face. This displeased her greatly, causing her to turn and leave. Still, at least she had achieved her goal of mocking the man. The 12 palaces of Bright Shore, especially the Sword Palace, were filled with just as many excited discussions as the outside world. I heard that our Palace Lord Dark North has already been praised as the #1 expert of the Endless Territories. Right? The Eternal Emperors all seem to be talking about this. Palace Lord Dark North failed in the Tao merge, but he has actually reached an inconceivable level of power as a result of it. Even hegemons are far beneath him. Even hegemons are far beneath him? How powerful must he be? Although the Tao Lords of the Sword Palace didn't really know the details or what the Ice Peak army was, there had been so many emperors present watching the battle that details of it had quickly leaked. Thus, the Tao Lords all knew one thing: Tao Lord Dark North might have failed the Tao merge, but he was so powerful that he surpassed even the hegemons by a great amount. He was able to kill hegemons with a flick of his wrist. This caused the countless Tao Lords to feel stunned, and the Tao Lords of the Sword Palace were especially proud. Even hegemons are far beneath him? The universe treasure within Armament's Gorge, the broken sword, suddenly manifested a pink-robed woman above the sword. She was the sword spirit, and she couldn't believe this news. How can someone be more powerful than a hegemon? Are we talking about that silly Tao Lord who visited me twice? Humph. Even if it's true. So what? He failed his Tao merge, which means he will die soon. The sword spirit murmured to herself. Besides, given how he asked me to join him last time, he probably still doesn't have any universe treasures. Humph. The many major powers in the vast Chaosverse, including the hegemons, the emperors, and other incredibly famous ancient figures who were on par with Realmslord Windgrace and the Lonely King, were all stunned by the news they heard regarding this Dowlord Darknorth. The weaker ones were able to gain a general sense of how terrifying Dowlord Darknorth was. But only the strongest ones truly understood what the Eternal Omega Sword Dao truly represented. All of them knew that Dowlord Darknorth was most likely second only to the autarchs in all the parts of the Chaosverse ruled over by the cultivator civilizations. Even though he failed the Dao merge and his life would be brief as a result, no one would dare to challenge him so long as he was alive. The legend of Dowlord Darknorth only continued to grow, as did a second person's name. Nuwa. Dowlord Darknorth was searching for a female cultivator called Nuwa. The first person to find her and send word of her to Dowlord Darknorth would be owed a favor by the Dowlord. Such a favor had tremendous uses and implications. Nuwa. Have you heard of a powerful female cultivator named Nuwa? An incredible Dowlord or a powerful hegemons? Never heard of her. Based on what Dowlord Darknorth has told us, Nuwa has probably only trained for 100 chaos cycles or so. She can't be all that strong. Maybe she's already dead. Impossible. Think about the level which Dowlord Darknorth has reached. He's second only to the autarchs. How could he be mistaken about her being alive? News continued to spread. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. Rumors continued to bubble and froth in the outside world. By now, Vast Heaven Palace had become something of a holy place, the most unique power in all the 16 Realmverses alliance. Ning, however, was busy taking care of many things he had to handle. Whoosh! Ning and his team rowed the realm ship into the Terror Starsea. Master! Flamewing looked at Ning, puzzled. Here we are. Ning stared up front. Here we are. Hegemon Azure Fiend stared towards the front as well, puzzled. The only thing in front of them was an area of jumbled primordial chaos. There's nothing in front of us. A cave is hidden there, Ning said with a laugh. And it holds a world where my third disciple, Skywind, resides. I'll go in first. As he spoke, he took a single step forwards and disappeared from the realm ship. Ning's mastery over the Tao of spacetime was such that he was able to easily enter the cave within that hidden pocket of spacetime, while his swordlight was even more easily capable of cutting a hole into it. Same old cave. Ning swept the area with his gaze. He saw the two hegemons' corpses as well as the Black Emperor's corpse. Disciple. Ning stared into the Black Emperor's corpse. His gaze pierced through the dimensions, allowing him to see Dowlord Skywind within a planet inside that corpse. I have several disciples, but you, alas, have the toughest destiny. Ning sighed softly. His mastery over the Tao of Karma had long ago reached the Archon level. Now that he had mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao, he was able to see even farther into the future. The future was in a constant state of flux, but he was now able to see the vast majority of possible futures. Now that he had failed his Tao merge, he turned to focus on preparing things for his family and friends. As for the three realms, he had naturally spent even more effort there. He was searching for Nuwa for the sake of the three realms. As Ning saw it, Mother Nuwa had to be fairly powerful and was most likely capable of helping out and protecting it. Ning was planning to give the Sith war machines he had acquired from the Lonely King over to Nuwa. As for his disciples, his first disciple, Bluecliff Xiaoyu, lived a carefree life, but as a result she had accomplished the least. There was no need to discuss her. His second disciple was Green Bamboo Yang Tsuding. Ning had engaged in some divinations on his behalf and had discovered that Yang Tsuding was a person of remarkable mental prowess. He would be able to solve even the most dangerous of problems, and he was surrounded by great luck. His future potential was virtually limitless. Most likely, he would become the most accomplished of Ning's disciples. His third disciple was Skywind. Skywind was the best suited to the Tao of the Sword, but he was stubborn and antisocial, and he was the most vicious of his peers. That stubborn, eccentric personality would bring him many problems. Ning had scryed the future, and it appeared as though Skywind would be incredibly dazzling amongst the other Tao Lords of the fourth step. But he would be constantly surrounded by trouble. The ties of karma surrounding him indicated that he would actually fail his Tao merge without question. This was much like how Emperor Waveshift had once divined that Ning would definitely fail the Tao merge. His fourth disciple, to this very day, no one had acquired the legacy Ning had hidden, the legacy which would result in that person becoming Ning's fourth disciple. Ning had the vague feeling that his fourth disciple would not be born for a long, long time. His fifth and sixth disciples were both at Vast Heaven Palace and so were blessed with many advantages. There was no need for Ning to worry about them. Skywind, Ning murmured softly. Everyone chooses their own paths in life. The only thing I can do to help you is this. Ning waved a finger. Countless streams of sword light began to gather together, coming to form a formation. Ning placed some presents inside the formation, which had many illusions and other tempering techniques within them. It also included various techniques involving the Tao of the sword, some spirit fruits and treasures, as well as treasures which were unremarkable to Ning but which would be of tremendous help to Skywind. Of all my disciples, the one I worry about the most is you. Ning shook his head slowly. However, in the end, I'll still have to eventually let go. There was a limit to how much longer he would live. He certainly wouldn't be able to hold on until Skywind's Tao merge. The Lonely King had said that if Ji Ning was extremely careful, he'd be able to live 1,000 chaos cycles. But in truth, Ning knew that his eternal Omega Sword Tao was actually the same thing as the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, one of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. This Tao had a nurturing effect on his soul, which meant that the True Soul's crumbling speed would be fairly slow. Different Taos would have different effects. For example, those who trained in the Tao of Water would have stronger protective abilities and invulnerable forms. In turn, the destructive Taos such as the Tao of the Sword were superior in offensive power. Different Taos had different strengths. Although the eternal Omega Sword Tao was quite incredible, it still represented the Tao of the Sword and thus it didn't have an exaggeratedly massive effect on the soul. Still, there was something else that was special about Ning, the Azure Flower Mist Energy. This was a very unique type of energy which Autarch Awakener, the master of the Azure Flower estate, had devised based on the cultivation methods of the Sith race. It was a technique that allowed for divine power, immortal energy, and heart force to all be transformed into Azure Flower Mist Energy. It had marvelous effects on the true soul and made it much stronger. If I can avoid using up my energy, I can live a maximum of 8,000 chaos cycles, Ning mused. But if I have to use my energy, my lifespan will dramatically lessen to just 3 or 4 chaos cycles. Ning spent the rest of his time in Vast Heaven Palace training his students and fellow disciples. Every so often, he'd go roaming through the 3 realms. While he wandered through the many chaos worlds of the 3 realms, Ning ended up choosing a 7th disciple. His 7th disciple was an ancestral immortal who had been known as Grand Immortal Amander, and who had been a plant spirit who had trained to the point of understanding the Tao. It must be remembered that after such a long period of development, the 3 realms now had so many chaos worlds and experts that a single ancestral immortal truly didn't count for much. Grand Immortal Amander had a very eccentric personality who rather reminded Ning of his old friend, Patriarch Lu Dongbin. Because the man loved to play matchmaker. He tweaked events to ensure that lovers met with each other, and when he encountered people he didn't like he would play all sorts of tricks on each other. In fact, he would sometimes make people he truly disliked end up attached to each other. While wandering the 3 realms, Ning stumbled upon this Grand Immortal Amander. He followed Amander in secret, watching for some time. Amander seemed to be eccentric and rather lazy when it came to cultivation. It seemed obvious to many that he would have no future prospects, which was why none of the Tao Lords or world-level cultivators of the 3 realms had taken him on as a disciple or had taught him. However, Ning had the feeling that this Grand Immortal Amander was an extraordinary figure. When Ning scried his future, Ning came to understand that Amander truly was a piece of unpolished jade. Given that Ning had slowly grown fond of the young fellow, Ning chose to take him on as a 7th disciple. News that Tao Lord Darknorth had taken on a 7th disciple, Grand Immortal Amander, stunned the 3 realms and caused quite a few immortals and fiendgods to stare blankly in confusion. Ning lived a relaxed life, waiting for news of Nuwa. Roughly 69 million years after Ning's downmerge attempt. Within an alternate universe, a giant boulder was levitating within an empty patch of space. Two major powers were seated in the lotus position atop this boulder, drinking wine and making merry. The empty area around them was displaying images of various things occurring within this otherverse. Isn't Tao Lord Dark North just incredible? The muscular man with tousled golden hair said with a sigh. He really is. If you didn't tell me about him, I wouldn't even know about it. I really cannot imagine that someone was able to kill the legendary Lonely King of the Icewind Army with just one blow of the sword. He truly is incredible. The bald, red-robed Hegeman Goodsong nodded and sighed. I was stunned when I heard this. I wish I was there to witness it all in person. Ha ha. Ha ha. Tao Lord Dark North is in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. That place is way, way too far away from us. You'd have to travel through several incredibly vast stretches the Great Dark to get there. I'm surprised the news even made it this far. I'm an Otherverse Lord with quite a few friends, which is why I heard about this, the muscular man said. It really is far. The bald, red-robed man nodded. Some realmverses were fairly close to each other. Realm ships could allow you to travel between them in just a few tens of thousands of years. Others were hundreds of times farther away, separated by that endless darkness with no realmverses inside, which many cultivators referred to as the Great Dark. To emperors who weren't willing to pay for travel via realm ship, traversing the Great Dark would simply take too much time. Tens of millions of chaos cycles or even longer. Most weren't willing to travel too far. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Tao Lord Dark North is searching for someone called Nuwa. The muscular man laughed. He said that he would owe a favor to anyone who does find Nuwa. He'd be willing to hand over a treasure, or even help carry out a task, including a task like killing major powers on the level of the Lonely King. Nuwa? Who is Nuwa? Hegeman Goodsong asked. A female cultivator who supposedly has only trained for 100 chaos cycles. Tao Lord Dark North says that she's probably an incredibly talented Tao Lord or an eternal emperor. The muscular man said. Oh, Hegeman Goodsong began to feel excited. 1 hour later, the red-robed Hegeman Goodsong left the Otherverse and reached another realmverse which was connected to the former via a space-time tunnel. By now, he was no longer able to suppress his excitement. Nuwa? A female cultivator who has only trained for 100 chaos cycles. Hegeman Goodsong narrowed his eyes. Last time, when I met with Patriarch Treewind of the Blue Sky Realmverse, he brought a female disciple named Nuwa. Back then, he praised her multiple times and described her as being incredibly talented. She was just a Tao Lord of the third step back then. I wonder how she is doing now. I'll go and take a look. She's probably the person Tao Lord Dark North of the Flame Dragon Realmverse is searching for. Hegeman Goodsong immediately went off to go hire a realm ship. Realm ship owners generally charged the same for 100 million year flight as they would a 100,000 year flight. They were only hired every so often, after all. They had to make the most of it. Thus, this trip merely cost Hegeman Goodsong roughly 30% of his net worth. Although he felt sorrow over the cost, it was within the limits of what he could accept. Hegeman Goodsong, we just reached the Blue Sky Realmverse. Wait for me here as I go test out the information I heard. Don't worry, it only took me 3 million years to get here. I'll fly you around until the 100 million years are up. The Hegeman in command of the realm ship was quite relaxed. To earn so much treasure in exchange for merely 100 million years of his time was an absolute steal. Hegeman Goodwong went off searching. Soon he found Patriarch Treewind's residence. A handsome young disciple was in front of Patriarch Treewind's tree palace, and this disciple respectfully welcomed Hegeman Goodsong inside. Hegeman, the Patriarch has gone off on a trip to the Blaze Sun domain, the disciple said respectfully. His avatar has left this place to go meet with the avatars of his friends to ensure that they are in constant contact. Almost all of them have gone off to the Blaze Sun domain. The Blaze Sun domain? Your Patriarch is quite bold. Where is that female disciple of his, Nuwa? Hegemen Goodsong immediately asked. Senior apprentice sister Nuwa? The youth was startled. He immediately responded. Don't you know? Half a chaos cycle ago, she completed her Dao merge and became a hegemon. It was her recommendation that they visit the Blaze Sun domain. After the Patriarch and the other major powers agreed, they joined together to accompany her there. She became a hegemon? Hegemon Goodsong's eyes bulged out. But she's so young. She hasn't been training for too long. Has she? Senior apprentice sister Nuwa's experiences have been extraordinary. Supposedly, the Patriarch discovered her in the Blaze Sun domain and brought her back here. The disciple said. I've only known her for around 100 chaos cycles. 100 chaos cycles? Hegemon Goodsong felt a sense of excitement. He asked curiously, You say that she was discovered in the Blaze Sun domain? This was new to him. Yes, many people know this. For her to appear there means that she probably has an extraordinary background. She truly is a monstrously talented figure. She became a hegemon in just 100 chaos cycles. This is unbelievable even to me, the disciple said. The more hegemon Goodsong heard, the more excited he became. This was right, this was definitely right. The legendary Dao Lord Dark North said that Nuwa was either an incredible Dao Lord or had succeeded in the Dao merge. No wonder he had spoken with such certainty. Nuwa truly was incredible. But Dao Lord Dark North was even more incredible. He had killed the Lonely King as if the latter was just a chicken, which meant that in the cultivator civilizations he was second only to the autarchs. I was right. She's the one. She's an incredible figure, but Dao Lord Dark North is even more incredible. There's no way this could all be a coincidence. It has to be her. Hegemon Goodsong mused silently. And she actually came from the Blaze Sun domain. It seems that she and Dao Lord Dark North must know each other. After verifying that Nuwa of the Blue Sky Realmverse was indeed the same person Dao Lord Dark North was seeking, Hegemon Goodsong felt both delight and nervousness. I need to hurry up and notify Realms Lord Windgrace of this. If I'm too slow, someone else might report it ahead of me. Ugh. We're incredibly far away from Realms Lord Windgrace territory. It won't be easy to get this information over to him. The Blue Sky Realmverse was indescribably far away from Realms Lord Windgrace, Hidden Fiend Realmverse. Even though word of Jining and his request had spread like wildfire, it had still taken 60 million years before Hegemon Goodsong had found out, and then been the first to locate Nuwa. If he had to fly over to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse via Realmship, just passing through the numerous special zones of the Chaosverse which lay between them would probably take several billion years. This was probably more than enough time for another major power to also discover Nuwa and then notify Windgrace. Realms Lord Windgrace is quite famous. He rendered incredible merits during the Dawn War and has been taught by numerous autarchs, Hegemon Goodsong mused. He's even able to contact the legendary autarch Titanos. Grand Emperor Skydeep is the closest person to the Blue Sky domain who is also able to contact autarch Titanos. I should be able to quickly notify Realms Lord Windgrace through him. Grand Emperor Skydeep, I need to hurry up and go visit him. Hegemon Windgrace used his hired realm ship to hurry towards Grand Emperor Skydeep's residence. Contacting an autarch was an extremely difficult task. All of them were mysterious and hard to locate. Most hegemons were incapable of reaching out to them. The only one who permanently resided in his own estate was Autarch Titanos, who was the easiest one to contact. However, even then the only ones who were able to reach out to him were supremely powerful figures who were favored by the autarch due to having rendered great merits in the past. For example, even though Jining had met Autarch Titanos in person, he didn't have any way to reach out to the autarch. The Lonely King was extremely strong, but he still wasn't able to contact Autarch Titanos. If he wished to do so, he would have to ask other major powers to send word on his behalf. Only those who had rendered truly great accomplishments in the past, such as Realms Lord Windgrace, Grand Emperor Skydeep, or God Emperor Helong were able to reach the autarch. But of course, even then they would only reach out to the autarch as personal disciples. That was equivalent to reaching the autarch himself. In the end, There were very, very few people who had rendered great enough deeds that they gained access to an autarch. Hegemon Goodsong had to fly for over 50 million years before reaching God Emperor Skydeep's abode. In contrast, the Flame Dragon Realmverse was much farther away. It would have taken him billions of years to reach it. And so, roughly 120 million years after Ning had made his downmerge attempt, Hegemon Goodsong managed to send word to Realmslord Windgrace via Grand Emperor Skydeep. In truth, roughly 90 million years after Ning's downmerge attempt, word of Dowlord Darknoth slaying the Lonely King with one strike of the sword and Dowlord Darknorth is searching for Nuwa had already finally made its way to the Blue Sky Realmverse, and thus to Nuwa in the Blaze Sun domain. Within the Blaze Sun domain, rumble. A series of explosions could be heard coming from that distant, blazing star as countless flaming meteors continuously blasted out from its surface. A silvery white ship was flying through the void with 5 figures within it. All 5 had extraordinary auras, with the most extraordinary auras belonging to an old man and a young man. The old man had long, fiery red hair, a stooped body, and was dressed in robes made out of fiery leaves. He had a fiery tree branch growing out of his head as well. This was the awesome, legendary patriarch Treewind. As for the young man, he looked extraordinarily cold and remote. He was dressed in beautiful robes, and he was known as Imperator Jade Rainbow. He was the only person in this squad who was the equal of Patriarch Treewind. For him to style himself as Imperator rather than merely Emperor was a testament to his arrogance and self-confidence. But right now, his eyes were filled with smoldering rage. Our luck has been terrible. We fought for so long and that other verse was almost in our grasp. But we ended up being ambushed by Palegrace and an entire host of hegemons. This pisses me off. A furry alien youth let out a low growl, his entire body crackling with fiery power. He was a hegemon as well. Master! A woman was located right next to Patriarch Treewind. She was dressed in unusual green robes which were also covered with leaves. But her leaves were all green. Her master's robes were covered in red leaves. She was incredibly beautiful, and when she smiled, anyone who saw her would feel their hearts grow peaceful. If we lost, we lost. We ran into that other verse by accident anyhow, Nuwa said with a laugh. Besides, an extra other verse wouldn't make much of a difference to our upcoming explorations. Agreed. Patriarch Treewind nodded slowly. Although it was disappointing and frustrating to see an other verse be stolen from right in front of us. Nuwa is right. Brother Jade Rainbow and I already have other verses, while Nuwa has a Sith weapon. This other verse wouldn't have made too much of a difference to us. We've joined forces to enter the Blaze Sun domain, and our true goal is the Sith armory Nuwa spoke of. That other verse was nothing more than something on the side. Forget it. The dazzlingly handsome Imperator Jade Rainbow still had a cold look on his face as he snorted. I'll spare that stupid bitch Palegrace this time. Next time I see her, I'll teach her a lesson. Nuwa, how far are we from the Sith armory? When I discovered that Sith armory, I was still just a world-level cultivator, Nuwa said. I was lucky enough to somehow survive, but I only have a vague idea of where it was located. Based on what I know, we should be fairly close to it now. Nuwa had appeared in the Blaze Sun domain as a world-level cultivator. Back then, she had discovered a Sith armory but was too weak to fully obtain it. She had barely managed to drag away a single treasure, then had immediately fled. She had nearly died on multiple dangerous occasions before eventually running into Patriarch Treewind, who had taken her on as his disciple. He had led her out of the deadly Blaze Sun territory and over to the Blue Sky domain. Nuwa had never truly understood what the Sith armory she had discovered truly represented. Only when she became a Dowlord of the 4th step did she understand, but she didn't dare to make it public. Only when she succeeded in her downmerge and became a hegemon did she mention it, electing to invite a large number of hegemons to join forces and search for those treasures. Imperator Jade Rainbow suddenly revealed a look of shock as his face actually turned pale. What's wrong, Brother Jade Rainbow? Patriarch Treewind was rather surprised. What could have happened for the perpetually cold and arrogant Imperator Jade Rainbow to lose control of his emotions like that? Something huge just happened. Imperator Jade Rainbow was no longer as cold and grim as he usually was. Even his voice was rather shaky. Something huge. Nuwa listened with curiosity. She had trained for the shortest period of time out of the 5, and she was filled with great admiration towards Imperator Jade Rainbow, who was as strong as her master. Without question, he was an incredible figure. Old Man Treewind, you know the lonely king of the Ice Peak army? The Imperator asked. I know of him. Patriarch Treewind nodded. He's dead, Imperator Jade Rainbow said somberly. He was killed by a single sword strike from a terrifying person known as Dowlord Darknorth. What? Patriarch Treewind revealed a look of shock. How is that possible? Wait, there's more. I don't know the full details yet. Give me a moment, the Imperator said. His primal twin was in another extremely distant place, and it was chatting with some other major powers about Dowlord Darknorth. Eventually, the Imperator was given the full story, and then he heard that Dowlord Darknorth was searching for Nuwa. Ha! Imperator Jade Rainbow turned to stare at Nuwa in astonishment. Nuwa blinked, puzzled at the look on the Imperator's face as he stared at her. What's going on, Brother Jade Rainbow? What's the story behind Dowlord Darknorth? The Lonely King used the ritual sacrificium to become a golden emperor. His body was tougher than even yours, and he was protected by multiple Sith war machines. Most likely, the only cultivators capable of killing him in one blow are the legendary autarchs. Dowlord Darknorth is very powerful. Imperator Jade Rainbow stared at Nuwa as he continued to speak. Based on what my friends have deduced, he has most likely managed to master the eternal Omega Tao of the Sword. He's at an unfathomable level of might. The Lonely King died before even being able to react to that single sword strike from him. Patriarch Treewind was stunned upon hearing this. Darknorth. Nuwa had never heard this name before, but for some reason she had the vague feeling that he was connected to her in some way. It was as though some blurry lines of karma were linking them together. Alas, Nuwa's skill in the Tao of Karma simply wasn't strong enough for her to fully investigate every single karmic thread attached to her. But she was still able to at least sense it. He's been publicly acclaimed to be second to only the autarchs amongst the cultivators of the Chaosverse. He's so powerful that he can wipe the two of us out with just a wave of his hand. Imperator Jade Rainbow stared at Nuwa. And he's currently looking for a cultivator named Nuwa. Nuwa. Patriarch Treewind and the other 2 hegemons all turned to look. Now all 4 of them were staring at Nuwa. He said that Nuwa is an incredibly talented female cultivator who has probably trained for roughly 100 chaos cycles. He said that she is either a freakishly powerful Dowlord or possibly an eternal emperor. Imperator Jade Rainbow stared intently at Nuwa. That's a huge coincidence. All of them were stunned by this. As for Nuwa herself, she didn't say anything, but a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. Who was this Dowlord Darknorth? She definitely didn't know him. But how could he possibly know that she had trained for roughly 100 chaos cycles? She had encountered many profound encounters. When factoring in temporal acceleration, the actual amount of time she had spent training was far longer than just 100 chaos cycles. And yet, it was true that she had only spent 100 chaos cycles of normal time in training. Dowlord Darknorth is incredibly talented, Imperator Jade Rainbow continued. And based on what I know, he should have trained for roughly the same length of time as you have, Nuwa. Unfortunately, he failed his Tao merge. He must have immediately mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao after failing the Tao merge. His sword arts are unequaled throughout the entire Chaosverse. Nuwa, he knows you and has trained for roughly the same length of time as you. Do you know him? Nuwa frowned slightly. Nuwa? The nearby Patriarch Treewind asked hurriedly. Do you know Dowlord Darknorth or not? I've never heard of him. There's no way I can be mistaken about this. None of the old friends I used to know were named Darknorth. Nuwa slowly shook her head. Odd. Patriarch Treewind was puzzled. Is it possible that the Nuwa he is looking for is someone else? There are countless beings with same names, but the chances are very low that there is a second person who just so happens to be Nuwa, who is also incredibly talented and has trained for just 100 chaos cycles. Imperator Jade Rainbow was puzzled as well. Is it possible that this really is just a crazy coincidence? Is there really a second incredibly talented female cultivator named Nuwa out there? Nuwa pondered silently to herself. She had the strange feeling that the person this Tao Lord Dark North was searching for was her, even though they had never met before. Tao Lord Dark North, who is he? Nuwa mused to herself. The Flame Dragon Realmverse was indescribably far away from the Blaze Sun domain. A white-robed Jining was seated in the lotus position atop a solitary mountain within Vast Heaven Palace. In front of him was a table, while the red-robed Su Yuji was by his side, pouring his wine. Ning gulped down one cup of wine after another, a hint of a smile on his lips as he analyzed the boulders placed in front of him. Some were jagged, some were slick, and some had plants growing next to them. There was even a little bug that was clambering up a plant quite slowly, even though it was furiously working its tiny little claws. Ha! Ning watched as the beetle managed to climb atop one of the leaves. Its weight caused the leaf to droop downwards, resulting in the beetle falling back down to the ground again. Ning couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Master, you seem to be quite happy just watching the bugs. Su Yuji continuously poured wine for Ning. Ning smiled as he pointed at the bug. Bugs need to fight for food and mates. Their lives are short, but spectacular. Ordinary mortals might live for a bit longer, but they generally only last 100 years. I seem to have been sitting here drinking some wine for quite a long period of time. Master, you've already been drinking wine here for exactly 32,822 years, Su Yuji said. Oh, Ning laughed. I'm a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. All the eternal emperors sigh at how short my life will be, but I still have thousands of chaos cycles left. I have far more time than those bugs or those ordinary mortals. Hell, ordinary chaos worlds rise and fall within the span of a single chaos cycles. If you look at it from that perspective, I actually have a lot of time left. I wonder, though, will I be able to last long enough to find any word of Nuwa? You definitely will, Master, Su Yuji said hurriedly. Ning nodded. Ever since he had failed the Tao merge, he had focused his efforts on making preparations for the people he cared about. He had mostly finished his preparations for his disciples. The rest would be up to them. Success or failure, life or death. It would all be based on their own efforts. As the saying goes, the master can show the way, but the student must walk it himself. Right now, Ning's still worried about the three realms more than anything else. This was because the three realms held his parents, his daughter, his master, his fellow disciples, and many of his good friends. It was also his homeland. The final task I have is to find a good protector for the three realms. In the past, he had borne this burden by himself. Alas, he didn't have much time left. Ning was entrusting all of his hopes to Nuwa. If he couldn't find Nuwa, he was entirely capable of forcing a few major powers to swear lifeblood oaths to protect the three realms. However, someone who was doing something willingly would be far more effective than someone who was acting out of compulsion. There was a limit to how effective a compulsory lifeblood oath would be. The best solution was for him to find someone who truly cared about the three realms and would be willing to sacrifice for it. Ning trusted Nuwa. She had once been the true leader of the three realms, with the three sovereigns, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist three purities, and the others all serving by her side. This was a testament to her personal charisma. Whoosh! Ning could sense a ripple manifesting outside. He turned to stare, his gaze piercing through the dimensional walls and allowing him to see a streak of azure light descending into the emptiness of space outside the vast heaven everworld. Realms Lord Windgrace had arrived via the Black Sun. Tao Lord Dark North. Realms Lord Windgrace quickly arrived at Vast Heaven Palace. He descended, then walked over to face Ning. Sit, Ning said calmly. Tao Lord Dark North, we've found Nuwa, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning's eyes instantly shone with utterly dazzling light. The entire world around him seemed to have been bathed in infinite joy, and even Realms Lord Windgrace couldn't help but be caught up by it. Where is she? Ning asked. She's currently in the Blaze Sun domain, but she was previously living in a realmverse, Realms Lord Windgrace said. That realmverse is extremely far away from us. It's actually fairly close to the quintessence of the Chaosverse. Its name is the Blue Sky Realmverse. It's fairly close to the quintessence of the Chaosverse? Ning was rather surprised. His will was connected to the incomparably distant prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, and thus he knew just how incredibly far away it was. Realms Lord Windgrace nodded. Oh right, Nuwa is a hegemon of the Blue Sky Realmverse. She recently succeeded in her Tao merge and gained hegemony, and is the disciple of Patriarch Treewind. She's only trained for 100 chaos cycles, yet has already reached hegemony. In terms of talent, she is probably second only to you yourself. Ning felt even more excited upon hearing this. Nuwa had become a hegemon after training for just 100 chaos cycles. This had to be her, and she was a hegemon? That meant she would be capable of truly protecting the three realms. Weaker cultivators weren't capable of using the Sith weapons Ning had acquired from the Lonely King. Why is she all the way over there? Ning was puzzled. He immediately asked, "Do you know anything about her? I heard that she first appeared in the Blaze Sun domain all by herself. She experienced many dangers before being discovered by Patriarch Treewind, who accepted her as his disciple. Thus, she's technically a foreigner and not native to the Blue Sky Realmverse," Realms Lord Windgrace said. A foreigner? Ning now felt absolutely certain it was her. And his subconscious was whispering the same. She was Mother Nuwa of the Three Realms. You said she is currently in the Blaze Sun domain? Ning frowned. Why is she in the Blaze Sun domain? I heard that she is accompanying Patriarch Treewind and several other major powers in an alliance to explore its depths, Realms Lord Windgrace said. I heard this information from someone named Hegemon Goodsong. Ning frowned. The Blaze Sun domain. That's one of the 8 domains next to the place where the prime essences of the Chaosverse are located. The prime essences of the Chaosverse were located in a marvelous place known as the Quintessence. You couldn't simply find them through normal means. Not even hegemons or other verse lords were able to locate them by simple searching. The Quintessence was the font for all things in spacetime, and it resided in the very core of the Chaosverse itself. Only those who were at a sufficiently high level of enlightenment would be able to find them. Autarchs were able to locate the Quintessence, but hegemons were not. Ever since Ning had taken control over the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, he knew that he too would be able to discover the location of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. The land of the prime essences. The Quintessence was a truly marvelous place, capable of giving birth to Chaos Primordials, Source Walkers, and many other living beings. Chaos Primordials were born as gluttonous wanderers. They would slowly drift away into the vast Chaosverse, making it quite rare for someone to encounter one. But Source Walkers were different. They were highly intelligent and thus generally preferred to stay in the general vicinity of the prime essences. The region around the prime essences would be naturally blessed with an incredible density of treasures, and every so often even armories of Sith weapons left over from the Dawn War would appear, as well as other verses. The 8 domains around the Quintessence with the highest concentration of treasures were all incredibly famous. Ning had never been there before, but he had heard of them long ago. If Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others have joined forces, they should be able to keep themselves safe, Realms Lord Windgrace said. According to the legends, those 8 domains are incredibly dangerous to us but of no danger at all to the Autarchs. I imagine they should be of no danger to you either, Tao Lord Darknorth. Agreed. Ning nodded. If Nuwa is at the Blaze Sun domain, then I'll go pay it a visit. The Blaze Sun domain is far too distant from us. It'll take you several billion years to get there by realm ship, Realms Lord Windgrace said. Although my Black Sun is able to tear open spacetime tunnels and allows for instantaneous transportation, there's a limit to what it can do. The farther the tunnel must stretch, the greater a cost must be paid. And at a certain point, it just can't stretch any farther. I understand. Ning smiled. If that wasn't the case, the Sith would have been able to spread out throughout the Chaosverse without any limitations. If it takes a few billion years, it takes a few billion years. Doesn't really matter. Ning was in a superb mood. He had found Nuwa and had discovered that she was a hegemon. This absolutely delighted Ning. He now had a chance to bring a final resolution to the last thing he was worried about. At the peak of that solitary mountain, Ji Ning and Realms Lord Windgrace remained seated facing each other, while Su Yuji poured their wine. "Master," Su Yuji suddenly said. Ning turned to look at her. "I'm going to go with you on this trip to the Blaze Sun domain," Su Yuji said hurriedly. She knew that since Ning had failed the Dao merge, there was a limit to how much longer his lifespan would be. He might end up in a battle, resulting in his lifespan depleting even more quickly. She wanted to accompany Ning in his final days for as long as she could. Ning hesitated for a moment. He knew what Su Yuji was thinking. In the end, he nodded. "Very well. However, you need to stay with me and listen to my orders." Su Yuji immediately smiled radiantly. "All right. Dao Lord Darknorth, shall I use the Black Sun to help speed you on the first part of your journey?" Realms Lord Windgrace was rather hesitant. "If you poured in all the treasures you own, how far would you be able to send me via the Black Sun?" Ning said with a laugh. "Tearing through space consumes an enormous amount of energy. The Hidden Fiend Realmverse is fairly close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, which makes things easy for me. But if I did that a few hundred times, I'd completely use up all of my treasures," Realms Lord Windgrace said. Ning was surprised. "A few hundred times? Not bad. You live up to your reputation, Realms Lord Windgrace. I didn't realize you had that much treasure." "I probably don't have as much as you, Dao Lord Darknorth," Realms Lord Windgrace said with a laugh. "The Lonely King plundered his way through the Chaosverse. He had many foes, but he also had many more treasures than I do." Ning admitted to it. The Lonely King had an entire army pillaging on his behalf, and had killed 3 other verse lords. He had also acquired a complete Sith armory, and now all of it belonged to Ning. In other words, even if you used up all your treasures on the Black Sun, it'd only save me less than 100 million years of flight time via realm ship. Ning shook his head. "This trip to the Blaze Sun domain will take billions of years. Saving a bit of time won't be of much use." His lifespan was limited, but it was still calculated in chaos cycles. Short was relative to the lifespans of eternal emperors and Dao Lords. "Thank you, Dao Lord Darknorth," Realms Lord Windgrace said gratefully. He couldn't help but feel rather nervous before Ning, who was capable of killing him with ease. He previously had designs on Ning's Flamewing God, after all. The next day, Ning led Flamewing, Hegemon Azure Fiend, Protector Whitethaw, and Su Yuji in boarding his realm ship and departing from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. They were heading off to the distant Blaze Sun domain. Within the endless Great Dark, Hegemon Azure Fiend was helping to steer the realm ship. There were 2 ways to ensure that a realm ship could continue to proceed at incredible speeds. The first was to use Chaos Jewels to replenish its power. The second was to have a hegemonic figure use his immortal energy to keep it activated. This journey would last billions of years, and they'd be traveling every day. It would be quite hard to come up with enough Chaos Jewels to meet the consumption need. Hegemons, however, could constantly replenish their immortal key and were completely capable of restoring it at a rate which surpassed what the realm ship used up. "Thank goodness we have Azure Fiend." Ning stood there, staring into the endless Great Dark. "Ha!" Azure Fiend squeezed an exaggerated smile onto his withered, gnarly old face. "It is my honor and my blessing to be able to serve the almighty Dao Lord Darknorth." Other hegemons would beg for this opportunity on their knees, to no avail. "Oh, almighty Dao Lord Darknorth, if you were willing to give me just a few pointers, I would benefit endlessly from your wisdom." "Knock it off," Ning said with a light groan. "Heh, Azure Fiend snickered. "Your smile looks ugly as all hell," Flamewing said, casting a sidelong glance at Azure Fiend while eating. Azure Fiend's old face tightened as he pointed at Flamewing. "You glutton, it's none of your business if I wish to flatter my master." "What's that?" Flamewing glared at him. "Azure Fiend, you want to go outside the ship and have a little sparring competition?" "I'm just kidding with you." Azure Fiend immediately shifted tacks and smiled ingratiatingly at Flamewing. By now, everyone had known each other for quite some time. At the beginning, Azure Fiend would never have dared to jest with Flamewing like this. By now, they were just teasing each other. Everyone understood everyone else. Su Yuji smiled as she watched from nearby. As for White Thaw, he stood by Ning's side with that honest look on his face as always. Enough. I'll give you some guidance on our way over. Focus on controlling the realm ship, Ning said. His mastery over the eternal Omega Sword Dao had allowed him to reach a brand new level. All other Daos instantly seemed so much simpler to Ning. Ning's insights into the other Daos were continually increasing. He didn't have to train like crazy. All he had to do was spend the occasional period of time in meditation, and he would begin to skyrocket in his understanding of those Daos. It must be remembered that Autarch Bolin, as a hegemon, had to spend an extremely long period of time before managing to upgrade all those other Daos to the hegemonic level. Ning was now far more powerful than Autarch Bolin had been as a hegemon, and it could be said that there was now only a small difference in insight between himself and the Autarchs. The Autarchs were born off the principle of one Dao births many Daos. Ning, in contrast, was a pure ruler of the Dao of the Sword. In terms of the Sword Dao, he was the absolute #1 expert in all the Chaosverse. Given enough time, it wouldn't be too hard for him to reach hegemony in the Dao of Water, the Dao of Lightning, the Dao of Formations, and his other Daos. Alas, there was a limit to how long he would be alive for, and thus there was no way he could study the other Daos as he pleased. Don't worry, Master, Azure Fiend chortled. By now, he also addressed Ning as Master, and even he didn't notice the change. Ning was simply so powerful that Azure Fiend no longer felt the slightest bit of pride when facing Ning. All he felt was a sense of submission. By now, there were probably many hegemons who would be willing to serve him. A casual bit of tutelage from Ning would represent an enormous karmic blessing for those hegemons. Time flowed on. More than 3.9 billion years went past in the blink of an eye. Ning had acquired a detailed star map from the treasures he had taken from the deceased Lonely King, and he had also gotten another star map from Realmslord Windgrace. Although it was impossible for anyone to fully map out the entire Chaosverse, he now had fairly complete records on most of the places cultivators had visited. On this journey, Ning had continuously used the Tao of Numerancy to divine the most appropriate paths forward, as well as the safest route through some places with distorted spacetime. This allowed them to easily pass through even the most dangerous of environments. Master! Master! Azure Fiend said hurriedly. The Square Mix Realmverse is up ahead. That's the place Hegemon Goodsong asked to meet with us. He should be in the Grand Void Canyon of the Square Mix Realmverse. Hegemon Goodsong? Ning nodded slowly. He informed me of Nuwa's location. I owe him a debt and should go repay it. Humph. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to ask for too much, Azure Fiend said with a cold snort. If he does, I'll eat him. Flamewing called out, his mouth covered with grease. Enough, you two. Pipe down, Ning said. Let's go meet Hegemon Goodsong. Swoosh. Just a short while later, the realm ship arrived in the Grand Void Canyon of the Square Mix Realmverse. This was a very unique place with distorted spacetime that came together in layers, forming an enormous spatial canyon that could be seen with the naked eye. The depths of the canyon led to another mysterious realm that was filled with tremendous danger. This was a place that had been created during the Dawn War, and the depths of the canyon were filled with many relics. However, by now Ning didn't care about such relics or legacies. Here they come. A bald, red-robed man was standing directly above the Grand Void Canyon, scanning the area anxiously. Moments later, a spacetime rift appeared and a realm ship came sailing out of it. The red-robed man was overjoyed and immediately flew over to welcome them. Several figures came flying out of the realm ship. The leader was a white-robed youth who had a black sheath on his back. Others could dimly sense that his true soul was slowly but surely fragmenting apart, generating unique ripples as the fragments disappeared into the void. Next to him was the furry Sith protector White Thaw, as well as a peerlessly beautiful woman. There was also a skinny, shriveled old man and a fatty who was holding onto a haunch of meat. The fatty was Flamewing. It was a born glutton who was capable of devouring entire realmverses with ease. It truly did have a terrifying appetite, and it suddenly glanced sideways at the bald, red-robed man. Eek! The red-robed man instantly quivered as his subconscious screamed to him that he was in terrible danger. He knew that the fat man was the legendary chaos primordial which Tao Lord Darknorth had tamed, a creature which could kill hegemons like him with ease. However, Hegemon Goodsong also knew that the most terrifying member of this team wasn't the chaos primordial. Rather, it was the harmless-looking white-robed youth standing in front of him. Goodsong greets you, Tao Lord Darknorth. Hegemon Goodsong bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. I have to thank you, Hegemon Goodsong. Thanks to you I finally know where Nuwa is. If I didn't find her, I would probably harbor regrets until the day of my death. Ning smiled. I promised long ago that I would owe a favor to the first person to help me locate her. What do you wish of me, Hegemon Goodsong? I'll do anything I'm capable of doing. Hegemon Goodsong instantly began to grow nervous. The moment of truth had come. He had spared no expense and even hired a realm ship, all for the sake of this favor. If Tao Lord Darknorth hadn't been willing to offer anything at all, it wouldn't matter how strong he was. No one would have been willing to work so hard for him. However, Hegemon Goodsong couldn't help but feel nervous. He was worried that his request would be too excessive and anger Tao Lord Darknorth. In the end, a favor was just that. A favor. If Hegemon Goodsong asked Ji Ning to do something that would result in Ning's true soul crumbling even faster, Ning would probably refuse immediately. Thus, there was a limit to what he could ask for. Hegemon Goodsong himself was rather nervous, but he had long ago decided on what he needed. He felt certain that Tao Lord Darknorth wouldn't attack him. Tao Lord Darknorth, Hegemon Goodsong said respectfully. I reached the level of hegemony long ago, longer than even I can remember. I have many friends, and a good number have become Otherverse lords. But I remain a mere hegemon, unable to improve in power. Ning continued to listen. Tao Lord, as you know, we are quite close to the 8 domains. Although hegemons are quite powerful, there are also many people here who are stronger than hegemons. Hegemon Goodsong said sadly. Ning had to agree. This was a place that was completely unlike the 16 Realmverses alliance he resided in. The 8 domains, they were closer to the prime essences of the Realmverse than any other place. Aside from the prime essences themselves, which were almost impossible to find, the 8 domains represented the most central region of the entire Chaosverse. It was filled with countless treasures and experts, which was the major powers of neighboring Realmverses would often go exploring and adventuring within them. Many major powers had died in the 8 domains, but some would successfully acquire the treasures they sought. Every so often, an Otherverse would appear within the 8 domains, as would Sith weapons and other things. Even Nuwa, who had merely been at the world level, had somehow reached the Blaze-Sun domain from the 3 realms, then stumbled across a Sith weapon there. The Blaze-Sun domain was one of the 8 domains, and it truly was a special place. In comparison, the Flame Dragon Realmverse was extremely far away from the prime essences. It could be viewed as something of a peripheral backwater, a place where very few Otherverse lords resided. It was simply too far away from the core. So what are you asking for exactly? Ning said. Hegemon Goodsong gritted his teeth. Tao Lord. I wish to increase my power to the Otherverse Lord level. Ha! You actually dared to make a request like this. The nearby Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snicker. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways in which one can reach the Otherverse Lord level of power via external methods. The first is to take control of an Otherverse. However, the appearance of every single Otherverse will result in a frenzied struggle and competition that is far more cruel than you can imagine. The second is to obtain a Golden Emperor form, and to use it via the ritual sacrificium to become a Golden Emperor. But do you know how rare and valuable those things are? Even the Lonely King chose to transform himself into a Golden Emperor. Who the hell are you, and why do you think you deserve one? The final method is to acquire extremely powerful Sith weapons that can let you unleash the power of an Otherverse Lord. Some Sith weapons are strong, some are weak. A Sith weapon that will increase your power to the Otherverse Lord level is probably going to be just as valuable as a Golden Emperor form. Ning frowned as well. Could he accomplish this? He could. The Lonely King had a total of 6 extremely powerful Sith weapons, but he himself normally only used 3 of them. The most valuable of the 6 was the Silver Throne, which could create illusory doppelgangers and allow one to flee by warping through spacetime. It could also build up power to unleash an attack that was so terrifying it could destroy an entire Otherverse. The other Sith weapons were a bit weaker, but they were still enough to raise a hegemon to the Otherverse Lord level of power. But Ning was planning to give them to Nuwa and the 3 realms. I'm a cultivator. My only goal is to increase my personal power as much as I can. Aside from this, there truly is nothing else that I need. Hegemon Goodsong looked at Ning. Ning was silent for a long moment, then said, Otherverses are blessings that can only be hoped for, not counted on. I can't just find one for you. Sith weapons. Although I have some, I already have plans for them. As for Golden Emperor forms, I don't have any. The Lonely King had long ago used up all of the Golden Emperor forms he had acquired. Downlord Darknorth, you might not have one, but someone nearby known as Divine Sovereign Goldsun does, Hegemon Goodsong suddenly said. Divine Sovereign Goldsun? Ning frowned. Are you asking my master to go and get it from him? Azure Fiend stared. If Downlord Darknorth went to ask for a Golden Emperor form, I imagine Divine Sovereign Goldsun wouldn't dare to decline, Hegemon Goodsong said. Ning began to ponder on this. Although the star map which Realmslord Windgrace had provided Ning was fairly incomplete, it did record information about the supreme powers of various regions. The 16 Realmverses Alliance was something of a backwater, but the area around the 8 domains could be considered part of the core of the Chaosverse. Experts were incredibly common here, and the people who were able to become local rulers were all extraordinary. Divine Sovereign Goldsun was someone who was unquestionably as powerful as the Lonely King. If the Lonely King could be described as a madman, then Divine Sovereign Goldsun was like an emperor who had unified this entire region under his rule. Divine Sovereign Goldsun controlled a total of 8 nearby realmverses. He himself was an Otherverse lord, and he also had acquired Sith armories in the past. He had once bestowed 2 Golden Emperor forms to his subordinate hegemons, and had promised that anyone who had rendered great merits would be given one as well. You are quite daring, Ning said. But aren't you afraid that Divine Sovereign Goldsun would come for you later? No, a frenzied look appeared in Hegemon Goldsun's eyes. Once I become a Golden Emperor, it'll be very hard for anyone to kill me. I have no kith or kin who can be used against me, and I'll be far more powerful than I was in the past. What do I have to fear? Very well. Ning nodded. I owe you a favor. I'll go pay Divine Sovereign Goldsun a visit. As Ning saw it, visiting the Divine Sovereign might end up being a good thing. Let me lead the way. Hegemon Goodsong was delighted. It was incredibly difficult for a hegemon to increase another level in power. For the sake of becoming more powerful, many hegemons would be willing to risk their lives. Alas, very few would have a chance like this. Hegemon Goodsong had successfully grasped his. It took them more than 5 million years to fly from the Square Mix Realmverse to the Gold Sun Realmverse, the central region of Divine Sovereign Goldsun's rule. Whoosh! Before them was an enormous flaming star that was emanating endless amounts of heat and light. The surface of this fiery star was actually covered with many beautiful palaces. This was the Gold Sun Palace of Divine Sovereign Goldsun, and there were more than 10 hegemons who resided here. There were also 2 Golden Emperors and 16 Black Emperors. This flaming star is actually a marvelous Sith weapon as well, the white-robed Ning evaluated as he stared at the star. They had used the realm ship to warp through spacetime and come to this place. The formations covering this entire cluster of palaces is quite abstruse and profound. It won't be easy to attack this place. But it would be nothing for you, Downlord Darknorth, Hegemon Goodsong flattered. Come, let us go meet with Divine Sovereign Goldsun. I'm quite curious about him. Ning had a rather favorable impression of Divine Sovereign Goldsun, as the man was truly committed to the Tao. He clearly had access to Golden Emperor forms, but he didn't undergo the ritual sacrificium. From this, one could see that he was still committed to attempting to become an autarch. Whoosh! Ning immediately flew out towards the surface of the fiery star with Su Yuji, White Thaw, and the others by his side. Right as they landed, "Halt!" A loud shout rang out, followed by an onyx humanoid flying over in a fierce manner. When he saw Ning's group, he barked, "This place is the Gold Sun Palace. Trespass is not permitted." As a guard of the Gold Sun Palace, he had long ago grown accustomed to behaving arrogantly in carrying out his duties. Humph! Flame Wing let out a cold snort. Its aura flared malevolently, causing the guard to instantly feel a terrifying sense of danger. "Send word to Divine Sovereign Goldsun. Tell him that Tao Lord Darknorth has come to visit him." Ning smiled. "Tao Lord Darknorth has come to visit him?" The guard stared blankly for a moment. In the next moment, his face turned completely ashen. When he thought of the many rumors swirling around this man, his voice began to quiver as he said respectfully, "Please wait a moment, Tao Lord Darknorth. I'll go send word right now." Ning nodded, and the guard instantly flew off. "Master, why are you so courteous to him? Just fly right on in. I'd like to see what Divine Sovereign Goldsun would do about it," Hegemon Azure Fiend said. "I already have an overwhelming advantage in power. There's no need to use it to bully others." Ning shook his head. Within the Gold Sun Palace, Divine Sovereign Goldsun was being waited upon by two female attendants. He held a jade slip in his hands and was viewing and meditating upon it. "Divine Sovereign! Divine Sovereign!" A frantic cry came from outside as the Black Emperor Guard came rushing into the room. "HRM!" A hint of annoyance could be seen in Divine Sovereign Goldsun's eyes as he glanced at the guard. The Divine Sovereign was someone who cared tremendously about propriety and status. He naturally felt rather irritated that this guard actually dared to barge into his private meditation room. "Divine Sovereign, Tao Lord Darknorth has arrived," the guard called out frantically. Divine Sovereign Goldsun snapped. "And so what if Tao Lord Did you say Tao Lord Darknorth?" His face instantly turned ashen, and his heart began to quiver. He naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of pride or arrogance when faced with someone who could slay him with ease. In fact, he felt a hint of terror. Why had Tao Lord Darknorth suddenly come to visit him without any preamble? Could it be that Tao Lord Darknorth had come to kill him and take his treasures? Where is he? Divine Sovereign Goldsun could feel that his heart was shaking. "He's right outside the palace gates," the guard said. "You what? You actually had Tao Lord Darknorth wait outside the palace gates?" Divine Sovereign Goldsun instantly cast the guard a furious glare as he hurriedly rose to his feet. Swoosh! He instantly disappeared without a trace. Jining, Su Yuji, White Thaw, the Flamewing God, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong were all waiting outside the gates to the Gold Sun Palace. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was the beautifully dressed Divine Sovereign Goldsun. His face was now covered with smiles. As soon as he saw Ning, he could immediately sense that this Tao Lord whose true soul was slowly splintering apart had to be the legendary Tao Lord Darknorth. This was because Divine Sovereign Goldsun could sense that unique aura emanating from this white-robed youth, an aura that was profounder than profound. This aura actually had a whiff of the prime essence of the Tao of the sword itself. Ning wasn't trying to hide his aura, but even so ordinary hegemons would not be capable of detecting it. Divine Sovereign Goldsun was focused on becoming an autarch and had trained for many years. He had reached an extremely high level of power and had gained tremendous insight into many different Taos. As a result, his senses were even more acute than the likes of God Emperor Helong. "Goldsun greets you, Tao Lord Darknorth." Divine Sovereign Goldsun instantly bowed respectfully, then said with a smile, "I never would have imagined that you'd come to visit me. I'm absolutely overwhelmed and delighted. I've come here because there's something I need to trouble you about." "Divine Sovereign," Ning said, "please come in first. We can discuss it shortly." Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly, "If there's anything I can help you out with, I'll do everything I can. Tao Lord Darknorth, please come in." Ning followed him inside. Su Yuji and White Thaw followed from behind, with Flamewing, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong bringing up the rear. Hegemon Goodsong felt particularly delighted. while Flamewing gave Divine Sovereign Goldsun a provocative stare. What a savage, bloodthirsty aura. It is probably just as strong as I am. This should be that legendary chaos primordial. Divine Sovereign Goldsun glanced at Flamewing as well, but continued to warmly guide Ning deeper into his estate. He had long ago ordered for his subordinates to prepare a banquet. A feast had been laid out at the main hall of the Goldsun Palace, with many servants and maids all waiting to serve them. Ning and Goldsun sat down in the lotus position in the highest seats. Divine Sovereign Goldsun intentionally set his table slightly lower than Ning's. I've heard of your illustrious name long ago, Downlord Darknorth. I've always admired you, but I live too far away from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. I've regretted being unable to visit you, but today you've overwhelmed me with delight by coming to visit my Goldsun Palace instead. Divine Sovereign Goldsun smiled. Come, let us share a few toasts first. I wish to celebrate your visit to my palace. The other major powers of Goldsun Palace all raised their cups in unison as well. Ning smiled and lifted his own cup, downing it on the spot. Fine wine. Ning couldn't help but speak out in praise. When he drank the wine, he felt as though a ball of fire was going all the way down his throat into his belly. The tremendous heat instantly filled his entire body to the point where he felt it was going to burst out of his skin. Moments later, a cool and refreshing feeling spread out from his stomach and encompassed his entire body. This alternating process of heat and cool resulted in him feeling as though his body had just undergone a baptism of sorts, almost as though it had been transformed and remade. This is a special product of the Goldsun Palace, the Triflame Jewel Brew. I have quite a bit of it stockpiled away in my palace. If you like it, Downlord, you can take some with you and enjoy it in the future as well, Divine Sovereign Goldsun said with a laugh. He knew very well that he had to be extremely careful when dealing with someone like Downlord Darknorth, who now stood at the very apex of power in the cultivator civilizations, and who had failed his downmerge. The slightest bit of discourtesy could result in irreversible repercussions. Ning smiled and said, Then I'll accept some. Divine Sovereign Goldsun. I've come because there is something I need to bother you about. Pray tell, Downlord. Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly. The entire room turned silent, with Hegemin Goodsong listening the most attentively. Ning waved his hand, causing a storage bracelet to appear. He handed it over and said, I wish to use some of the treasures within this estate world to trade for a Golden Emperor form from you, Divine Ruler. Ning had quite a few treasures by now. He had looted the Jadefire realm clean and had stripped the Lonely King of all his treasures. Ning had left behind the ones he thought would be of great use to the three realms, then chose some other rare materials that were of limited use to him right now. There were around 10 or so which, all combined, were more or less equal in value to a Golden Emperor form. Is that it? A Golden Emperor form? Downlord, for you to visit me in person and show such courtesy shows that you hold me in esteem. How could I possibly be so stingy as to hold back a Golden Emperor form from you? Divine Sovereign Goldsun waved his hand as he spoke, causing a head-sized ball of golden liquid to immediately fly out. This golden liquid was shaped like a perfect globe, and it was covered by a layer of continuously flowing light. It seemed quite mysterious. As for your treasures, Downlord, I don't need them, Divine Sovereign Goldsun said hurriedly. This Golden Emperor form is my gift to you, Downlord. He was able to bestow these things to even his subordinates. To him, a Golden Emperor form actually wasn't all that valuable. He cared far more about the Sith weapons he used to keep himself safe. He actually felt relieved that Downlord Darknorth had merely asked for a Golden Emperor form. The loss wouldn't have any impact on his own personal power. Ning waved his hand to accept the golden globe of liquid, then smiled. Go ahead and take it. The storage bracelet continued to hover in front of Divine Sovereign Goldsun. Divine Sovereign Goldsun hesitated for a moment, then said, Downlord Darknorth, there really isn't any need for you to give me the treasures inside this bracelet. I have cultivated for many years and have many treasures. A few more really won't make any difference to me. But, Downlord Darknorth, would you be willing to perhaps give me some guidance? The Tao was not to be casually transmitted to others. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun didn't dare to ask Ning to actually transmit the eternal Omega Sword Tao to him. All he asked for was some guidance. Ning nodded. Very well. I'll give you 3 days' worth of guidance in order to repay you. Within a vast hallway, Divine Sovereign Gold Sun manifested a pair of wings and wielded a semi-translucent saber in each of his 2 hands. The sabers were as thin as the wings of a cicada. Ning stood off in the distance, facing him. A single streak of sword light manifested in the air between them. This sword light was generated from the external manifestation of the aura of the prime essence of the Tao of the sword. Unless absolutely necessary, Ning wouldn't use any of his own divine power or immortal energy. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light danced in a ghostly, dreamlike manner, almost like moonlight playing across the darkness. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun fought with tremendous savagery and in an extraordinarily dominating style, but faced with Ning's sword arts, his stances became filled with countless flaws. Each time, Ning was able to break apart his attacks with ease. Whoosh! The sword light came to a halt right in front of Divine Sovereign Gold Sun's forehead, causing him to awkwardly halt his attacks. I lost again. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun shook his head and sighed. I always thought that my saber arts were impressive. I've never suffered such catastrophic losses after becoming a hegemon. He had been completely outclassed in a battle of technique. Autarchs could do this as well, but autarchs couldn't be bothered to guide him. Generally speaking, they would only provide a bit of guidance to figures who they liked and who had rendered great merits. By now, there were countless hegemons who deeply desired to be given a bit of guidance by the peerless Tao Lord who had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao. But this required luck and karma. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun had decisively rejected any treasures and instead asked for guidance from Ning. These past 3 days have been more helpful to me than the past 10 million chaos cycles of solitary training. I now realize that my saber arts are actually flawed in many ways. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun said gratefully, Thank you, Tao Lord Dark North. Since the 3 days have come to an end, it is time for me to leave, Ning said. After spending 3 days with Ning, Divine Sovereign Gold Sun no longer felt as much fear as he had in the past. He now had the feeling that Ning was quite easygoing. He said warmly, Tao Lord Dark North, dare I ask, have you come here from the distant Flame Dragon Realmverse because you are searching for Nuwa? Yes. Ning didn't deny it. Word of his search for Nuwa had long ago spread to countless places. If you wish to find Nuwa, I should be able to help out a bit, Divine Sovereign Gold Sun said with a laugh. You can help out? Ning was surprised. Tao Lord Dark North, you are probably aware that Nuwa is currently accompanying her master, Patriarch Treewind, and other major powers in a journey through the Blaze Sun domain. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun said, but you probably don't know that Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and the others are currently within the city of Howu in the Blaze Sun domain. Ning's eyes lit up when he heard this. The city of Howu? The Blaze Sun domain was enormous. It would actually be quite tricky to locate Nuwa within it. He had been planning to first locate Nuwa and Patriarch Treewind's avatars, then find them in person. Haha, I have a bit of a reputation in the area around the Blaze Sun domain, Divine Sovereign Gold Sun said with a laugh. I'm kept quite up to date with news in this area, and I'm good friends with Lord Howu. All I need to do is send word to Lord Howu and ask him to inform Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa, and have them wait for you in Howu City. That way, you can just meet them there and save yourself some trouble. They are currently at Howu City? Jining was delighted. This really would make things much simpler. I received this information just a short while ago. Usually, cultivators will spend an extended period of time resting at Howu City once they reach it. Let me reach out to Lord Howu once more. Divine Sovereign Gold Sun immediately sent out his god sense to contact with one of his subordinates. Help me immediately contact Lord Howu and ask if Nuwa and Patriarch Treewind are still at Howu City. If they are there, I would like to ask Lord Howu to keep them here. Tell them that Tao Lord Dark North will be arriving in around 20 million years and wishes to meet Nuwa. Yes, Divine Sovereign. This hegemon servant of his had a primal twin in the distant city of Hou. Hou City. Within the Blaze Sun domain. Hou City was an enormous levitating city that saw several estates sprinkled throughout the city. Very few cultivators came here. Generally speaking, only eternal emperors would ever dare to come here. Ha ha! Loud laughter rang out, followed by a green-robed elder and 2 retainers flying into the skies above an estate. Brother Treewind! Brother Jade Rainbow! The green-robed elder called out loudly, his voice shaking the entire estate. Soon, a total of 5 figures came flying out from within the estate, including Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nuwa. Lord Governor, why have you come to our residence? If there's anything you need from us, all you needed to do was send word. Patriarch Treewind and the others were all quite courteous, and they hurriedly moved to welcome their guest. The green-robed elder chortled as he turned his gaze towards Nuwa. I come on important business, after all. This must be Nuwa. Nuwa said. Nuwa greets you, Lord Governor. Impressive, truly impressive. You were able to complete the Tao merge and reach hegemony in just 100 chaos cycles. The green-robed elder praised. No wonder Tao Lord Dark North has come to seek you out. You praise me too much. I made use of temporal acceleration treasures when I trained. My actual amount of time spent cultivating was far more than 100 chaos cycles. Nuwa said with a smile. The green-robed elder said. I've come to help Tao Lord Dark North send you a message. Help Tao Lord Dark North send a message? Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and Imperator Jade Rainbow were all stunned. Tao Lord Dark North has sent word to me via Divine Sovereign Goldsun. He hopes that you will remain at Hou City, because he'll be arriving soon. Tao Lord Dark North shall be descending upon Hou City in person in 20 million years to meet with you, Nuwa. The green-robed elder looked at Nuwa and smiled. Nuwa, congratulations. Countless hegemons and emperors desperately desire to have a chance to meet with Tao Lord Dark North, but never will. For you, however, Tao Lord Dark North has flown all the way here from the incredibly distant Flame Dragon Realmverse. It seems that he views you as being incredibly important. Haha. Even I can't help but envy you, Nuwa. If I need to ask for your help in the future, I hope you won't refuse me. I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Nuwa was rather puzzled. I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I don't believe Tao Lord Dark North and I know each other. Haha. If you don't know each other, why would he go to such great lengths to meet with you? I imagine you'll know who he is once he actually arrives. The green-robed elder continued. All right, I've already conveyed his message. Just wait for him here in Hou City. You'll only need to pause for a few tens of millions of years. Also, please don't make things difficult for me. Since Tao Lord Dark North asked for me to keep you here, I wouldn't dare to let you leave. Don't worry. We'll wait at Hou City for Tao Lord Dark North. Imperator Jade Rainbow said immediately. Good. Lord Hou smiled and nodded. I'm off then. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nuwa all watched as Lord Hou left. It seems we have to stay here for a time, Patriarch Treewind said with a chuckle. If we tried to leave, Lord Hou would probably trap us here by force. Humph. Imperator Jade Rainbow smiled coldly. Lord Hou has always been an arrogant and overbearing bully. He only spoke to us with courtesy for the sake of Tao Lord Dark North. He wouldn't dare to refuse to convey Tao Lord Dark North's message. We were planning to hide in Hou City for a time anyhow, Patriarch Treewind said. Let's make use of this opportunity to meet with the legendary Tao Lord Dark North. Nuwa, when that happens I might need to ask you to say a few words on my behalf. Nuwa said self-deprecatingly. I still have no clue who this Tao Lord Dark North really is. Don't be impatient. A mere 20 million years will go by like nothing. You'll know soon enough, Imperator Jade Rainbow said. Time flowed on. Ning's team left the Gold Sun Palace and began to advance through the endless Great Dark. After a total of over 20 million years, they finally reached the Blaze Sun domain. Whoosh! Endless flames were flying through this entire region, as were blazing rocks. In front of them was an incredibly vast and dazzling realmverse which was filled with planets and stars that all looked like giant balls of fire. The 8 domains. Hegemen Goodsong was dressed in red robes, and his entire body gleamed like gold. He smiled and immediately began to introduce the place. In the vast Chaosverse, there are many sacred places which are formed by the convergence of certain types of energy. This place is the closest region to the quintessence of the Chaosverse, and it is divided into 8 incredibly marvelous domains. The Blaze Sun domain is filled with the power of countless flames. Ning nodded while the nearby Azure Fiend said, "The Icewind Sea we visited in the past was a place which was formed from a convergence of freezing energy that was roughly comparable to a territory in size. The Blaze Sun domain, however, is unfathomably vaster in size and scope than the Icewind Sea. It is one of the 8 domains, the most supreme of sacred lands, and it is comparable in size to more than half of a realmverse. The Icewind Sea was an ordinary sacred land, while the 8 domains were the most supreme sacred lands of the entire Chaosverse. All sorts of unique living beings had gathered here, including Sourcewalkers, the occasional Chaos Primordials, and more. Tao Lord," Hegemen Goodsong said warmly, "there are 2 ways for us to travel into Hou City. The first way is fairly safe. It involves us avoiding many dangerous locations, and it'll take us tens of millions of years to get there. The other method is to just blaze our way straight through. We might run into quite a great deal of danger in doing so, but we'll only need 500,000 years or so." "We'll go straight through," Ning said. "Right on." Hegemen Goodsong continued hurriedly. "We might encounter some danger when going straight through, but I should be able to resolve any dangers myself. If we encounter something really serious, we can then have the Flame Wing God intervene as well. There should be no need for you to personally intervene, Tao Lord." "All right." Ning nodded. Goodsong was now a Golden Emperor. Between him and the Flame Wing God, the vast majority of dangers could be easily resolved. Whoosh! The realm ship flew straight into the Blaze Sun domain, charging towards Hou City at maximum speed. The Blaze Sun domain was a place where an incredibly vast amount of flaming energy congregated. Its vast size actually gave it superior stability, resulting in it being a world unto itself. It was filled with fire, but there are also places with earth, water, stone, and more. There were many empty pockets of space where the temperature was a bit higher than in normal realmverses, but celestial immortals and Empyrean gods would still be able to survive. The more stable a region was, the more hospitable for life it would generally be. But of course, the Blaze Sun domain also had some incredibly dangerous places within it, places which were far deadlier than the Icewind Sea. The Icewind Sea merely had 2 Sourcewalkers in it. The Blaze Sun domain had far more. However, they were scattered throughout the entire domain, making chances of running into them quite low. Whoosh! A dark red river could be seen surging through the emptiness of space, stretching off into infinity. This dark red river had to be many millions of kilometers long, and it emanated an aura of endless heat. Every so often, a few serpentine beings could be seen swimming through the river. Gwarar! A long black serpent lifted its head and half of its enormous body above the surface of the river, focusing its flaming gaze on Ning's realm ship, which was advancing through the region at high speeds. Its eyes were filled with malevolence, and it raised its serpentine head high as it let out an earth-shaking roar. The roar actually generated a ripple of power that caused space around it to twist and distort. Instantly, additional giant black flame serpents lifted their heads up as well. Cultivators were actually trespassing here? They were courting death. The environment here was extremely inhospitable to ordinary life. There was no way to warp through spacetime here, and so Ning's group had to physically fly through this region. If they wanted to avoid it, they would have to take a detour that would last millions of years. Black Flame River has dozens of these giant black flame serpents living within it. All of them are unique creatures born from the quintessence of the Chaosverse, but only 3 of them have reached the Otherverse Lord level of power. Most of the others are hegemons. They are of little danger. Hegemen Goodsong immediately explained. Once Flamewing appears, they'll be so terrified that they won't dare to move. Ning said. Flamewing, go out with Goodsong and give these little black snakes a good scare. Heh. They looked delicious, actually. Flame Wing immediately flew out of the realm ship, letting out an excited howl as it transformed into its true form. Bathed in flames, the Flame Wing god flapped its giant wings and immediately swooped down towards the nearest black flame serpent. Clearly, Flame Wing enjoyed being in the fiery environment of the Blaze Sun domain. Being here excited it, and as a result it moved with such incredible speeds that the giant black flame serpent was terrified. Its malevolent aura vanished and it immediately moved to flee. But how could it possibly escape? Crunch! The Flame Wing god's giant maw came crunching down upon the black flame serpent. As Flame Wing began to chew, the black flame serpent's writhing body suddenly began to erupt with flames. Soon it became burnt to ash. This sight completely terrified the other black flame serpents in the flaming river. Chaos Primordial, hurry up and leave our territory! An exceptionally large black flame serpent roared furiously, but it didn't step forward. It knew that perhaps the only members of the race who would survive a fight against Flamewing would be him and the other two leaders. The others were completely incapable of battling against a Chaos Primordial. If an actual battle erupted, they would simply be throwing their lives away. Grr! Flamewing let out a loud and smug growl. Impressive. If I tried to go up by myself, I'd definitely be surrounded by them, Hegeman Goodsong said enviously. Flamewing had a virtually indestructible body and possessed incredible speed. Surrounding it was useless. Most likely, only Sith Exalts would be able to effectively surround and threaten it. Let's leave. Seeing this, Ning knew that the black flame serpents would no longer try to bar their path. With Hegeman Goodsong and the Flame Wing god clearing a path for them, their journey was simple and uneventful. Ning didn't need to intervene a single time. They did encounter several unique and bizarre types of lifeforms, all of whom were birthed from within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. The most powerful creatures birthed from the prime essences were the Chaos Primordials and the Sourcewalkers, but both were incredibly rare. Chaos Primordials were born with immense power, while Sourcewalkers were a bit weaker but had incredible powers of insight and thus had more room to grow. The other creatures born from the prime essences were blessed with far less power than the Chaos Primordials and far weaker levels of insight than the Sourcewalkers. They were much more numerous, but on the whole the Sourcewalkers remained the most powerful creatures birthed from the prime essences. This was because the most powerful Sourcewalkers were actually comparable to Sith Exalts in terms of power. For example, the Blaze Sun domain had one of these supreme Sourcewalkers within it who was comparable to Sith Exalts in power. But of course, he was the only one in the entire domain who had reached such a level of power. 520,000 years went past in the blink of an eye. Master, Hou City is up ahead, Azure Fiend called out as he controlled the realm ship. Hou City? Ning stared at it from afar. This was a city covered in countless mysterious runes that levitated within the emptiness of space. It rippled with formations, and it was surrounded by numerous levitating continents as well. Downlord Dark North, Hegeman Goodsong said quickly. We cultivators only have this single city in the entire Blaze Sun domain. This is a place where we can hide and rest while we are adventuring through this region. The entire city itself is actually a powerful Sith war fort, and it is capable of easily defending against any dangers, so long as the ruler of the Blaze Sun domain doesn't come and attack in person. The ruler of the Blaze Sun domain? Su Yuji couldn't help but ask. Who is that? Yuji. Ning smiled as he explained. The term ruler of the Blaze Sun domain refers to the most terrifying Sourcewalker located in the Blaze Sun domain. The legends say that he is as powerful as a Sith Exalt. His overwhelming power means that he is honored with the title of ruler of the Blaze Sun domain. However, in the end he's still just a Sourcewalker. He won't get involved in the affairs of the cultivator civilizations. Right? So long as you don't offend the Blaze Sun ruler, he won't make trouble for us either, Hegeman Goodsong said. After all, we have the invincible autarchs on our side. As a result, the supreme Sourcewalkers don't dare to go too far. Even if he does become so crazy as to assault the city of Hou, the city should be able to hold on for a while, albeit at great cost. Given enough time, most of the cultivators should be able to flee. As they spoke, the realm ship continued to move towards the levitating city at high speeds. Halt! A loud shout rang out. The city's entrance was guarded by a golem guard. Hurry up and send word. Hegemon Goodsong barked back. That Tao Lord Dark North has arrived. Tao Lord Dark North? The golem guard was shocked. I'll send word to Master right away. The entire city of Houwu was in a state of uproar. News spread quite quickly amongst cultivators, and just a few seconds later the news that Tao Lord Dark North had arrived at the city was known by a majority of the cultivators here. The hegemons and eternal emperors, as well as the few fearless Samsara Tao Lords who had chosen to adventure in the Blaze Sun domain, all came flying out to see what the legendary Tao Lord Dark North looked like. Tao Lord Dark North has arrived? Where is he? Look over there. Tao Lord Dark North is flying within the realm ship above the city. More and more cultivators came pouring out from every direction, and they all hastened to stare at the main gates in front of the city. Quick! Quick! Brother Treewind, Brother Jade Rainbow, Nua, all of you, hurry over here and accompany me in meeting with Tao Lord Dark North. Lord Houwu was the most impatient of them all. Patriarch Treewind and Nua had been meditating silently, but they were immediately startled awake and hurriedly came running over. Hurry up and go welcome them. Tao Lord Dark North has arrived? Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and Nua all grew nervous right away, with Nua being the most nervous of them all. Tao Lord Dark North had come all the way here from the distant Flame Dragon Realmverse for the sake of meeting her. The green-robed Lord Houwu was the first to fly into the skies, with Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nua, and the others all following by his side. The cultivators around the gates all parted before them, not daring to bar their path. Lord Houwu was at the head of the delegation. Behind him was Patriarch Treewind and Nua, and at the very rear were the other hegemons and emperors. They exited the city gates in an awesome procession. Houwu City as a war fort was covered with barrier spells. Generally speaking, the barriers would remain sealed, preventing people from simply flying out. Above the city hovered that realm ship. I am the governor of Houwu City, and I respectfully welcome Tao Lord Dark North. The green-robed Lord Houwu immediately bowed respectfully, his face covered with joy. His Taoist title was Houwu, and so he had named this war fort after himself after acquiring it. We respectfully welcome Tao Lord Dark North. The surrounding Golden Emperors, Otherverse Lords, Hegemons, Eternal Emperors, and Samsara Tao Lords all bowed respectfully as well. Faced with the legendary Tao Lord Dark North, these major powers were as nervous as Ning himself had been when he had first met Autarch Titanos. The difference in power was simply too great. Even the most powerful person here would probably be slain by a single blow from Ning's sword. How could any of them dare to show the slightest bit of incivility towards him? Who is this Tao Lord Dark North? Nua was standing behind Lord Houwu. She stared into the skies, her heart filled with curiosity. No need to stand on ceremony. A wave of power surged out, pressing against Nua's arms and preventing her from bowing down. For the others to show Ning such respect was one thing, but Nua was different. Ning felt a sense of tremendous respect for Mother Nua. Perhaps he was now much stronger than her, but Patriarch Subhuti was his master. Mother Nua had shown great favor to Patriarch Subhuti in the past, and indeed had done great things for the entire three realms. How could he possibly allow Nua to bow towards him? This aura. Nua was secretly startled. In fact, all of the cultivators were shocked. For his aura alone to be so powerful meant that Tao Lord Dark North lived up to his reputation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 additional figures came flying out from the realm ship. The first was the chubby Flamewing, the second was the red-robed Hegemon Goodsong, and the third was Hegemon Azure Fiend. After flying out, they stood slightly behind the white-robed youth who bore the black sheath on his back. In addition, Ning was flanked by the simple, muscular protector Whitethaw and the dazzlingly beautiful Su Yuji. This white-robed youth had appeared with his entire entourage. His aura wasn't all that powerful, and his true soul was slowly fragmenting and dissipating. If he was an ordinary Tao Lord who had failed his Tao merge, these major powers wouldn't care about him at all. But he wasn't. This white-robed youth caused all of them to feel nervous and breathless due to the great difference in power between them. Lord Ho-Wu, sorry for the trouble. Ning stepped forward, landing on the ground and smiling. It was nothing more than conveying a message. It was my honor to be able to serve you, Tao Lord Dark North. Lord Ho-Wu chortled. A thought came to his mind, and he hurriedly turned to glance at the nearby Nuwa. Tao Lord Dark North, this is Nuwa. Ning's gaze turned towards Nuwa as well. In truth, he already knew for certain that she was the person he sought, as there was no way to fake the karma ties between them. When he saw her just now, he felt absolutely convinced, because he was very familiar with her appearance. He had spent his entire youth visualizing the Nuwa painting, which was a depiction of Nuwa. How could he not be familiar with her? The woman before him was the legendary Mother Nuwa of the Three Realms. Ning stared at Nuwa, and she stared at him as well, her heart filled with many questions. She had the vague feeling that there had to be some sort of connection between them, but she simply couldn't remember ever having met this Tao Lord Dark North before. Dark North greets you, Nuwa. Ning smiled. Nuwa was startled, for the legendary Tao Lord Dark North to speak so courteously to her had caught her off guard. Ning chuckled, and as he did, a voice suddenly rang out within Nuwa's mind. Pangu established heaven and earth, while Nuwa repaired the heavens. Nuwa instantly trembled. She stared with disbelief at the white-robed youth standing before her. He. Waves of emotion rippled through Nuwa's heart. She instantly understood that Tao Lord Dark North knew of her past. Either he came from the Three Realms or he knew of its history. In short, Tao Lord Dark North definitely knew where the Three Realms was located. Nuwa had been searching for many years to return to the Three Realms, but she still had no idea where it was located. Which realmverse was the Three Realms in? She had no idea. She spent a great deal of time searching, but the Blue Sky domain was simply too far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse. Even a trip via realm ship would take billions of years. Even Otherverse lords and other major powers would rarely drift to such a great distance. Such a journey would entail many dangers, after all, and they could easily get lost or even die. Unless there was an extremely compelling reason, few would venture to such a great distance. Haha. It seems as though this Nuwa before us must be the person you are searching for, Tao Lord Dark North. Lord Ho-Wu immediately laughed and said, to be able to meet at last after being separated by such a great distance is a joyful thing indeed. There's no need for us to speak here outside the city. Let's hurry on inside. I've already prepared a fairly humble banquet to welcome you, Tao Lord Dark North. I hope you'll show me a bit of face and sit down for a time. Ning nodded. Very well. Since he had found Nuwa, there was no need for him to rush into a conversation with her right in front of the gates. You? Nuwa stared at Ning, her heart filled with both excitement and confusion. We can chat at length later. You have many things to say to me, and I have much to say to you, Ning said. Disciple, let's invite Tao Lord Dark North into the city first. There'll be plenty of time to chat with him later. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow both behaved with great friendliness as well. Understood. Nuwa was able to make herself be patient. Led by Lord Ho-Wu and surrounded by many major powers, Ning entered Ho-Wu City and traveled to the Lord Governor's estate. The palace had already prepared a banquet for them, with the maids quickly assembling and making themselves up in order to welcome Tao Lord Dark North. Please come in, Tao Lord Dark North. Lord Ho-Wu immediately led Ning to the highest seat. Ning didn't decline, walking up and sitting down in the lotus position. He smiled. Gentlemen, please be seated. Nuwa, you can sit over here. Lord Ho-Wu spoke with great friendliness, arranging for Nuwa to in the first seat located directly to Ning's left. As for Lord Ho-Wu himself, he sat in the first seat to Ning's right. It must be remembered that multiple Otherverse lords were present. Lord Ho-Wu himself was an Otherverse lord. For him as the Lord Governor to be seated second only to Ning was one thing, but for Nuwa to be seated similarly? Some of the major powers present couldn't help but mumble to themselves. Lord Ho-Wu truly is going out of his way to curry favor with Tao Lord Dark North. These major powers were all treating Ning the same way they would treat an autarch. And in truth, many of them had never even met an autarch in all their lives. Ning was close to an autarch in terms of insight, and he had failed his Dao merge. It was guaranteed that his life would be a brief one, and so they wanted to seize this chance to befriend him. If they missed this chance, they would probably never get a second one. Some simple pointers from Ning would probably be more effective than countless chaos cycles of training on their own. Most of them had been trapped at the hegemon level for many years without making any improvements at all. My friends, you have all come here to welcome Dao Lord Darknorth. Lord Houwu's face was all smiles as he spoke. As a result, Houwu City has also been given a chance to host a truly rare banquet. To be able to meet with Dao Lord Darknorth is our good fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that he was searching for Nuwa, we would probably never have a chance like this. Let us first offer a toast to Dao Lord Darknorth in honor of the karma which brought us together. A toast to the Dao Lord. Instantly, all of the major powers lifted up their cups. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow were considered ordinary powers here. Only those who were at least at the hegemon level of power were seated, while the weaker ones weren't even permitted to take part. But of course, Dao Lord Darknorth's retainer Su Yuji was able to take part. She was even seated close to the front. Ning lifted up his own wine cup, downing the wine before replying with a smile. No need to be so courteous. Everyone, be more relaxed and casual. This is my first visit to the Blaze Sun domain, which is filled with countless dangers, many strange life forms, and source walkers of incredible power. It isn't easy for cultivators to stay alive here, and I've long heard that the one and only city which we cultivators have here is the city of Houwu. This place is a place where we cultivators can rest and be sheltered, and now that I'm here I can tell that it truly is extraordinary. It is nothing more than a resting stop, Lord Houwu said humbly. In the end, we're still the weaker party here. Everyone still acknowledges that the Blaze Sun ruler is still that source walker. The major powers all chatted in high spirits during this banquet, telling Dao Lord Darknorth of all the marvels they had encountered within the Blaze Sun domain. Ning was quite curious as well. Although he had heard of some of the Blaze Sun domain's secrets from Hegemon Goodsong and Realms Lord Windgrace, he still knew very little. As he listened to one secret after another, he began to gain a clear understanding of just how marvelous the Blaze Sun domain was. As the major powers continued to converse, they all gradually began to grow more familiar with each other as well. What? A Sith Exalt is trapped here? Ning said in shock. Just so. Lord Houwu laughed. The Blaze Sun domain does indeed have a Sith Exalt imprisoned within it. An autarch captured him during the Dawn War and sent him into the Blaze Sun domain, where he has suffered all sorts of torment ever since. Not just the Blaze Sun domain. 5 of the other 7 domains all have a Sith Exalt within them. Next to Lord Houwu was a silver-browed old man who held a fan in his hands, and he said with a smile, a total of 6 Sith Exalts have been trapped in the 8 domains. All of them were captured during the war and have been tormented ever since. Oh! Ning truly was surprised by this. He had heard long ago from Emperor Waveshift that there were Sith Exalts trapped somewhere, but he never would have imagined that 6 of the 8 domains each had a Sith Exalt imprisoned within them. Do you know why the autarchs captured them instead of killing them? Ning asked, puzzled. No idea. The autarchs must have their own plans. However, the Sith Exalts truly are being constantly tortured. They suffer a fate worse than death and constantly let out miserable bellows. The major powers reported. Ning nodded slowly when he heard this. Dao Lord, if you wish to pay a visit, when you are free I'll lead you there myself, Hegemon Goodsong said. Although I've never visited myself, I know where it is. Very well. Ning did indeed wish to pay a visit. He had the feeling that there had to be a profound reason behind the autarchs imprisoning the Sith Exalts here. In fact, why didn't the autarchs imprison them within their own estates rather than in the 8 domains? Perhaps I'll know once I visit them, Ning mused. The other major powers weren't able to see through the secrets behind the Sith Exalts, but Ning was at a much higher level of insight than them. Perhaps he would be able to see through to the truth that they could not. Ning glanced at the nearby Nuwa. This entire time, Nuwa didn't seem to really care for the food she was eating. This entire time, she was trying to guess just who Ning was. Ning laughed, then said in a loud voice, "I think we should call it a day." Lord Hou was caught off guard. He hurriedly rose to his feet and said, "Tao Lord, there's one thing I would like to ask of you." "Pray tell, Lord Governor," Ning said. "I've heard long ago that your Tao of the sword is unfathomably profound and abstruse." "Tao Lord," Lord Hou said. "I, Hou, am focused on cultivation. I go out adventuring and brave many dangers, all for the sake of finding new insights. I wasn't able to become much more powerful, but I did find this city. To me, however, what I truly desire is to be able to walk farther along the path of the Tao. I've always wished to become apprentice to an autarch, but never had the chance. Now that you are before me, Tao Lord, how could I give up a chance like this?" As Lord Hou spoke, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed towards Ning, then said respectfully, "Hou is willing to follow you, Tao Lord, and obey your orders. I only beg that you are willing to transmit the Tao unto me and let me see a vaster, more profound Tao." "Transmit the Tao?" Everyone in the hall fell silent. All of the major powers turned to stare at Lord Hou in a rather unhappy manner. If Lord Hou had merely asked for Ning to provide him with some guidance, that would be fine. It was a bit much for him to curry favor with Ning in order to gain from it, but Ning would have been all right with that. The problem was, Lord Hou had actually requested that Ning transmit the Tao to him. What did transmit the Tao mean? It meant for Ning to actually transmit his full Tao to Lord Hou in its entirety. Divine Sovereign Goldsun had given Ning a Golden Emperor body, and even then Ning had only given him 3 days of guidance without actually transmitting his Eternal Omega Sword Tao to him. This was the only Eternal Omega Tao which had ever existed in the entire Chaosverse. Its value was truly incalculable. Taoist Bluestone had paid an enormous price just to view the Daelord level Omega Sword Tao, and now, Ning had upgraded it to become an Eternal Omega Sword Tao. How was it that Lord Hou even dared to make a request like this? Ning sat there on his seat, staring down at the kowtowing Lord Hou. His gaze grew cold. "And why the hell should I transmit my Tao to you? And why the hell should I transmit my Tao to you?" Ji Ning's icy voice continued to echo within the silent hall. The atmosphere within the entire hall seemed to have frozen over. The other major powers were secretly speechless at how rash Lord Hou was behaving. Although Tao Lord Darknorth was supposedly an amiable person, he was still a figure of terrifying power who could wipe them out with ease. How could someone behave so impetuously before a person like him? None of the major powers here would dare to do such a thing. Only someone who was as crazy as Lord Hou would. Lord Hou continued to kneel there on the ground, his heart shaking. He was rather afraid as well. He was afraid that Tao Lord Darknorth would kill him, but he still chose to take this action. By his very nature, he was a risk-taker. That was why he had established a city for cultivators within the Blaze Sun domain. The entire Blaze Sun domain only had a single city in it. Logically speaking, someone who had acquired a Sith warfort would put it within his own citadel or realmverse. That was normal and made sense. Lord Hou, however, had insisted on putting it within the Blaze Sun domain instead. This was a testament to his personality and the type of person he was. He dared to do the things which others did not. As Lord Hou saw it, even if he failed in his request, the warm way in which he had welcomed Tao Lord Darknorth should at least ensure that he wouldn't be killed out of hand. Lord Hou knelt there, suppressing his terror as he spoke. "Tao Lord, I haven't been able to improve in the Tao despite the passage of countless years. I simply cannot accept this. Now that you have appeared, I finally see hope. I am willing to give up everything for this opportunity." Give up everything? Ning's face had been icy cold, but now a hint of a smile played across the corner of his lips. The kneeling Lord Hou, however, was unable to see it. "Very well. Give me your city and all of your treasures, including your universe treasures. Only then would I accept you. And even then, I'll only teach you whenever I'm in the mood. Do you accept?" Lord Hou was stunned. He was to give up everything? He had risked his life countless times to acquire his treasures, to have the foundation and fortitude needed to establish a city here in the Blaze Sun domain. Without his Sith treasures, he would merely be an ordinary figure amongst the other major powers. Lord Howu's body felt limp and weak. Was he really able to give up all of these things? He was not. Even if he did acquire the eternal Omega Sword Dao, he wouldn't necessarily be able to improve all that much. He would, however, lose all of his Sith treasures. He simply couldn't accept this. Clearly, you aren't able to give up everything. Ning calmly rose to his feet, then began to walk towards a side room. There's no need for any of you to follow. As he spoke, he nodded towards Nuwa, who immediately moved to enter the side room with him. Only after Ning left did sound return to the hall. Phew! Brother Howu, you truly are bold. I'd never dare to act as you just did. Some other major powers walked over, while Lord Howu rose to his feet. You dummy! The only person in the hall who was still eating was the Flame Wing God, and it raised his head to glance at Lord Howu. Dummy? Lord Howu looked back at Flame Wing. I know exactly what type of person my master is. There's no way he'd take advantage over one of his students like that. If you really said that you were willing to offer everything to master and obey him in all things, I can guarantee that there's no way he'd actually take your crappy treasures. Flame Wing snickered as it shook its head. A pity. You missed your chance, and you won't get another one. Ah! A look of regret and sorrow appeared on Lord Howu's face. Alas, he wasn't really familiar with the type of person Lord Darknorth was, and he truly wasn't able to give up all of those treasures. Most importantly of all, when Ning spoke, he had infused his voice with a sort of natural illusion which ensured that Lord Howu would be completely focused on this choice. If he truly was determined in pursuing the Tao at any cost, Ning probably would have nodded and accepted him. However, he had failed the test. This was proof that his Tao heart was insufficiently resilient. Within the side hall, only two people were here. The first was Ning while the second was Nuwa. Sit. We can speak at length now. Ning felt rather emotional as he stared at the woman before him. Nuwa. She was a legend to the Three Realms. But of course, Ning himself was now a legend of the Three Realms as well. Back when he was very young and weak, his first step on the path of cultivation had been him visualizing the Nuwa diagram. Now, the two most dazzling cultivators of the Three Realms had come together in the Blaze Sun domain, a place which was incomparably distant from the Three Realms. Destiny truly was a marvelous, unfathomable thing. Lord Darknorth, can you tell me where the Three Realms is located? Nuwa asked the question which she wanted to ask above all others. Cultivators were blessed with long lives, but spending all that time without even knowing where home was located was a source of pain and torment. If she had been born a chaos primordial, a creature who was born into solitude and lonely wanderings, that would have been one thing. But she had been born into the Pangu chaos world and then lived in the Three Realms. She had fought for that place, and that was where all of her friends were. The Three Realms is located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said. So it really is there. Nuwa nodded. When I heard that you came from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Lord Darknorth, and that you were searching for me, I immediately began to suspect that the Three Realms might be located there. However, the Flame Dragon Realmverse is extremely far away from the Blaze Sun domain. When I left the Three Realms, I encountered a spatial tempest within that dimensional corridor and ended up being lost. I appeared here within the Blaze Sun domain. I never would have dared to imagine that I had drifted so far from home. Ning was rather surprised. Really? So you really did lose your way within the dimensional passageway and end up arriving in the Blaze Sun domain. It took billions of years when traveling by realm ship to cross such a great distance. How could she have ended up in such a distant place just because she was lost? This was crazy. Yes. Nuwa nodded. Back then, I was merely a world-level cultivator. How could I, all by myself, have traveled from the Three Realms to the Blaze Sun domain? The Blaze Sun domain. Ning was intrigued. Actually, on this journey to the Blaze Sun domain, I had the vague feeling that this place is truly quite extraordinary. Now that you tell me that you came here from the Three Realms after being lost in space, The secrets within the Blazsun domain are most likely even greater than I suspected. Secrets? Nuwa was curious. If I can discover them, I'll let you know. Ning laughed. I failed my downmerge after all. That means I'm going to die. There's no need for me to hold anything back from you. Ning had already decided that Nuwa would be the one to protect the three realms on his behalf. Tao Lord Darknorth. Can you tell me who you are, exactly? Nuwa couldn't help but ask. Why is it that you know of me? Haha. Ning laughed. My master is Patriarch Subhuti of the Tri-Star Crescent abode of Mount Innerheart. Subhuti? Nuwa was stunned. Why, you are Subhuti's disciple? Yes. Ning nodded. I never would have imagined that you... Nuwa had a complex look on her face. She remembered those years, those battles she had experienced alongside those lifelong friends. Back then, none of them had any guidance from the outside world at all. They had to blindly find their own paths for cultivation. Pangu had perished after establishing heaven and earth, and so Nuwa had become the leader of the group. Subhuti, Three Purities, Tathagata, Swearin. Are they doing well? Nuwa asked. Ning blinked, then shook his head. My master Subhuti is still alive, but Taoist Three Purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Swearin, Shenong, Fushi, as well as many of the other immortals and fiendgods of the three realms have perished, as have Keeper Everwood and Mother Devilhand of the Seamless Gate. What? Nuwa was stunned. She had been born from the primordial chaos itself. To her, those ancient fiendgods were her family, her kith and kin who she had fought alongside. How was it that they had all died? There were two instigators behind their deaths. The first was Patriarch Demonheart, Ning said, while the other was Old Man Yuan. Ning immediately narrated the tale of what had happened during that era. Nuwa was surprised to hear that the number one sword immortal of the three realms, Dao Father Fuju, had actually been World God Northrest. She was enraged to hear of what the Seamless Gate did. She felt regret that she hadn't slain Patriarch Demonheart, while she felt pain over Hoi's death. Most of all, she felt incredible sorrow when she heard of how many of her old friends in the three realms had chosen to perish via self-detonation in an attempt to take out Old Man Yuan. Tears began to fill her eyes. Alas! Nuwa let out a gentle sigh. That battle truly was a calamitous one, Ning said softly. I simply hadn't been training long enough back then. In truth, I've always been hoping to be able to revive them all in the future as well. But when they self-detonated, their souls and true souls were shattered. To bring them back to life is far, far too difficult. Ning didn't go into detail as to why. If even a celestial immortal like Yue was very difficult to revive, Three Purities and the others would be nearly impossible to bring back. All of them had been incredible figures who had been blessed with the essence of autarch awakeners' god gems. How incredibly hard would it be to revive them? In the end, I failed my downmerge. I failed by just a thread. Ning shook his head. Ever since I failed the downmerge, I've been wanting to find news of you. I could sense that you were still alive. I'm going to die, and the one thing I cannot help but worry about is the three realms. I wish to find a protector for the three realms, but I just cannot trust anyone else with it. But if you, Nuwa, were present, I wouldn't feel nearly as worried as I do currently. As Ning spoke, he waved his hand. A series of treasures appeared before them, with the most important one being a jade slip. This jade slip emanated a terrifying aura of power even though it simply levitated there in the air, and its aura was so strong that Nuwa could barely breathe. A total of 4 treasures were hovering in front Ji Ning. The first was a silver throne, the second was a set of beautiful silver robes, the third was a blood-colored diamond, while the fourth was a jade slip. The first 3 were the Sith weapons which the Lonely King had often used. These 3 Sith weapons I acquired after I slew the Lonely King of the Ice Peak Army, Ning said with a laugh. The silver robes are protective in nature, while the blood-colored gemstone can instantly unleash attacks of incredible power, which are so fast that even Otherverse lords might perish if caught off guard. In fact, there truly have been Otherverse lords who have perished to the Lonely King as a result of this gemstone. The silver throne, however, is the most important treasure. It allows one to warp through space, create multiple illusory clones, and even launch attacks. At full power, its attacks can destroy an entire otherverse. Nuwa was shocked upon hearing this. These three treasures truly were extraordinary. If all three were used together, even most otherverse lords would feel a sense of fear. The Lonely King had relied upon them more than anything else. Starting today, these three Sith treasures shall belong to you. Ning looked at Nuwa. I can't accept this, Nuwa rejected instinctively. Although they had adventured to a Sith armory and she had acquired a treasure, any of the treasures which the Lonely King had used to dominate the Chaosverse was vastly superior to hers. Don't decline. I've failed the Tao merge and won't use energy without a good reason, Ning said. And a casual blow from me would be more powerful than these treasures by far. In the three realms, my master Subhuti and the others are incapable of using these treasures. The only person in the three realms who can use them is you, Nuwa. With these treasures, you'll be strong enough to protect the three realms. Accept them. Nuwa wasn't the wishy-washy type. She immediately nodded. Very well. I'll accept them. The three realms is my home. Of course I'll protect it. Ning smiled. As for this slip, it contains my eternal Omega Sword Tao. I've recorded it all here, and no one has ever viewed it before. Ning chuckled. Take a look and see if it can give you a few new ideas. Eternal Omega Sword Tao? Nuwa stared at the levitating jade slip. Its aura continued to cause her to feel a sense of shock. She knew that compared to the first three treasures, the jade slip was the most valuable treasure of them all. Thank you. Nuwa didn't decline, nor could she decline. She reached out to gently touch the jade slip, then instantly sent out her god sense. A flood of information entered her mind. The first thing Nuwa did was to swear a lifeblood oath that she could only allow members of the three realms to study the eternal Omega Sword Tao. But of course, if she herself was able to glean certain insights from the eternal Omega Sword Tao, she wouldn't be limited in her ability to transmit them to others. This Sword Tao. Nuwa was stunned when she sensed how vast and overwhelmingly powerful the eternal Omega Sword Tao was. Accept the jade slip. You can view it and ruminate on it as you please, Ning said. The eternal Omega Sword Tao was simply far too profound. Not even a direct transmission into one's mind could allow one to brute force memorize it all. If you read through it quickly, you'd soon begin to forget it all. Your memories would grow blurry. Because this was something which vastly surpassed your ability to understand it. You had to have the jade slip by your side and constantly meditate on it and study it. As a result, the jade slip itself was incredibly important. This was why Ning had requested that Nuwa only allow the members of the three realms to be trained in it. All right, Nuwa accepted the jade slip, then sat down in the lotus position and began to meditate on it. She was completely consumed by it, completely intoxicated by this truly grand Tao. As for Ning, he sat down next to her as well. Dark North, this sword art seemed to have its own spirit. Why is it that it is so marvelous and agile? Nuwa raised her head and asked, her fingers demonstrating as she spoke. Ning began to demonstrate his sword arts while answering each of her questions. Ning held nothing back from Nuwa at all, because once he died and his Tao vanished, Nuwa would become the most powerful expert of the three realms. Ning had been able to vaguely scry parts of the future. He was able to see that Nuwa would indeed continue to safeguard the three realms and that she was definitely worthy of his trust. But of course, there were many other images that had appeared as he scried the future. In the end, the future was in a state of flux. Since it had yet to actually happen, all things were technically possible. In the blink of an eye, Ning had spent more than half a year guiding Nuwa as she trained. Nuwa was completely absorbed with training in the eternal Omega Sword Tao, and for Ning to personally instruct her and resolve her questions was a truly rare opportunity. Ning wouldn't even be this detailed when teaching his own students. As for Lord Howu or Patriarch Treewind, none of them dared to disturb the two. Rumble. A terrifying wave of power suddenly spread out into the city from afar. Ning frowned and rose to his feet. He walked over to the entrance to take a look towards the distant horizons. He could sense that a vague, malevolent aura was surging towards them from afar. What's going on? Nuwa rose to her feet and walked over to the entrance as well. Something feels wrong. I can sense that a force is drawing near, Ning said. And it is quite strong. Let's go take a look. Ning and Nuwa flew out side by side. In truth, figures were flying out from residences throughout Hou City. These hegemons, emperors, and samsara Dao lords could all sense the increasingly powerful ripples generated by the encroaching power. Master, Flamewing, Su Yuji, White Thaw, Azure Fiend, and Hegemon Goodsong all immediately flew towards Ning. Dao Lord. Lord Hou flew out as well, behaving as warmly as before. Lord Governor. Ning asked. What's going on? Lord Hou hesitated slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the horizons. This was something who had 4 hooved legs but the upper body of a human. This strange creature was as crimson as blood, and it galloped through the skies. These creatures were wielding all sorts of weapons, including great axes or heavy warhammers. They all radiated auras of tremendous power. Crimson blood fiends? Lord Hou growled. Over 100 crimson blood fiends have appeared at the same time. Rumble. The 100+ crimson blood fiends galloped towards them. Moments later, towering 8-armed giants whose bodies were as white as snow suddenly began to appear as well. The many 8-armed giants each had just a single eye, and they let out furious roars as their awesome auras spread out as well. These were all unique lifeforms. But what truly surprised Ning was that all the members of these 2 races had reached the hegemon level. These are incredibly powerful races, and for the 2 to appear at the same time, Ning was surprised. Lord Hou, does this happen often here? No, we rarely see such powerful beings. Lord Hou was puzzled as well. Suddenly, the 2 races of creatures split apart into 2 sides, revealing 3 figures in their midst. To the left was a towering crimson blood fiend, whose entire body was covered with golden armor. The fiend wielded a double-edged battle-axe which was covered with runes and emanated a shocking aura of power. Clearly, this was a very unique Sith weapon. To the right was an 8-armed giant who was holding a set of fiery chains. Most of the fiery chains were wrapped around him, and his aura was just as terrifying as the fiend's. Finally, there was a red-robed maiden in the center. The faces of quite a few cultivators turned gray when they saw these 3 appear. Them? Lord Hou's face tightened as well. Where did they come from? Ning frowned as well. Although he didn't know who these 3 people were, he could roughly estimate how strong they were. The 3 leaders too were unique lifeforms, while the other was a sourcewalker. All 3 of them were extremely strong, significantly stronger than most Otherverse lords. The red-robed maiden stepped forward to stand in front of her allies. She said, "All cultivators of Hou City, hear my commands." Her voice was ice-cold and it shook every part of the region. "I have come on orders from the ruler of the Blaze Sun domain. I have come to Hou City to capture 5 cultivators." The red-robed maiden waved her hand as she spoke, causing a scroll to instantly unfurl and reveal a total of 5 images. These were images of Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, and the other 2. In the images, Patriarch Treewind and the others were advancing carefully. Same rules as always. The red-robed maiden actually glanced at Patriarch Treewind, then at Nuwa who stood behind Ning. "Hand the 5 of them over and we won't harm anyone else. If you dare to refuse, then that means Hou City shall enter yet another war against us." A total of more than 200 hegemonic creatures were hovering in the air behind the 3 leaders. The pressure they brought upon the cultivators was quite enormous, and they were backed by the even more powerful Blaze Sun ruler. This was a threat which another type of civilization was levying against the cultivators, and here in the 8 domains the cultivator civilizations were clearly the weaker party. "Walker Scarlet Bind," Lord Hou called out loudly. "Can you tell us how they have offended the Blaze Sun ruler?" The Blaze Sun ruler was one of the most supreme of Sourcewalkers, comparable to Sith Exalts in power. So long as an autarch didn't intervene, these creatures were invincible. These 5 thieves actually dared to barge into one of the ruler's hidden residences. They caused an enormous amount of damage and wiped the place clean. They even destroyed one of the ruler's favorite treasures, the Jade Heart Lamp. The ruler was infuriated by this, and so he sent the order to capture them and bring them back. They are to be tortured to death. Otherwise, there's no way he can give vent to his rage. The red-robed maiden said angrily. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Nuwa, and the others all turned pale. A fine disciple you have, Treewind. Imperator Jade Rainbow instantly sent a frantic mental message. Sith armory? It was actually one of the Blaze Sun ruler's hidden estates. We're in serious trouble now. What's the use of saying all of this now? When we broke through layers of formations and penetrated to the very depths of the estate, we already suspected that this was actually a place which belonged to the Blaze Sun ruler, right? You still chose to take the Sith treasures away with you. The entire reason we chose to hide within Hou City was because we wanted to see what would happen next, Patriarch Treewind said angrily. Damn it! Imperator Jade Rainbow was extremely nervous. He glanced at the white-robed youth standing next to Lord Hou, then sent mentally, Old Man Treewind, do you think Lord Darknorth would be willing to help us out? And, do you think he can beat the Blaze Sun ruler? Hard to say, Patriarch Treewind sent back. If he was in perfect shape with unfettered access to his divine power and immortal key, given how he was able to slay the Lonely King with just one strike, he definitely wouldn't need to fear the Blaze Sun ruler. Even if he wasn't able to win, Lord Darknorth would definitely be able to defend against him. The problem is that he has failed his downmerge, which means he can't battle for too long. It'll probably be very hard for him to fight against the Blaze Sun ruler, who is in perfect shape. Ugh! Imperator Jade Rainbow said nervously. I hope Lord Darknorth cares about Nuwa to defend her. Ning frowned. Of course he had to protect Nuwa. He'd protect her even at the cost of his own life. Flame Wing, release a bit of your aura. Ning sent. Need me to attack? Flame Wing asked rather eagerly. Don't be impatient, Ning instructed. Fine. Flame Wing immediately flew into the air while returning to his true form. The enormous, flame-bathed body of the Flame Wing god appeared in the skies, emanating an aura of inexhaustible power. As a chaos primordial, its energy stores were virtually limitless, and its body was all but indestructible. Even Sith Exalts had to attack in numbers. A single one wouldn't be able to do anything to it. A chaos primordial! The mighty experts serving the Blaze Sun ruler were all shocked, while the three leaders felt a sense of trepidation. Chaos primordial, why are you standing with cultivators? The Crimson Blood Fiend leader roared angrily. We've come on orders from the Blaze Sun ruler. Are you going to make an enemy out of him? The eight-armed chain-bearing giant roared angrily as well. You two idiots! The red-robed maiden muttered. Who the hell is the Blazeson whatever? I don't know him. Flame Wing bellowed back. The red-robed maiden secretly felt helpless. All chaos primordials had the intelligence of children, and they were born completely fearless. Nothing and no one could control them. Yes, the Blaze Sun ruler might have the power of a Sith Exalt and was indeed stronger than Flame Wing. So what if he was? He still wouldn't be able to capture Flame Wing, much less kill it. There was nothing the Blaze Sun ruler could do to this troublemaker. Chaos primordial, why must you interfere? This is an affair between us and these cultivators, the red-robed maiden said. What's with all the questions? Flame Wing bellowed. Ning said, It is true that the five of them offended the ruler by trespassing on his estate, but they weren't aware that it belonged to him. They thought that it was a relic site of some sort. Although they are in the wrong, capital punishment would not be fitting. I'll have them return all the treasures they took to the Blaze Sun ruler and have this matter be brought to the end. Is that acceptable? Is that a puny little Lord speaking? The red-robed maiden glanced downwards with a smirk. And one who failed the downmerge at that. You actually dare to speak. He's my master, Flame Wing bellowed, turning to look at Ning. Master, let me eat them. Don't be impatient. Ning continued. A minor matter like this isn't worth starting a war with us over. Humph. A Lord was actually able to tame a chaos primordial? This chaos primordial truly is a fool. The red-robed maiden chuckled. As for this being a minor matter, the Jade Heart lamp was something which the ruler loved dearly. If all they had done was steal a few treasures, this matter would be at an end after they returned them. But they caused a large amount of wanton destruction and even wrecked the lamp. No one can save them now. Lord Hou, don't hide in the back. Speak. Are you going to hand them over or not? If not, we're going to attack. But... Lord Hou turned frantically towards Ning. Based on how he normally handled things, he would lower his head and endure the threats while trying to come up with a way to let Patriarch Treewind and the others flee. As for whether or not Patriarch Treewind would perish during their flight, that was up to luck. Make your choice, the red-robed maiden barked coldly, while the two leaders by her side emanated auras of murderous malice. Seeing this, Ning frowned. He immediately instructed, Flame Wing, attack with all your power. Ha 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 ha. Flame Wing had been waiting for just this order. Delighted, it immediately charged forwards while belching out that dark red fire from its mouth. The flames covered the entire region, spread out in every direction. The Crimson Blood Fiends and the Eight-Armed Giants were all instantly swept up within the flames. Although it felt rather painful, they were still in fine shape. These special beings were born with more powerful bodies than cultivators, after all. More importantly, they had always lived within the Blaze Sun domain and thus were born with a fondness and affinity to fire. As a result, fire wasn't all that harmful to them. Their bodies were extremely sturdy, but they would still die if the fire made its way inside of them. But of course, there was no way they would allow the flames to enter their bodies. Stop that chaos primordial, the red-robed maiden commanded. All right. Leave it to us. The Crimson Blood Fiend leader and the Eight-Armed Giant leader both charged forwards, but they were clearly quite a bit slower and wouldn't be able to catch up to Flame Wing. Slash! Slash! Two of the Eight-Armed Giants were torn into tiny pieces in the blink of an eye, the pieces then burnt to ashes by the flames. Damn it! The two leaders were stunned and enraged. It is quite fast, much faster than the last Chaos Primordial I saw. The red-robed maiden frowned slightly as a semi-translucent dirt-colored gemstone appeared in her palm. She waved her hand, causing a series of black tentacles to appear out of nowhere and reach out towards Flame Wing. These black tentacles were incredibly tough and took no damage from the flames which Flame Wing belched out. A total of 8 tentacles were created, and they came from all directions, making it impossible for Flame Wing to avoid them. Riot! Flame Wing used its sharp claws to tear them apart by force while also biting at them. One tentacle after another was severed, but they continued to tighten around them. Flame Wing had so much brute force that it was still able to split the tentacles apart, but they would then regrow to coil around it once more. This caused Flame Wing's speed to drop drastically. Damn Source Walker! The enraged Flame Wing moved to pounce towards the red-robed maiden. Stop it in its tracks, the red-robed maiden instructed. Boom! The Crimson Blood Fiend leader struck out with its giant double-bladed battle-axe towards Flame Wing, while the Eight-Armed Giant sent its chains flying out and lashing towards Flame Wing like a whip. Boom! Bang! The Crimson Blood Fiend leader and the Eight-Armed Giant leader continuously attacked Flame Wing, while the red-robed maiden continued to use her tentacles to bind and slow Flame Wing down. For a time, Flame Wing found itself surrounded and unable to break free. Good song, go and help Flame Wing out, Ning instructed. Got it. Hegemin Goodsong was filled with the desire for battle, and he transformed into a streak of golden light that flew straight towards the four. However, halfway there he was slapped back by a black tentacle. That single black tentacle was enough to completely tie him down for a time. Hegemin Goodsong was just barely able to break it apart, but it then quickly regrew. Clearly, he was still quite a bit weaker than the Sourcewalker was. Ning frowned when he saw this. The two armies of strange creatures had yet to attack. If all of the cultivators of Hou City all took part in this fight, they would naturally be able to defend against this attack. However, their foe still held the upper hand in the Blaze Sun domain. If the Blaze Sun ruler gave the order, even more Sourcewalkers and strange creatures would appear. Dark North, Nuwa sent mentally. Perhaps we should back down and pretend to negotiate with them, then immediately flee. Given our fleeing abilities and your assistance, we should be able to escape. This is the Blaze Sun domain. The Blaze Sun ruler's influence is too great. Ning sent back. Even if you are able to temporarily flee, you'll probably be caught soon. Resolving this matter here is the best solution. Right at this moment, the red-robed maiden glanced downwards and shouted, "Did you think you'd be able to resist us just because you have a chaos primordial? The Blaze Sun ruler has always been courteous to you cultivators. But do you really think that he is someone to be trifled with? You wrecked his estate and destroyed his beloved lamp. The 5 of them have to die. Obey my orders and attack. Attack! Attack!" The Crimson Blood Fiends and the 8-armed giants simultaneously let out earth-shaking bellows, then began to swoop down from the skies. An aura of endless might enveloped the entire city of Houwu. When the cultivators inside Houwu City saw that swarm of creatures swooping down towards them, they couldn't help but start to panic slightly. In truth, they were unwilling to fight with these creatures to the death. According to the customary rule, everyone would just help out a bit to give the person who caused the problem a chance to flee. That was as far as everyone was willing to go. The problem was, this time the one standing behind Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa was Dowlord Darknorth. Thus, they hesitated. "All of you, enter the city." Lord Houwu immediately barked mentally, then turned to look at Ning desperately. "Dowlord Darknorth, what should?" If it wasn't for Ning, Lord Houwu would have followed the usual rule. There was no way he would be hesitating for this long. Ning raised his head to stare upwards at the throng of creatures swooping down towards them. Suddenly, the ordinary aura surrounding Ning began to dramatically skyrocket in power. Boom! 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 The skies above the city of Houwu began to shake as countless streams of swordlight appeared out of nowhere. Many millions of swords manifested with Ning at the center, and all of them hung up high. In a single instant, the entire region had transformed into a world of swords. The creatures which had been furiously swooping down towards Houwu City came to a sudden, startled pause. The Crimson Blood Fiends and 8-armed giants stared at the swordlight in terror, not daring to move at all. They could sense how sharp the swordlight was, and in fact some of them were nicked by the swordlight, causing wounds to appear on their bodies. They all understood that the omnipresent swordlight was able to annihilate them all with ease. This is the Crimson Blood Fiend leader, the 8-armed giant leader, and the red-robed maiden were all stunned as they stared at the countless streams of swordlight in the world around them. This was a world of the sword. Some of the swordlight seemed lively and joyful. Some seemed moody and ghostly. Some were filled with malevolence. Others were ephemeral and drifting. The countless streams of swordlight combined to form a perfect world of the sword. Commander! Clan leader! The Crimson Blood Fiends and the 8-armed giants all turned to stare at their leaders. They were filled with terror that sprang from within their very bones. The red-robed maiden swallowed, hard. Her face was rather ashen, and she stared with a degree of fear at the white-robed youth who continued to stand there calmly. He's too terrifying. He hasn't even attacked. All he's done is unleashed his domain, and it's already terrifying. This domain, most likely, there's no way hegemons can survive it at all. They'd be wiped out instantly. This was indeed Ning's Sword Dao domain. Or, to put it another way, this was a domain formed by the prime essences of the Tao of the sword. Anyone who wasn't powerful enough would be slaughtered with ease by this domain. Ning didn't wish to intensify the problems between him and the Blaze Sun ruler. Otherwise, the terrified creatures would have all been wiped out long ago, save for perhaps those 3 leaders. It wouldn't have cost him a single scrap of his own power. This scene stunned all of the cultivators within Houwu City. So this is the power of the eternal Omega Sword Dao? They stared at the omnipresent streaks of sword light in the skies. They could sense how terrifyingly powerful the sword light was. Dowlord Darknorth had reached such a terrifying level of power that he didn't even need to personally strike. His domain alone could effortlessly annihilate anyone below the Otherverse Lord level of power. Now this is the real Dowlord Darknorth, Patriarch Treewind said with a sigh. It seems we'll survive this, Imperator Jade Rainbow said. still filled with awe and fear. Lord Hou raised his head to stare at the skies, his gaze filled with envy. If Dao Lord was willing to transmit the Dao to me, Master. Dark North. Right now, there were two people who cared about Ning the most. The first was Su Yuji, while the second was Nuwa. The two of them truly cared about Ning's life. For him to merely release a Dao domain was one thing, but if he truly wished to kill the three leaders he would have to use his own energies, which was akin to Ning using up his own lifespan. Su Yuji's feelings towards Ning went without saying, and while Nuwa had only met Ning a short while ago, she already viewed him as one of her closest friends. Her homeland had produced such a dazzling genius, someone who, even after failing the Dao merge, cared enough to then seek her out to ensure that she would safeguard the three realms. Nuwa felt a sense of admiration towards Ning. She naturally didn't wish for Ning to use up any more of his life energy. This was doubly true because Ning was getting into this dispute for her sake. The 200-plus hegemonic reachers all stood in midair, terrified. None of them dared to move at all. SSS Senior, the double-bladed battle-axe-wielding Crimson Bloodfiend leader, was the most frightened of them all. Even his voice quavered when he spoke. Ning turned to sweep them with his gaze, and as he did, the three leaders felt a sense of terror rise in their hearts. This Dao domain had completely enveloped the surrounding area and suppressed everything here. Scram! Ning barked coldly, his voice echoing for countless kilometers around. The Crimson Bloodfiend leader lowered his head and gulped, so terrified that he immediately turned tail and fled. As for the other Crimson Bloodfiends under his command, they all followed him in fleeing. The ashen-faced, red-robed maiden took 2 steps back. She was hesitating. As a Sourcewalker, she was extremely intelligent and possessed tremendous skills of comprehension. She could naturally tell how terrifying this Dao Lord was. But the Blaze Sun ruler truly was extremely angry. She wanted to try and negotiate and see if a better resolution was possible. As for the 8-armed giant, he stared intently at Ning without backing down in the slightest. The red-robed maiden spoke out. I am Walker Scarletbind, and I serve the Blaze Sun ruler. Dare I ask who you are, Senior? Dark North, Ning said. Scarlet Bin greets you, Dao Lord Dark North. For the first time, the red-robed maiden bowed her head with great respect. She showed nothing but disdain when meeting with other cultivators. But as soon as she saw the sword light flooding the skies, she understood just how terrifying this cultivator Dao Lord was, and how worthy of respect he was. His skill in sword arts alone vastly surpassed the Blaze Sun ruler she served. Walker Scarlet Bind. Ning nodded. I imagine you understand what I am intending. I do not wish for a battle to arise between the Blaze Sun ruler and myself. A minor matter like this isn't worth it. I do understand, the red-robed maiden said respectfully. But this time the ruler is extremely angry. I'm afraid that he won't just let things rest. Scarlet Bind, why are you wasting time on him? You there, cultivator Dao Lord. The 8-armed giant let out an earth-shaking shout. What technique did you use to unleash this domain of swords? However, this thing isn't a threat to me at all. Your sword domain is harmless to me. I'll kill you with one lash of my chains. Let's see how long you can maintain your arrogance then. 8-armed hill, do not be rude, the red-robed maiden said frantically. Don't be fooled, Scarlet Bind. This cultivator Dao Lord is just putting up an false front of bravado. Cultivators love to lie, cheat, and steal, but all of them are very weak. He's just a Dao Lord. How strong can he be? The 8-armed giant leader forced down the fear he had felt earlier, transforming it into rage at the thought of having been deceived by Ning. Die! The 8-armed giant leader howled as he ran through the air towards Ning. You! The red-robed maiden hurriedly waved her hand, sending out one of the black tentacles and intending to use it to catch the 8-armed giant. However, the 8-armed giant's chains began to clatter and clack, smashing the black tentacles apart. The 8-armed giant howled loudly. Scarlet Bind, do you think I don't know all your little tricks? The 8-armed giant turned towards Ning once more. Die! His chains clanked with terrifying power that was nearly equivalent to the flame-wing gods as he struck out at Ning. The red-robed maiden felt both frantic and helpless. These creatures all had a far lower level of intelligence. Chaos primordials weren't so bad. They simply had childlike personalities. These creatures, however, had personalities as bizarre as their appearances. Some were sly, some were sinister, some were stupid, some were brutish. And as for this 8-armed giant, he was famous for his explosive temper. He easily went berserk. And now he had just gone berserk again. "Master, I'll go stop him." Flamewing moved to charge out. "Leave it to me," Ning commanded coldly. Flamewing stared wide-eyed at Ning, as did Nuwa and Su Yuji from behind. "Do not," Nuwa said hurriedly. "Flamewing won't be able to dispose of him. It'll keep causing trouble for us." Ning stared at the distant 8-armed giant, which had almost instantly charged towards him. A murderous look was in Ning's eyes which caused all the major powers present to hold their breaths. At his current level, Ning was invincible in all the Chaosverse against everyone save the autarchs. How could he not feel a degree of pride in himself? Whoosh! Ning stepped forward as well. All the cultivators in Hou City raised their heads to look, with Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa staring particularly intently. In this instant, time itself seemed to have froze. Ning stepped forward in a graceful and casual manner, and as he did so space itself seemed to have shrunk between him and the 8-armed giant. He instantly appeared in front of the giant, whose eyes had been filled with berserk savagery. But in the next instant, the look in the giant's eyes was replaced by a hint of shock. Swoosh! Ning struck out with his sword. All of the cultivators present were able to see with clarity how Ning drew a single black sword from the sheath on his back, and then as part of the same motion delivered a chopping blow downwards. The godlike sword carved through the air, leaving behind streaks of swordlight that looked like petals frozen in the air. The streaks of swordlight then all connected to each other into a beautiful arc, and it was as though the dazzling, snow-white swordlight had come alive. It was like a dazzling snow flower that had bloomed with breathtaking beauty, and the petals of that flower just so happened to pass through the 8-armed giant's body, leaving behind a single giant wound. Ji Ning's sword intent spread out through the power of karma, instantly annihilating every scrap of true soul the 8-armed giant possessed. The giant's life energy instantly vanished, but the dazzlingly beautiful snow flower of swordlight continued to hover there in the air. Clink! Ning once more returned his sword into the sheath on his back, and with that, time seemed to return back to normal once more. Ah! This! He twisted time? That scene. It's been forever burned into my memories. The cultivators of Hou City were all shocked. That sword strike had been so beautiful. In addition, they had been able to see everything with perfect clarity. The drawing of the sword, the chopping, the flower of swordlight, the resheathing. It had all been clearly visible. It must be remembered that it was extremely difficult to see the attacks of hegemons with clarity. And to be precise, it wasn't that they had really seen Ning's attacks clearly. Rather, Ning's sword arts had emblazoned themselves into their memories, making it impossible for them to forget any detail. Boom! The 8-armed giant fell down from the skies, landing on the ground below. It has a Sith treasure on it. Quite a few cultivators instantly grew excited. Everyone could tell that those chains were quite extraordinary, but none of them dared to go and take it. Ugh! A major power like him would never suffer insults lightly. The red-robed maiden couldn't help but sigh as she watched from afar. She had wanted to stop the giant, but failed. They are fine when calm, but when angered the end result shall be calamity. He had always been an idiot, but how could he be such an idiot in front of such a major power? It was much like how no one would dare to offend an autarch, or even an autarch's friends, family, and servants. There was no one who could endure the consequences of enraging an autarch. The red-robed maiden could see that Dowlord Darknorth was also someone who couldn't be offended by the likes of her. The 8-armed hill was simply too stupid. He deserved to die for offending you, Dowlord Darknorth, the red-robed maiden said hurriedly. As for those cultivators the ruler seeks to capture, Dowlord, what do you think? There's no way I can hand them over to you, Ning said. Go ahead and tell the Blaze Sun ruler that there's no way I'll hand them over. That's my bottom line. Anything else is negotiable, but if we cannot come to an agreement and he insists on killing them, then there's nothing I can say or do. Your ruler can come by himself or bring his army. I, Dark North, will be waiting for him. The red-robed woman's heart trembled. What a fierce thing to say. There really were very few cultivators who would dare to say something like this to the Blaze Sun ruler. I'll inform the ruler about this. I'll be leaving now then, the red-robed maiden said. As she spoke, she turned and immediately departed alongside the remaining creatures under her command. No one paid any attention to the 8-armed giant's corpse, nor did they dare to go pick up the Sith weapon he had left behind. Ning watched from afar as those creatures hurriedly departed into the horizons. Dark North? Nuwa said, a hint of apology in her eyes. Because of me you? Haha. I'm someone who failed the Dao-merge. Even if I'm extremely careful, I only have a few thousand chaos cycles left. A few less years won't make any difference, Ning said with a laugh. Then what of the Blaze Sun ruler? Nuwa was worried. Dao Lord, the Blaze Sun ruler is a truly supreme sourcewalker, the nearby Hegemon Goodsong said. Ning slowly nodded. The Blaze Sun ruler's power cannot be underestimated. If we can avoid battle, that would be the best solution. Everyone, make your preparations. This very day, we shall depart from Hou City. All right. We'll head out today. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow had come over as well, and they fully supported Ning's decision. Although they knew Dao Lord Dark North was incredibly powerful, they still felt a degree of fear towards the Blaze Sun ruler. It was better to avoid battle. That very day, Ning led Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and the others in departing from Hou City. Be careful on your journey, Dao Lord. Lord Hou watched from afar as the realm ship vanished from his domains. Lord Governor, you were far too rash. If you had merely asked Dao Lord Dark North for some pointers, he would have agreed to give you some guidance, the nearby silver-browed elder said. Forget it. That ship has already sailed. Just being able to witness that dazzling sword strike was all worth it, Lord Hou said. That sword strike, I will probably never be able to forget it. It was simply too incredible. That dazzling, snow-colored, flower-like sword had already surpassed the limits of sword arts. It truly was unsurpassably beautiful. The Blaze Sun domain was a truly mysterious place. It was filled with many Sith treasuries, sourcewalkers, chaos primordials, strange creatures, and multiple other verses. It was one of the most marvelous places of the Chaos Verse, one of the 8 domains. Swoosh! The red-robed woman and the crimson blood fiend leader flew through the void side by side, finally landing upon a long walkway of frozen ice. For a walkway of frozen ice to appear within the blazingly hot Blaze Sun domain was truly a marvelous thing. Thanks to its vast size, the Blaze Sun domain was a self-contained system unto itself that was extremely stable, and filled with places that had both mud and water. Ice, however, was still very rare, much less an entire walkway made out of ice. The frozen walkway was semi-translucent and stretched off for countless kilometers. It was lined with stone columns to each side, and each column had a ball of fire blazing on top. The red-robed maiden and the crimson blood fiend leader walked across the walkway of ice. After walking for a time, they saw an enormous altar that had been sculpted out of ice. It had many layers of frozen steps which led to a frozen throne at the very top. Atop the frozen throne sat a muscular man whose entire body was black. He was dressed in black armor, and his eyes were 2 blazing balls of fire. He rested his jaw on one hand as he stared downwards and said calmly, "The 8-armed hill's lifestone has shattered, which means it is dead. How did it die? I do not believe the Lord Governor of Hou City has the courage to launch a war against me. In addition, I've never humiliated or made things too difficult for their city. This time, they went too far in destroying something which I loved." The crimson blood fiend leader shivered, not saying a word. The red-robed maiden, however, bowed respectfully. "Ruler, we went on your orders to apprehend those 5 cultivators. As you said, The Lord Governor of Hou City would never dare to make an enemy out of you. But those 5 cultivators have a powerful backer. A backer? The muscular black figure stared downwards at them. Yes, the red-robed maiden said hurriedly. Their backer is named Tao Lord Darknorth. A Tao Lord. The muscular black figure was instantly astonished. In truth, neither the red-robed maiden or the Blaze Sun ruler had heard the name Tao Lord Darknorth before. Although the legend of Ning had spread quite far by now, it had only spread amongst the cultivators. No one would go out of their way to share news like this to Sourcewalkers or the other civilizations. In addition, the Sourcewalkers were located quite far away from each other. It was generally quite hard for them to send word to their fellows. Thus, there were very few Sourcewalkers who knew the legend of Tao Lord Darknorth. Are you joking with me? The Blaze Sun ruler said coldly. I wouldn't dare. We would never dare to lie to you, ruler, the Crimson Blood Fiend said hurriedly. It truly was a Tao Lord, an extremely powerful one. He didn't even use any techniques at all. He simply manifested countless streaks of sword light in the world, and every single streak of sword light was capable of slaying hegemons with ease. He was utterly terrifying. I was completely dazed when I saw this. What? He manifested countless streaks of sword light, each of which could slay hegemons. The Blaze Sun ruler rose to his feet in shock. Yes, the red-robed maiden said hurriedly. It should have been a domain formed by the Tao of the Sword, a terrifying one at that. The 8-armed hill, that fool, actually thought that Tao Lord Darknorth was just faking it and putting on a false front, insisting on charging towards Tao Lord Darknorth and attacking him. I couldn't even stop him. Tao Lord Darknorth used just a single blow of his sword to kill the 8-armed hill. In addition, Tao Lord Darknorth is a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. I can sense that his soul and true soul were slowly dissipating with every passing breath. The Blaze Sun ruler murmured softly, I've never even heard of such a terrifying sword Tao domain. Can it be a legendary eternal Omega Tao, one of the sword? Omega Taos were all legends. The Blaze Sun ruler knew of them, but he also knew that no one had ever succeeded in the Tao merge for an Omega Tao, and that no one had ever mastered an eternal Omega Tao. But when he heard of how Ning had created such a terrifying sword Tao domain, and that Ning was a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge, save for the eternal Omega Sword Tao, the Blaze Sun ruler couldn't think of any other possibility. Interesting. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes lit up, and the flames that served for his eyes suddenly glowed brighter. A Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge but mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao. I've never heard of such a thing. Finally, something interesting has appeared to break up the monotony of life. Scarlet Bind. The Blaze Sun ruler began to walk down from his altar of ice, his blazing eyes burning brightly. He ordered in his sonorous voice, Come, accompany to Hou City. I can't wait to meet this Tao Lord Darknorth. Yes, the red-robed woman immediately assented to the order. Sparring against those other 7 domain rulers is completely pointless. Tao Lord Darknorth is a cultivator who has mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao, the first in the entire Chaosverse. The Blaze Sun ruler was filled with eagerness and a desire to do battle. He stood at the very apex of power amongst Sourcewalkers. Each of the 8 domains had a domain ruler, and all of them were at the level of the Sith Exalts. There might be a few other supreme Sourcewalkers located in other incredibly distant parts of the vast Chaosverse, but there truly were very, very few of them. Just half a day later, the Blaze Sun ruler reached Hou City. Rumble, a black warship which was completely made out of deep fire blackstone, tore through space-time and appeared in the skies above Hou City. Ha! What is that? The hegemons, emperors, and other cultivators of Hou City all stared in shock at the enormous black warship which had just appeared in the distant skies. They felt a sense of pure terror from the oppressive aura generated by this vessel. This was a powerful warship which was similar to the stone elephant wall, and it was the most powerful Sith treasure which the Blaze Sun ruler possessed. This was far more powerful than a mere realm ship. That's the Blaze Sun ruler. Lord Hou and a few of the more experienced cultivators immediately recognized this ship, and they all flew into the skies. Whoosh! The surface of the giant warship rippled as a door appeared, followed by two figures flying out of it. The first was the red-robed maiden, Walker Scarletbind, who had been here just a short while ago. The other was undisputably the most terrifyingly powerful figure of the entire Blaze Sun domain, the Blaze Sun ruler. When Lord Hou saw the muscular black-colored figure appear, he immediately bowed respectfully. Respectful greetings, Blaze Sun ruler. Respectful greetings, Blaze Sun ruler. The cultivators felt shock and fear, but on the surface they showed nothing but respect. They knew that the Blaze Sun ruler was on a completely different level of power than them. When adventuring through the Chaosverse, they had occasionally battled against Sourcewalkers and other marvelous creatures, but none of them would dare to contend against the Blaze Sun ruler. He was simply far too powerful. Even dominating cultivators like the Lonely King or Lord Hou would have no choice but to bow their heads in his presence. The Blaze Sun ruler was comparable in power to that of the most supreme Siths. Even an autarch wouldn't be able to slay a Sith Exalt with just 2 or 3 full power attacks. But of course, given enough time they could still accomplish it. In the end, there was a degree of difference in power between the autarchs and the Exalts. Still, to all other cultivators, the Blaze Sun ruler was someone vastly beyond their level. This why the Blaze Sun ruler himself generally didn't deign to battle against cultivators. At most, he would only show his might against those foolish cultivators who had offended him. In this case, Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa had barged into his estate, completely wrecked it, looted it clean, and destroyed one of his beloved items. Of course he would be angry, and of course he had to make clear the weight of his displeasure. Tao Lord Dark North. Where is he? The Blaze Sun ruler stared downwards, his voice booming out to shake the entire city of Hou. As he spoke, he scanned the city and searched it. Although he was able to find a few Samsara Dao Lords, he wasn't able to find one who had failed the Dao merge. Domain ruler, Lord Hou said, bowing once more. Dao Lord Darknorth left Hou City after defeating Scarlet Bind. He left. The Blaze Sun ruler was startled. He shook his head and murmured, "Can it be that he's afraid of me? He's the only cultivator in the entire Chaosverse who has ever mastered an eternal Omega Dao, and he actually chose to flee instead of fighting? I truly am disappointed." None of the cultivators below him dared to say a thing. They were afraid of Dao Lord Darknorth, but they were also afraid of the Blaze Sun ruler. In fact, they were even more afraid of the Blaze Sun ruler, because there was a limit to how long Dao Lord Darknorth would be around for. Sooner or later, he would die and his Dao would vanish. The Blaze Sun ruler, in contrast, possessed an endless lifespan. Where did Dao Lord Darknorth go? The Blaze Sun ruler growled. None of us dared to ask, Lord Hou said hurriedly. Dao Lord Darknorth and the others left quite quickly. They could have gone anywhere. The Blaze Sun ruler laughed coldly. This is my Blaze Sun domain. They won't be able to escape it. Let's go, Scarlet Bind. The Blaze Sun ruler turned and walked back towards his black warship. Let's go find this Dao Lord Darknorth. Yes, domain ruler. The red-robed maiden immediately followed behind obediently. The giant black warship left with a rumble. All of the cultivators below finally let out sighs of relief. Even Lord Hou still felt a hint of lingering fear. Thankfully, the domain ruler didn't make us the object of his ire. If he did, we'd probably all have to run for our lives. Even though we have the Citadel protecting us, it's likely that only a few of us would make it, the silver-browed elder said. Dao Lord Darknorth on one side, the Blaze Sun ruler on the other. I cannot afford to offend either one. Moments later, a startled look appeared on Lord Hou's face. That's odd. Why is it that the Blaze Sun ruler only asked about Dao Lord Darknorth and didn't ask about Nuwa and the others? It was Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa who wrecked his estate. Logically speaking, his main target should be Patriarch Treewind and Nuwa. Right? Right? The silver-browed elder was puzzled as well. Can it be that he was able to foresee that Nuwa's group is traveling alongside Dao Lord Darknorth? But I've never heard anyone say that he is particularly accomplished in the Dao of Numerancy. That is odd. Lord Hou was similarly puzzled. What none of them realized was that by now, the Blaze Sun ruler no longer cared about Nuwa's team at all. His beloved item was nothing more than a trinket he was fond of. What the Blaze Sun ruler really wanted to do was to find Lord Dark North and have a good fight with him. The Blaze Sun ruler gave the order, fully mobilizing all of his forces to begin a search for Lord Dark North. More than 300,000 years after Ning and Nuwa had first met. Whoosh! A realm ship was flying through a sea of fiery clouds. Inside the realm ship was the white-robed Ning and a silver-robed Nuwa, who were having a conversation with each other. Nuwa was now dressed in longer silver robes, and a red diamond was affixed to the middle of her forehead. When the Lonely King had wielded these weapons, they had emanated icy and evil auras. But on Nuwa they looked noble and beautiful. The silver robes glowed with a holy aura that looked like moonlight, while the red diamond put Nuwa's alabaster white skin on full display. Nuwa and Ning spent much of their time discussing the Tao. Ning held nothing back, unstintingly sharing his own experiences in detail. This caused Patriarch Treewind and the others to feel a sense of tremendous jealousy. However, Ning occasionally provided them with a few pointers as well. But he naturally didn't put as much effort into it as he did into teaching Nuwa. Treewind, Jade Rainbow? Based on my calculations, we should be arriving soon. Yes? Ning suddenly asked. Tao Lord? Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow answered at the same time. After sharing a glance, Patriarch Treewind was the one to answer. We should arrive in just 3 more months. By then, you'll be able to see the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Ning smiled and nodded. The reason why Ning had been unwilling to meet the Blaze Sun ruler and spar against him was because the more he battled, the faster his true soul would dissipate. And yet, it would take nearly 500,000 years to use a realm ship to fly from Hou City to the outskirts of the Blaze Sun domain. Given how much time even this fastest path would take, it was entirely possible that the Blaze Sun ruler would be able to intercept them. Thus, Ning had chosen to take a roundabout path that would make it harder for the domain ruler to find them. And since they had already chosen to take a roundabout path, Ning decided to go ahead and pay a visit to the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Ning had never seen a Sith Exalt before and was quite curious about them. He also had the vague feeling that there had to be a secret hidden behind the fact that the 6 Sith Exalts had been imprisoned in 6 of the 8 domains at the very center of the Chaosverse. The realm ship continued to advance, occasionally encountering a few creatures who Hegemin Goodsong or Flamewing quickly dispatched. Another month went by in the blink of an eye as they drew closer and closer to the imprisoned Sith Exalt. Halt! Ning suddenly shouted. Hegemin Azure Fiend, who was responsible for controlling the realm ship, immediately halted the ship and brought it out of its spacetime warp. Everyone in the realm ship turned to stare at Ning. Master, what is it? Flamewing was rather puzzled. These ripples... Ning closed his eyes, sensing as those faint ripples washed over him. These ripples were constantly changing and transforming, but on the surface they seemed quite ordinary. Given how much fire elemental energy the Blaze Sun domain held, for there to be a few energy ripples was quite normal. These ripples in this area, they've actually scattered apart into a total of over 300 million ripples, but they should all come from the same source. Ning murmured softly, vast, ancient, and powerful. The nearby Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, Azure Fiend, Goodsong, and other hegemonic figures were all puzzled. They could hear what Ning was murmuring, but they didn't sense anything at all. Listen to my commands. Ji Ning opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He used his left hand to point towards a certain direction. Advance towards that direction. Understood, Hegemin Azure Fiend acknowledged. The Blaze Sun domain was filled with too many dangers. Not even a realm ship could be used to engage in long-distance warps through spacetime. At most, only short warps were possible. Sometimes, ordinary flight was necessary as well. Now this direction. Ning's finger suddenly moved to point a different location. Now over there. Ning followed his senses, and as they moved closer he continuously had them change directions. Hush! A strange but subtle sound, almost like the roaring of the waves of a river, was beginning to pervade this entire region. Although everyone within the realm ship remained puzzled, the sound of the roaring river, was enough to let them know that Ning was leading them to some sort of secret place. It continually shifts through space-time, moving from one continuum to another. It's almost like a maze. Ning smiled. It's hidden quite well, but it still won't be able to evade my senses. Advance. Ning continued to point, guiding the realm ship to fly up, left, down, right. The directly constantly changed, and every so often they would even warp into a different continuum. As time flowed on, the echoing sound of the river water began to grow increasingly loud as well. 5 months went by in the blink of an eye, and by now the sound roared like thunder. Boom! The realm ship suddenly rammed into an invisible barrier, which bulged inwards. The realm ship continued to press inwards, quickly piercing through the invisible membrane. As it did so, the environment around it completely changed. Wow! What in the... The cultivators in the realm ship were all stunned, as was the flame-wing god. Su Yuji's eyes turned completely round with shock. The calmest was Ning, but even he narrowed his eyes as he stared at their new surroundings. They were now in the midst of an enormous, fiery red sea. If one took a close look at the fiery liquid within the sea, one would see that it was actually composed of incredibly dense and concentrated flames. The countless flames all flowed together like a liquid, coming together to form an indescribably vast sea. At the very center of the sea was an enormous whirlpool that was continuously twisting and churning, causing all of the fiery liquid within the sea to move and generate those rumbling roars. This was a sound that surpassed the limits of spacetime and spread out in every direction. What in the world is this place? Hegemon Azure Fiend sighed with astonishment. This entire sea is composed of countless flames that have been liquefied, and the flames, I feel as though they are on par with the flames which Flamewing belches out. Yeah, what is this place? How is it that a place like this can exist in the Blaze Sun domain? I've never even heard of it. Patriarch Treewind didn't understand either. I like this place, Master. I want to dive right in. Flamewing looked excitedly at Ning. Go ahead. Ning smiled and nodded. Swoosh! Flamewing immediately exited the realm ship and transformed into his true form, then dove straight down towards the flaming sea. Even in his true form, it was nothing more than a tiny little dot in the great sea. Plop! It plunged into the flaming sea, kicking up some spray. As the water shot up in Flamewing's wake, it quickly dissipated into flames. Whoa! Whoa! This is nice. Ahahaha! This feels great. Flamewing delightedly swam through the flames, growling and howling happily. Master, come and try it out for yourself. Feels great. The last time I felt this comfortable was when I was born. Ning and the others all flew out of the realm ship, then stood in the empty void and stared at the great sea. When it was first born, Ning's face twitched. Flamewing was born in the quintessence of the Chaosverse. That means that this place is actually quite similar to the quintessence? But there's no way this place can be the location of the prime essences. Ning's will was able to maintain constant contact with the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, and so he had a rough idea as to where the prime essences were located. This place was not it. Such an enormous amount of fire energy. I've never seen anything like this, Hegemon Goodsong mumbled. If my guess is correct, Imperator Jade Rainbow said, this place should be the true nucleus of the Blaze Sun domain. The true core. Are you saying that the entire Blaze Sun domain in all its vastness originated from this place? They all spoke out simultaneously. Ning continued to scrutinize the place carefully. His gaze fell upon the very center of the giant whirlpool, seeing through it as he scanned the many traces and scars within. They actually brought Ning many new insights, and he immediately said, Jade Rainbow speaks the truth. This place is indeed the wellspring of the Blaze Sun domain. The reason why the Blaze Sun domain has such an enormous amount of energy within it is because of this place. It all stems from here. Stay here. I'm gonna go take a look. No one is to disturb me. As he spoke, he flew straight towards the whirlpool. Be careful, Master, Su Yuji called out with worry. Just wait for me here. I'll be fine. Ning's voice echoed in the air, while he himself had already reached the area directly above the giant whirlpool. Boom! 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 The giant whirlpool was filled with limitless amounts of power, and the rumbles emanating from it were especially loud here. The region around Ning began to be filled with his sword Dao domain, which served to protect him. It must be remembered that Ning's domain was able to slay even hegemons with ease. To use it to repel the water of the whirlpool was quite easy. Whoosh! As Ning slowly descended, the sword Dao domain ensured that the liquid flames were repelled and pushed aside. So that's how it is. Ning slowly sank deeper into the whirlpool. The region around him for 300 meters was completely empty, with the liquid flames unable to move into it. The deeper Ning sank, the more stunned he felt as he saw how the giant whirlpool had been formed. So fire in liquid form can possess such tremendous power. The more Ning saw, the more thoughts filled his mind. His primal twin had temporarily returned to the Azure Flower Estate, and was making use of the Autarka's stone dais to completely focus on understanding the profound mysteries behind the whirlpool. A mere 2 days later, Ning had reached the hegemonic level in the Tao of Water. This was primarily because his eternal Omega Sword Tao had propelled him to simply incredible heights of insight. It was like a towering skyscraper, allowing him to understand other Taos with far more ease. In recent years, he had continuously improved in many other Taos. This time, he was able to break through to the hegemonic level in the Tao of Water with just one blow. However, even though he had reached the hegemonic level, it still couldn't compare to his eternal Omega Sword Tao. The Blaze Sun domain is filled with the power of the element of fire. Who would have thought that its wellspring is actually able to form a liquid stream which holds so many secrets of the Tao of Water? The way it has naturally formed has resulted in it completely merging the secrets of the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Water into itself. There's no way to tell them apart. Ning laughed. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Why do I have the sudden feeling that I can merge the Tao of Water into my sword Tao as well? Ning immediately sat down in the lotus position. His sword Tao domain once more spread out to 300 meters, pushing aside the liquid fire. After Ning had reached hegemony in the Tao of Water, he suddenly had the feeling that he was completely capable of infusing it into his Omega Sword Tao. This was something which happened as a matter of course, and as soon as he spent a bit of time meditating on it, he immediately knew why. So, my path to autarky is actually different from that of the other autarchs. Ning was stunned. For the first time, he understood how he should break through to autarky. His lifespan was now limited, which meant he probably wouldn't have the chance to do it. But he now knew what he should do. From hegemony to autarky. The paths which Autarch Bolin, Autarch Awakener, and all other autarchs had taken were identical. They had first become hegemons, then reached the hegemonic level of understanding in other Daos as well. After gaining enough insight into hegemonic Daos, they would finally and naturally break through to become autarchs. At that point in time, they would reach the Tao birth level of one Tao births many Daos. It would naturally form a Tao birth essence, which was capable of forming the prime essences of a universe. Using this Tao birth essence, the autarchs were able to create alternate universes which would have prime essences that came from the Tao birth essence, which the autarch had devised. But I'm different from them, Ning murmured. Autarch Bolin for him, his one Tao which was the Tao of the Claw, while his many Daos referred to all other Daos. They came to form a Tao birth essence, which could also be referred to as a Claw Tao birth essence. As for Autarch Awakener, his Tao was the Tao of Wind. He used it to reach the Tao birth level, and his Tao birth essence was the Wind Tao birth essence. Ning had received Autarch Awakener's legacy and had seen the Tao guidance of Autarch Bolin. Thus, he knew that autarchs were strongest in their own specific Daos. Autarch Bolin's had been that of the Claw Tao birth essence, as he was strongest in the Tao of the Claw. His many Daos were only at the hegemonic level. As for Autarch Awakener, he was most powerful in the Tao of the Wind, whereas all his other Daos were merely at the hegemonic level. When they were hegemons, all the hegemonic Daos they mastered were all on equal footing. I, however, am different. Ning took a deep breath. My eternal Omega Sword Tao is simply overwhelmingly powerful. It far surpasses all other Daos, to the point where Daos such as a hegemonic Tao of water can be infused into it, making the Tao of water part of my eternal Omega Sword Tao. The more hegemonic Daos I infuse into my eternal Omega Sword Tao, the more massive and powerful it will become. After it accumulates enough, it will then undergo a fundamental evolution and catapult to a new level, an autark level Omega Tao. Ning finally understood. If he became an autark, he would be an Omega Tao autark, the most powerful of all autarks. Alas, Ning knew that this would be an extremely difficult path to walk. The other autarks only had to master multiple hegemonic Daos, then gain an epiphany and then break through. He not only needed to master those Daos, he also needed to figure out how to fully infuse them into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. The process of infusion would be far more difficult than merely mastering those hegemonic Daos. If he wanted to infuse those other Daos and then evolve his eternal Omega Tao, it would take time, luck, and many insights. The problem was, his lifespan was extremely limited. He only had a few thousand chaos cycles left. This wasn't going to be even close to enough. Although I know how I can become an autark, I don't have enough time. What a pity. Ning slowly shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll first completely fuse the Tao of water into my eternal Omega Sword Tao. Ning immediately closed his eyes and focused all of his efforts into this task. Time flowed on one day at a time. How long is Tao Lord Dark North going to be training for? Patriarch Treewind stared at the wellspring of fire at the very center of that giant flaming sea. There was an absolutely enormous vortex there, and at the center of the vortex there was a white-robed figure seated in the lotus position a few hundred meters deep. As I see it, Imperator Jade Rainbow sent mentally. Given that Tao Lord Dark North has failed the Tao merge and has a limited lifespan, what's the point of training? By now, he's probably second to only the autarks themselves in power. If I was Tao Lord Dark North, I'd spend the rest of my days wandering about and visiting all of those places of legend. I'd especially want to visit the legendary Scythelans. I'd definitely wander through that entire place. After doing so, I would be able to die contentedly. Humph. That's why you aren't Tao Lord Dark North. Patriarch Treewind snickered. Imperator Jade Rainbow was startled by this comment, but moments later he nodded in agreement. That's true. He's already failed his Tao merge, but he's still intoxicated by cultivation. No wonder he was able to reach such heights. Woohoo! Master! This place is awesome. Come on. Let's have fun together. The flame-winged god was happily rolling around in the sea of fire. Every so often it would swim over to Ning, but when it saw how Ning was still meditating silently it didn't dare to actually disturb Ning. Instead, it turned to wander through the other parts of the Great Sea. Azure Fiend, Hegemin Goodsong, Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others all watched this marvelous scene from afar. Such an awesome amount of power. If someone was able to take full control over it, most likely not even an autark would be able to withstand him, Hegemin Goodsong said with a sigh. There's no way it can be controlled. That's the natural energy of the Chaosverse itself, Su Yuji said. Dark North truly is formidable, Nuwa praised. He's able to force the water of the flaming sea to a distance of 300 meters, just by using his sword Tao domain. But 300 meters is nothing, Azure Fiend said. Nothing more than a tiny little part of the entire flaming sea. They also benefited from their observations, but only Ning was at a high enough level of insight that he could understand the functioning and the mysteries of this place, the wellspring of the Blaze Sun domain. Thanks to this place, it had taken him merely 2 days to improve his mastery of the Tao of Water to the hegemonic level. The Tao of Water has now been infused into my sword Tao. So this is the result. As Ning slowly gained a greater level of understanding, his sword Tao had become even vaster. If a Tao was to be described in physical size, then Ning's eternal Omega Sword Tao had already reached an incredible height, the same height which an autark's Tao birth was at. But it was even purer. Ning's Tao was comparable to an autark's Tao. The only problem was, it was a bit inferior in terms of its breadth. Autarks had to upgrade multiple Taos to the hegemonic level in order to reach autarky. In comparison, Ning was lacking in this regard. Now, Ning was slowly infusing his Tao of water into his eternal Omega Sword Tao, causing its breadth to slowly improve as well. Although its raw attack power didn't increase by that much, it did change in certain other areas. For example, Ning's Tao of the sword was now as gentle as water, making it softer and more elastic when defending. Most important of all, after Ning infused the Tao of water into his eternal Omega Sword Tao, his Tao was even gentler in nurturing his soul and true soul, causing the disintegration process to slow down by quite a bit. I understand now. As I slowly infuse more and more Taos into my sword Tao, it'll change as well. It'll become more lingering, more dominating, have more vitality, or perhaps be able to pierce through even greater amounts of space-time. Ning was slowly comprehending the way forward. It would be hard for him to make his Tao any higher, but he could continuously broaden it. As he made use of the mysteries of countless Taos, there would come the day when he gained that moment of sudden insight, at which point, he would undergo a final evolution and become an Omega Autarch. When that happened, he would completely surpass all the other Autarchs. Alas, Ning himself could tell that he would need an extremely long period of time if he was to succeed. What he lacked most of all right now was just that, time. Although I'll fall, at least I'll fall while trotting the path towards autarky. Ning didn't feel the slightest bit dispirited. As he continued upon his path, he would at least have the chance to see the glorious light at the apex from afar. Even though he didn't have much time left, every extra step he managed to take would bring him a sense of accomplishment and gratification. Time flowed on. Soon, Ning had spent over 500 million years training within the vortex at the center of the flaming sea. Nuwa and the others, as cultivators, were naturally quite patient. None of them, not even a Tao Lord like Su Yuji, would care about a short period of time like a mere half-billion years. What's going on? The Blaze Sun ruler was seated atop the frozen throne on the altar, narrowing his eyes pensively. Below him stood a total of 8 figures. These were his most important generals. Domain ruler, a stooped and short figure, spoke out brightly. We've laid down scouts in all of the likely locations throughout the entire Blaze Sun domain. So long as Tao Lord Dark North is still here, we should be able to find him. My guess is that he hasn't left. He's still in the Blaze Sun domain. But we've already searched the entire Blaze Sun domain. We've gone everywhere there is to go and have questioned all the various races. There are no traces of him at all. The Blaze Sun domain is enormous. They might have fled into some particularly remote region. The various generals began to argue and debate amongst themselves. Shut your mouths. The Blaze Sun ruler barked coldly. Everyone below fell silent right away. Could Tao Lord Dark North truly have left? A resentful look was in the Blaze Sun ruler's eyes. He had been lonely for a very, very long time. The only ones who could pose a challenge to him were the Sith Exalts and the Cultivator Autarchs. Alas, the Sith Exalts had all been imprisoned and weren't available for sparring, while the Autarchs were completely transcendent. There was no way to find an Autarch who didn't go out of his way to reveal himself. And even if the Blaze Sun ruler did manage to find an Autarch, he would never dare to issue a challenge. There is one last possibility. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes suddenly lit up. Could he have gone there? Even the Blaze Sun ruler himself had only discovered that place thanks to a lucky coincidence. Every so often, he would go there by himself and train. He felt certain that he was the only person in the entire Blaze Sun domain who had ever discovered it. Tao Lord Dark North is someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. He might actually have discovered it as well. I'll go take a look. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes lit up as he said, I'll go take a look. He suddenly rose to his feet, then entered his vast black warship by himself and quickly departed, with all of his subordinates watching. The Blaze Sun ruler spent a total of 3 years as he passed through all the various obstacles. Finally, he arrived. Rumble. A giant black warship suddenly pierced through a distant membrane and appeared. Eh? What's that? Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Su Yuji, and the other cultivators were either silently meditating or chatting and laughing as they waited for Ning next to the realm ship. They could all sense an enormous disturbance and couldn't help but turn to stare into the skies. There, they saw that enormous warship appear, radiating that aura of terrifying power. Nuwa and the others all jumped to their feet. Not good. Patriarch Treewind's face turned ashen. That's the Blaze Sun ruler's warship. Ha ha ha. A deep, sonorous laugh rang out like the waves of the ocean, shaking every inch of the vast sea of flames, right down to its very depths. I knew that Dowlord Darknorth had to be hiding here. Ha ha ha. As I thought, Dowlord Darknorth truly lives up to his reputation. He actually found the Wellspring Sea. As the laughter echoed throughout the area, the surface of the giant warship flowed apart to reveal an opening. A muscular, black-skinned man came flying out through the opening. The aura emanating from this man caused everyone present to feel a sense of fear. All of the cultivators trembled. None of them would be able to resist him. The only result would be a slaughter. That's the Blaze Sun ruler. He's caught up to us. Imperator Jade Rainbow's face was completely ashen. Whoosh! The flame-wing god, which had been swimming within the sea of fire, suddenly soared into the skies. Its wings spread and its entire body bathed in flames. Its scales stood up straight like the hair on a cat as it stared intently at the black-skinned man. Although the flame-wing god's body was much larger, it was clearly in a state of maximum wariness right now. It could sense that the black-skinned man standing before it was a danger to it. The feeling was much like when it had faced that Sith Exalt. Perhaps Flamewing would be able to keep itself safe thanks to its indestructible body. But if it actually tried to fight this man, then it would be completely dominated. Chaos Primordial, eh? The black-skinned man glanced towards Flamewing, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chaos Primordials who like fire are quite rare. Young fellow, you should join me after I dispose of your master. In your dreams? Flamewing howled, but it didn't dare to attack. It knew that if it did, it would be utterly dominated. The black-skinned man couldn't even bother to glance at the others. His attention was fully focused on the white-robed figure that lay hidden deep within that giant vortex. His grin grew wider. He truly had picked the perfect opponent. The man was able to force away the flaming waters of the sea merely through a sword Dao domain. Dowlord Darknorth, get your ass out here! The black-skinned man shouted loudly. Boom! A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly swept out and blasted at the distant vortex. This scene caused Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others to all feel shock. The man was far too powerful. Without question, Chaos Primordials and Sourcewalkers were the most favored children of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Chaos Primordials were born with bodies that were unfathomably stronger than the bodies of the Golden Emperors of the Sith, and they had more energy reserves than entire realm verses. If a Chaos Primordial managed to somehow train to the hegemonic level, it would probably be stronger than even the Sith Exalts. As for Sourcewalkers, although they had weaker bodies and energy levels than Chaos Primordials, they were still far superior to cultivators in both respects. Even the weakest of Sourcewalkers who never trained at all would still be at the hegemonic level of power, a testament to their might. Just a bit of effort and they would become comparable to other Verse Lords in might. And if they managed to upgrade their insights into the hegemonic level, then they would have the power of Sith Exalts. Alas, both Sourcewalkers and Chaos Primordials were extremely few in number. Thus, the entire race of Sourcewalkers only had around 10 or so members who were at the Sith Exalt level of power. Everything in the Chaosverse was fair. Cultivators were blessed with far fewer gifts, but the most dazzling cultivators had absolutely incredible powers of insight and comprehension, such as Ning and the Autarchs. In fact, even the likes of God Emperor Helong or Nuwa vastly surpassed all Sourcewalkers in terms of comprehension. Boom! The vortex of liquefied fire suddenly exploded as the wave of power slammed into Ji Ning's sword Dao domain. A white-robed youth with a black scabbard on his back came rising from the sea. He walked through the empty air until he reached a high point in the skies, then turned and stared at the muscular black-skinned man aboard the distant black warship. Blaze Sun Ruler. Ning had a smile on his face. Why the hell were you running? The Blaze Sun Ruler was palpitating with malevolence, and the two fiery globes that served as his eyes glowed with dazzling light. I can't believe you actually hid here for so long. I was intrigued and drawn here by the wellspring sea, Ning said with a laugh. As for wishing to avoid battle, I'm a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. When I fight, I'm using up my own lifespan. I naturally wish to avoid combat when possible. That's not for you to decide. The Blaze Sun ruler stretched out with his right hand, causing a giant fiery axe to appear within it. The axe's surface actually glimmered with scorching black flames. I'm impressed, Blaze Sun ruler. This axe looks quite extraordinary. Ning then glanced at the giant black warship. I once saw another warship which was also completely covered with deep fire blackstone. That warship was named the Tiger Hill, but it was already ruined. Domain ruler, your warship seems quite similar to it. You can jabber as much as you like, but you aren't going to be able to avoid this battle. The Blaze Sun ruler was filled with the desire to do battle, and flames were beginning to actually fly out of his eyes. Tao Lord Dark North. All his life, the one thing he loved the most was to engage in exhilarating battles against other Apex experts. Alas, ever since he had become the Blaze Sun ruler, he had never again experienced such a battle. Today, however, he was going to get exactly what he wanted. He even shouted out the word die, because Tao Lord Dark North would only fight with full power when his own life was on the line. That was the type of battle which would get the Blaze Sun ruler's blood pumping. A mere sparring match would be completely meaningless. Ning could sense the murderous intent raging within his opponent. Ning couldn't help but frown. Blaze Sun ruler, cut the crap. Fight or die. The Blaze Sun ruler could no longer hold back, and he immediately charged straight towards Ning. I guess that's that. Ning truly didn't want to fight and waste his remaining lifespan here. It just wasn't worth it. The Blaze Sun ruler was overwhelmingly powerful, and there was no way Ning could simply dispose of him in just 1 or 2 attacks. You are forcing my hand, you battle-crazed maniac. Very well, then. I'll teach you a lesson. Ning reached out with his right hand, drawing forth a northbow sword from the sheath on his back. There was no way he would use all 6 swords at the same time, because that would use up his lifespan even faster. Fight! The Blaze Sun ruler charged through the skies, leaving behind a fiery red streak behind him. He raised his axe up high, transforming it into an arc of flaming energy that seemed capable of chopping anything apart. The axe was a savage weapon by nature, and the Blaze Sun ruler's mastery over the Tao of Fire made it even more explosive. He truly is blessed with an incredible body and natural talents. He's merely at the hegemonic level of insight, but he's able to unleash an utterly terrifying level of power. Ning murmured softly as he lifted his northbow sword up. Rumble, countless streaks of sword light spread out in every direction. This was his sword Tao domain. The sword light from his sword Tao domain was able to kill hegemons with ease. Its power was so great that it was on par with an Otherverse Lord's full-force attack. Under Ning's control, the flood of sword light moved to bar the Blaze Sun ruler's path, serving as layers of obstacles that continuously stabbed at every part of his body, disrupting his movements and the mysteries behind his axe attack. This axe attack was clearly a powerful one, but with Ning's sword Tao domain continuously disrupting the Blaze Sun ruler's movements, the axe turned sluggish. The mysteries behind its movements were disrupted, causing its power to lessen dramatically. Mediocre insights. Ning shook his head. If this person was a cultivator, Ning would be able to slay him with a single strike. Impressive, Tao Lord Dark North. Your sword Tao domain is truly powerful, and your sword arts are truly marvelous. You were able to disrupt my technique with ease. I once battled against a Sith Exalt during the Dawn War, but not even he was as tough as you. The Blaze Sun ruler stared at Ning. But I have yet to unleash my full power. The Blaze Sun ruler let out a furious roar, his body beginning to be covered with flames. At the same time, the black armor covering his body began to flow like water, transforming to cover every single inch of his body. As for the fiery axe in his hands, the runes on the surface of the axe handle suddenly lit up as flaming light appeared on the axe edge. The power of this axe was rising to a level which caused even Ning to feel a hint of danger. Now this is my full power. Die! The Blaze Sun ruler, covered by that black liquid armor, went completely berserk as he charged forwards, using his giant axe to carve a path through the sword Dao domain. The domain was now no longer able to affect him at all. How brutish! Now this is the definition of the brute force method, Ning murmured softly. He took a single step forwards. Whoosh! He instantly warped through space and appeared right in front of the Blazsun ruler. That's fast. The Blazsun ruler was shocked. Ning was simply far too fast. This was an enormous advantage which Ning had thanks to his overwhelmingly superior level of insight into the Tao. But fast alone is useless. The Blazsun ruler immediately chopped downwards with his giant axe with tremendous power. He felt confident that even if his opponent was the Sith Exalt he had battled so long ago during the Dawn War, the only choice would be to use a soft technique to ablate the power of his strike. Ning, however, just waved his sword. His strike seemed quite ordinary, but it was bizarrely fast, so fast that the Blazsun ruler's giant axe was completely unable to block it. Ning's sword slammed directly against the Blazsun ruler's body. And in that instant, the power of Ning's sword suddenly erupted. In this instant, Ning's sword became the most dazzling thing in this entire realm, and his sword light blazed with a light that shone thousands of times brighter than the giant axe. Now this was Ning's full power strike. Slash! The sword pierced straight through the layer of liquid black armor and cut deep into the Blazsun ruler's body, piercing all the way through and coming out from his back. What an impressive, invulnerable form! The power of this sword strike was causing enormous internal destruction to the Blazsun ruler's vital energy. But Ning could sense that the Blazsun ruler's invulnerable flame form was resisting it fiercely. The power of Ning's strike was used up after merely destroying 5% of the Blazsun ruler's true soul. This had been a full-strength strike from Ning. If Ning wanted to actually kill the Blazsun ruler, it would take him 20 such attacks. But if the Blazsun ruler had other protective abilities up his sleeve, it might take 50 attacks or even more. The Black Warship was a good example. Ning had the vague feeling that it was powerful enough to completely disrupt the tempo of this battle. If it was factored in, it would probably take Ning more than 100 strikes in order to kill the Blazsun ruler. It must be remembered that this would not be 100 ordinary strikes. This would be 100 full-force strikes. That could well cost Ning nearly half of his life force. And if his opponent was more difficult to deal with than anticipated, Ning could actually die from this fight. What? As the Blazsun ruler's body was chopped through, his body transformed into fire and furiously strove to defend. He was at the hegemonic level of insight, after all. His body was incredibly tough and he possessed a formidable invulnerable form which made it so that even the Sith Exalt he fought had been unable to injure him. He managed to injure me heavily with just one strike. The Blazsun ruler's face was completely ashen. If a single strike could wipe out 5% of his true soul. This was terrifying. This was his true soul. Not even the supremely exalted autarchs would be able to kill him with just 1 or 2 strikes. It would take the autarchs a somewhat extended battle in order to kill him. It was likely that they weren't much more powerful than this Tao Lord Dark North. In truth, his guess was spot on. In terms of profundity, the eternal Omega Sword Tao was on par with the Tao births of the autarchs. The only difference was that the eternal Omega Sword Tao wasn't quite as broad. However, Ning was currently wielding what could be described as the #1 offensive treasure of the entire Chaosverse, the North Bow Swords. This meant that his full-force attack was indeed on par with an autarch's attack. Flee! Flee! All other thoughts fled from the Blazsun ruler's mind as he immediately turned tail and fled. What he wanted was a fun and exciting battle, not to be massacred and killed. Whoosh! The Blazsun ruler quickly fled into his black warship, then immediately sent it tearing through the membrane surrounding Wellspring Sea and fleeing far away. Ning didn't move to stop him, just watching as he fled. Master, are you really going to let him run away like that? The flame-wing god finally regained his usual aura of bravado. You should have just killed him and taken his warship away. That thing looks better than our realm ship. Let's leave as well, Ning said. Leave. Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others all flew over. Su Yuji asked in confusion, why do we have to leave? If I really wanted to kill him, it'd probably cost me half of my own life. Ning said, let's hurry up and leave. I scared him off with that attack, but he'll quickly realize that I won't be able to kill him that easily. He might even go and invite 4 or 5 of the other domain rulers to come with him. If that happens, we'll be in trouble. Su Yuji and Flame Wing had been feeling excited, but now they came back to their senses. They remembered that their master was a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge. Each strike he used was consuming his own life force. Let's go. Ning immediately led them into the realm ship and hurriedly left the Wellspring Sea. Space-time around the Wellspring Sea was in a state of constant flux. It had taken even the Blaze Sun ruler a full 3 years of travel via his warship before he had managed to pass through it. Ji Ning was at a higher level of insight than him, but it had still taken Ning a full 5 months before passing through the region of dangerous, distorted space-time. If you made a mistake when passing through a region of distorted space-time, you could end up within a space-time fragment and be forever unable to escape. If you were lucky, you might simply be teleported to an incredibly distant place, which might end up being a death trap. This was why the Blaze Sun ruler had felt so certain that he was the only person to discover the Blaze Sun Wellspring Sea. At first, he didn't even consider the possibility that Ning would be there. It was only after his forces had searched the entire Blaze Sun domain to no avail that he had thought of this place and came here to test us luck. Head in that direction, Ning ordered as he used his Sword Dao domain to chop a space-time tunnel open for the realm ship to pass through. This Wellspring Sea truly was hidden quite well. Hegemon Azure Fiend mumbled to himself. I often visit the Blaze Sun domain, but I've never even heard of this place, Patriarch Treewind said. They continued to advance through the twisting, changing space-time continuum. They constantly changed directions as they advanced, and after a full month Ning suddenly called out, Halt! Master, we haven't left yet, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. I'm preparing to train here for a period of time, Ning said with a smile. This is currently the safest place in the entire Blaze Sun domain. Ha! Everyone present looked flabbergasted. The Wellspring Sea is like a boulder which is sitting within many currents of chaotic spacetime, Ning said. It doesn't matter which way we go, we'll still run into those streams. The Blaze Sun ruler is at a lower level of insight than me. Even if he came back with 4 other domain rulers, he would still just follow the pathways he is already familiar with. There's no way he would search and scan all of the possible routes. At his current level, if he dared to do so, he'd probably get lost. My guess is that the reason why he was even able to find the Wellspring Sea was because he had the warship helping him out. Otherwise, he would never have been able to find this place. Ning's guess was correct. The warship was even more tightly attuned to spacetime than ordinary realm ships were, and it was primarily thanks to the warship that the Blaze Sun ruler had been able to find the Wellspring Sea. They won't be able to find me as I train here, Ning said. Their chances might improve if there are 3 or 4 of them, but eventually the other domain rulers will have to go back. There's no way they'll stay in the Blaze Sun domain the entire time. Ning partially wanted a quiet place to train, but he also wanted to be cautious. Battling against the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler was truly pointless for him. They were merely at the hegemonic level of insight. Their primary advantage lay in the fact that they were truly blessed with incredible gifts. Ning had only been able to destroy 5% of the Blaze Sun ruler's true soul with a full power strike. A battle against a domain ruler would literally be nothing more than Ning pitting his true soul against the domain rulers in a war of attrition. Ning truly couldn't be bothered to take part in something like this. Dark North speaks the truth. It is best to be cautious. Nuar agreed. Yes, let's spend some more time here. Su Yuji was similarly worried about Ning exhausting too much energy. And so, Ning began to train within a small spacetime pocket located within the chaotic spacetime surrounding the Wellspring Sea. Every day, he was able to hear the whooshing, rumbling sound of the Wellspring Sea. Even Su Yuji, who walked the path of the Tao of Fire, began to gain many insights and began to train. Ning himself continued to focus on slowly merging his Tao of Water into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. After spending a total of 1.2 billion years, he finally completed the process and fully integrated his Tao of Water into his Sword Tao. Supremely kind and gentle, and filled with all the secrets of water, I suppose I can call this the Water Sword Tao. Ning smiled as he opened his eyes. He could sense that his sword heart was a hair more calm and peaceful than it had been in the past. This was the nature of water. It struggled against nothing and accepted everything. Thanks to the Tao of water, his soul and true soul were now significantly calmed and began to disintegrate much more slowly than before. I killed the lonely king and the 8-armed giant, then struck out against the Blaze Sun ruler. These actions caused my true soul to disintegrate more quickly, but integrating the mysteries of the Tao of water into my sword Tao caused the process to slow down once again. These things actually ended up canceling each other out. I still have roughly 8,000 chaos cycles left to me. Ning laughed, but he knew that there was no way to make up for what he had lost during those 3 battles. If he had never fought at all, then the full integration of the Tao of water would have resulted in his lifespan being extended to 10,000 chaos cycles. It must be remembered that his other Taos, such as the Tao of lightning, would be of little use to him in preserving his true soul. Ning had the feeling that the Tao of water was the most effective in this regard. But alas, its benefits had been cancelled out by the battles he had taken part in. These battles had an effect akin to creating cracks on a dike. Each battle would cause those cracks to become greater and greater, hastening the day when the dike crumbled apart in its entirety. Boom! Ning stretched out his right hand, causing a sword to manifest in the palm of his hand. This was an unadorned sword that looked extremely ordinary. This sword. Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Good Song, and the others inside the realm ship couldn't help but feel intrigued and enticed by that sword. It looked quite ordinary, but in their hearts they couldn't help but feel that this sword somehow embodied all the mysteries of the Tao of the sword. Ning smiled as he then reached out with his left hand. A second sword appeared within the palm of his left hand, but this one was covered with a layer of flowing watery light that made it seem calmer, more beautiful, and more gentle. On one side is the pure, eternal Omega Sword Tao, Ning said with a laugh, and on the other is the eternal Omega Sword Tao that has been infused with the mysteries of water. I suppose you can call it the Water Sword Tao. Can you sense the differences between the two? The first seems purer. Save for the sword, there is nothing else, Nuwa said. I can sense a gentle stream of water coming from the other, but it also feels like a vast, completely calm ocean. Is purity better, or is infusing other mysteries better? Patriarch Treewind couldn't help but ask. Ning nodded in response to the question. In the early stages of cultivation, purity is better. But when you reach the utmost apex in purity and are unable to advance any further, that's when you'll need to broaden your base. Alright, I've already completed my task. Given that it has been 1.2 billion years, my guess is that even if the Blaze Sun ruler did invite other domain rulers to come help him out, they've probably left by now after all these years of fruitless waiting. Let's head out and go towards the place where that Sith Exalt has been imprisoned. Let's go, Flamewing said excitedly. Finally. It had grown bored long ago. I've never seen a Sith Exalt either. Azure Fiend was filled with anticipation as well. The Sith Exalts of legend. Nuwa and Su Yuji had never seen one of them either. Whoosh! Thanks to Ning's guidance, the realm ship spent another 3 months before finally exiting the region of distorted spacetime and returning to the normal spacetime continuum. Next, Ning's group spent another month riding the realm ship before finally reaching the place where the legendary Sith Exalt was imprisoned. The place where the Sith Exalt has been imprisoned is known as the Earthfire Continent, Patriarch Treewind explained. Anyone who sees a Sith Exalt will feel a sense of awe. The feeling they give us is completely different from the feeling which the Blaze Sun ruler gives us. Completely different? Ning was startled. But aren't the Sith Exalts on par with the Blaze Sun ruler in power? You'll understand when you see him, Patriarch Treewind said. The Sith Exalts are rather pitiable creatures, Imperator Jade Rainbow said. He shook his head and sighed. Everyone who sees them feels sorry for them, but none of us dares to go too close to them. This is because the Sith Exalts remain as crazed and berserk as ever. If you go too close, you might end up dead. As they chatted, a vast continent suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. This continent was so gigantic in size, it was impossible for them to see to the ends of it. The realm ship flew into the skies above the vast continent, with Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow guiding them closer and closer to the prison. Boom! 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 Even though they were still very far away, Ning was already able to vaguely hear a series of booming sounds. He was also able to see with the naked eye a hint of fiery light flickering from far away. As the realm ship flew closer and closer, the fiery light became increasingly dazzling to behold. It was actually a vast field of fiery light that stretched off to cover an area of 10 billion kilometers. It was like a field of divine punishment that was crushing and suppressing a blurry figure at the very center of the field. The blurry figure was seated in the lotus position, its body emanating an aura of tremendous power that was fighting back against the endless field of fiery light. What? Ning turned pale. The vast field of fiery light clearly concentrated its power at the center, where an endless series of explosions continued to burst out against the blurry figure. The power of each explosion vastly surpassed the full-strength strikes of the Blaze Sun ruler, and the aura emanating from the blurry figure was clearly superior to the Blaze Sun rulers as well. Didn't they say that the Sith Exalt was on par with the Blaze Sun ruler in power? Ning immediately felt puzzled by this. The realm ship continued to fly towards the prison. Ji Ning could see that within the fiery field of 10 billion kilometers, there were actually a series of other figures who were either seated in the lotus position or located within small buildings. These cultivators were scattered in the region around the Sith Exalt, with even the closest maintaining a minimum distance of 10 million kilometers. Downlord Dark North, Patriarch Treewind immediately explained, "The Earthfire continent is extremely famous. Quite a few cultivators come here to visit, and every so often the imprisoned Sith Exalt will provide them with some guidance." Guidance? Ning was surprised. The Sith are our mortal enemies. Why would it be so kind-hearted as to provide us with some guidance? Can it perhaps be a trick? Nuwa guessed. Imperator Jade Rainbow laughed. The Sith Exalt has been imprisoned here for countless years. It is possible that to him, the occasional interaction with cultivators is a form of temporary release. How can there be any tricks when pointing out the flaws in their Daos? If they were wrong in their Dao, they were wrong. Quite a few cultivators have already perfected their Daos thanks to this Exalt's guidance. Oh! This was the first time that Ning, Su Yuji, Nuwa, and many of the others within the realm ship had heard such a thing. All of them felt that this really didn't make much sense. "Master," Hegemin Azure Fiend said, "there are other cultivators here. I'm afraid that they'll immediately recognize you once you appear, and then word will probably spread out quite quickly. Is it possible that the Blaze Sun ruler would head over here?" Ning said, "Don't worry. I wager that the Blaze Sun ruler wouldn't dare to come here on his own. It would take him time to summon 4 or 5 of the other domain rulers and then make it all the way over to the Earthfire continent. All I wish to do is visit the Sith Exalt. Half a day will be more than enough. By the time the Blaze Sun ruler arrives, we'll have left long ago." Whoosh! Watched by many cultivators, the realm ship finally descended upon this great continent. This entire region was covered by fiery light, but the pressure wasn't all that great. The centermost region where the Sith Exalt resided suffered the vast majority of the pressure. Which major power has just arrived? He actually descended upon the Earthfire continent via realm ship. It seems an extraordinary figure has just appeared in our midst. The scattered cultivators all stared towards the descending realm ship. They watched as a large number of people flew out from within the realm ship, with the leader being a white-robed youth who bore a black sheath on his back. Next to him stood the dazzlingly beautiful Su Yuji, as well as the honest-looking protector White Thaw. Nuwa, Hegemin Azure Fiend, Hegemin Goodsong, the Flamewing God, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others all appeared next to them as well. That's Patriarch Treewind. It's actually Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow? I heard that they left this place alongside Downlord Dark North. I even heard that the Blaze Sun ruler had gone to Howu City to hunt them down. That white-robed Dao Lord at their head. His true soul is slowly crumbling away. That should be the legendary Downlord Dark North, right? A white-robed youth who bears a black sheath on his back and who failed the Dao merge. Hegemin Goodsong is by his side, as is a dazzlingly beautiful red-robed woman. Yes, that has to be Tao Lord Dark North. That almost certainly has to be Tao Lord Dark North. The formerly calm cultivators suddenly all grew excited. A violet-robed elder who was an old friend of Patriarch Treewind's actually reached out to him mentally. Brother Treewind, is that the legendary Tao Lord Dark North? It is indeed, Patriarch Treewind said proudly. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Lord Dark North. The violet-robed elder hurriedly rose to his feet and bowed as he said these words. The other hegemons and emperors present emerged as well and all bowed respectfully towards Ning. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Lord Dark North. Although Ning wasn't the type to stand on formal ceremony, all of the cultivators he had encountered recently had spoken to him in this very respectful manner, and so Ning no longer tried to dissuade them. In fact, if he was excessively courteous to them, many of them would actually begin to feel nervous. Carry on, gentlemen. I've merely come to take a look at the Sith Exalt, Ning said. Understood. The cultivators all assented. The cultivators had all come out to greet Ning respectfully. Some of the other creatures residing here quickly noticed this behavior. This was an important place where the Sith Exalt was imprisoned, after all. The Blaze Sun ruler had naturally arranged for some of his subordinates to be permanently stationed here and watch over it. Tao Lord Dark North? Multiple creatures emerged. Some popped their heads up from beneath the earth while some manifested out of bonfires. All of them stared at the distant white-robed youth in astonishment. The domain ruler has been searching for Tao Lord Dark North this entire time. Who would have thought that he'd suddenly appear in the Earthfire continent? Notify the domain ruler right away. Hurry up and notify the domain ruler. None of the creatures dared to approach Ning, but since they were responsible for keeping a watch over the traps of Exalt, they naturally had ways to send information up the chain of command. They all sent word in almost the same instant. As Ning arrived, he didn't just attract interest from the cultivators and the other creatures. He also attracted the attention of the Sith Exalt. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to blast away at his body. All of the power of the fiery light was concentrated here and continuously hammered away at him. These attacks all seemed quite ferocious, but in truth they were all quite different. Some were like countless needles that stabbed into his body, piercing into his very soul and true soul. They caused truly soul-tearing agony. Others were like knives that continuously cut away at his skin. They didn't cause any real injuries at all, but the pain was excruciating. Still others carried illusory effects. In short, all of these attacks served to torment it to the extreme. Although the Sith Exalt was dressed in gray armor, the exposed parts of his arm, neck, and face were all covered by strange formation diagrams. Beneath his feet, there was an enormous formation diagram that was 10,000 kilometers in size, which was identical to the ones covering him. The formation diagram was imprinted on every part of his body, ensuring that he was perpetually trapped, suppressed, and tormented. Ah! He let out a screeching roar. He had 3 curved horns growing out of his head, and a pair of azure eyes that stared intently at the distant Ning. Die! Everyone should die! He continuously raved, repeating these words over and over again. He had been trapped here for far too long. He had been imprisoned here since their defeat in the Dawn War. The autarchs had used their full power to set up this sealing formation diagram, then established the most tortuous methods available to them to force him to suffer perpetual torment. The suppressive effects of the formation diagram made it impossible for him to even commit suicide. There was nothing save endless torture, unless he was willing to lower his head and choose a humiliating path. Everyone should die, he mumbled. He had repeated these words far, far too many times. All of them are craven and afraid to move too close to me. He stared off into the distance, his azure eyes filled with malice. He truly did wish to squish these bugs and kill them all. Alas, the little bugs were all quite cautious. After having been sealed away, his attack distance had become limited to a mere 1,000,000 kilometers. After he had successfully killed a few of those ants, the rest had grown cautious and stayed at least 10 million kilometers away from him. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Lord Dark North. The distant cultivators all bowed towards Ning with tremendous respect. Eh? The Exalt's attention was drawn to this. It had been a long time since he had seen these cultivators treated someone else so respectfully. The last time had been when the Blaze Sun ruler had come to this place. Yes, the autarchs also received this sort of reception when they came, but there was no way any other cultivators would. This was because the cultivators here consisted of hegemons and other verse lords. It was extremely hard for someone else to convince them to display such respect. Tao Lord Dark North? Huh? He's a Tao Lord of their civilization? He was puzzled. Tao Lords should be weaker than emperors in their system, right? Why are so many of them being so respectful? Although word that Ning had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao had spread like wildfire across the cultivator civilizations, the imprisoned Sith Exalt had not been informed. That feeling he gives me... Wait, something's wrong. That's no ordinary Tao Lord. He focused his gaze on Ning. And he's failed his Tao merge? In their civilization, the Tao Lords who fail the Tao merge shall face certain death. This Tao Lord has failed the Tao merge, but they are all so respectful to him. And he gives me a strange feeling, almost as though he is a match for me. Suddenly, his eyes widened as an enormous suspicion swept through his heart like a tidal wave. Can it? Is he? Yes. There's no mistaking it. That's the only possibility. A Tao Lord who can inspire such respect from even other verse lords and who is a match for even myself. There's only one possibility. His azure eyes suddenly blazed with incredible luminosity. Can it be that their civilization has finally given birth to someone who is in control of an eternal Omega Tao? Thankfully, he's a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. He doesn't have much time left. Otherwise, he'd be a major problem. A Tao Lord who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao, The Sith Exalt quickly came to this conclusion solely based off the scene appearing before him. It was an easy guess to make. The only way a Tao Lord who failed the Tao merge could be so powerful as to eclipse even other verse lords was if that Tao Lord was in control of an eternal Omega Tao. There were no other possibilities. Haha. If they've given birth to one, they'll probably give birth to a second, a third, a fourth. Haha. Are we finally going to lose? I hope we do. Let's lose and end it all. Everyone should die. Everyone should die, he mumbled, his eyes turning even more crazed than before. The rest of you can stay here. No need to get too close to him, Jining said. I'll go and chat with the Sith Exalt. Be careful, Tao Lord, Patriarch Treewind said hurriedly. The Sith Exalt can attack at any moment. Even though he has been imprisoned, he can launch attacks out to a range of 1,000,000 kilometers. The nearby Imperator Jade Rainbow said, Treewind, not even the Blaze Sun ruler is close to being a match for the Tao Lord, much less this imprisoned Sith Exalt. However, Tao Lord, Treewind speaks the truth. It wouldn't be worth it if you ended up in a fight against this Exalt. Haha. Thank you for your advice. Ning smiled and nodded, then began to walk towards the centermost region of this field of flaming light. Nuwa, Su Yuji, and Azure Fiend all watched as he left. Flamewing hesitated for a bit, in the end deciding not to follow. In its heart, it couldn't help but feel a bit of aversion towards Sith Exalts. This field of flaming light had accumulated all of the fire elemental energy of the surrounding area, concentrating it into a series of terrifying attacks at the center. Every single one of these strikes surpasses the maximum power of the Blaze Sun ruler, but the Sith Exalt is able to endure them with ease. No matter how I inspect him, I keep on having the feeling that he should be stronger than the Blaze Sun ruler, but everyone in the outside world agrees that the Blaze Sun ruler is on par with Sith Exalts in power. Ning stared at the Exalt, his heart filled with suspicions. Suddenly, his gaze focused upon the incredibly complicated formation diagram that covered the area of 10,000 kilometers around the seated Sith Exalt. That formation diagram was the center and core of this entire field of flaming light. The exposed parts of the Sith Exalt's skin were also covered by identical imprints of that formation diagram. Now that is a nasty trick. Ning sucked in a cold breath. The person who set up this formation diagram vastly surpasses me in the Tao of formation. Ning continued to stare. And this formation diagram includes the Tao of fire, the Tao of illusions, the Tao of darkness, and many other instruments of torture. Many are meant to attack the soul and true soul. In all the Chaosverse, only the autarchs could possibly set up a formation diagram which contains so many Taos. Autarchs were at the Tao birth level, where one Tao births many Taos. Autarch Bolin had reached autarky via the Tao of the Claw, and he had also reached hegemony in all of the other Taos. Formations, illusions, even Taos he had never trained in. He had reached hegemony in all of them upon gaining autarky. Thus, autarchs were naturally able to employ many different Taos in setting up formation diagrams. The person who had set up this formation had mixed the various Taos together perfectly. It seemed as though the autarchs weren't just the strongest cultivators in the Chaosverse, they were also the most terrifying torturers. How much hatred must the autarchs hold towards them? Why is it that they continue to torment the Sith Exalts, even after the war has come to an end? Ning mused to himself. And this punishment is eternal and unending. Wouldn't just killing them be easier? Why spend so much time and effort in creating these formation diagrams? Or perhaps, the autarchs have plans of their own? Ning mused. As he pondered this question, he continued to draw closer to the Exalt. 8 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. 3 million kilometers. 2 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. Ning didn't hesitate at all as he advanced. Although he was now within the range of the Sith Exalt's attacks, he didn't worry at all. Even though he had the feeling that the Sith Exalt was more powerful than the Blaze Sun ruler, Ning had outstripped the Blaze Sun ruler in both power and insight into the Tao. He was probably at the autarch level of power, and if it wasn't for the fact that his true soul was continuously crumbling, Ning would have dared to actually take an autarch on in a sparring match. How could he possibly fear an imprisoned Sith Exalt? The Sith Exalt, seated in the lotus position with his head lowered, finally let out a little snort. The gray armor covering his body seemed rather rusted and old. He raised his head up, the curved horns on his head looking wicked sharp as he glared intently at Ning. A rumbling sound rang out from his throat. "You actually dare to approach me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning continued to walk towards him, only halting when he was roughly 100,000 kilometers away. At this distance, the two were able to clearly see each other's features. "Ha! You truly are someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. Aha! I feel admiration towards very few members of your cultivator civilizations. You've just joined that list." The Sith Exalt stared intently at Ning, his features occasionally twitching from pain but his voice quite calm and steady. "A pity that you failed the Tao merge. Death will be coming for you soon. A true pity. You are the first member of your civilization to master an eternal Omega Tao, but you are about to die soon. Where there is life, there is death." Ning smiled. "There's no reason to fear death, and death is far better than what awaits you. You literally are living a life worse than death." "Damn you!" The Sith Exalt let out a low growl, his eyes flickering with savage light. "Kill me, Tao Lord. Kill me. I know you have the power to kill me. The autarchs must have imprisoned you for a reason. Why should I interfere and cause trouble?" Ning shook his head. "Besides, the Sith are the mortal enemies of us cultivators. I am a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. If I was to kill you, I'd have to use up my own lifespan. There is no relationship between the two of us which would impel me to make such a sacrifice." The Sith Exalt was intrigued. It seemed as though this terrifying Tao Lord didn't know why he had been imprisoned. "Gra-ah!" The Sith Exalt let out a short, ragged growl of pain. Clearly, he was in a great deal of agony. A short while later, he suppressed the agony and continued to speak. "We Sith were defeated, true. This was a war of civilizations, a war to the death. Either you had to die or we would die. We lost the war, and I'm willing to accept death as being the result of that. Why must you torment me like this?" Ning just listened silently. "If I, had been free and up to my own devices, I never would have wanted to launch such a cruel and deadly war. There was no way to avoid this war. If you cultivators remained in power, then we Sith would have perished. That is why I had to take part in the war. Both our sides suffered greatly in the war. Why must you feel such hatred for me? Why must you torment me so? Kill me. Grant me release. I've had enough of this endless torment. The Sith Exalt Dauber stared intently at Ning, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ning couldn't help but feel a sudden impulse to charge over and kill the man, releasing him from his torment. However, Ning quickly regained his usual calm. He was actually able to affect my thoughts? Ning glanced at the Sith Exalt, secretly shocked. From a certain perspective, the Sith was telling the truth. Even Ning himself felt that wiping out the enemy after winning the war was enough. There was no need to perpetually imprison and torment the survivors. However, the reason why Ning had felt that sudden impulse was primarily because the Sith Exalt's voice had managed to bewilder him. This Sith Exalt had definitely reached a terrifyingly profound level in the art of bewilderment. Ning had a truly perfect sword heart, but he had still been briefly influenced by the Exalt's voice, even though he had quickly recovered from it. A hint of disappointment flickered through the Sith Exalt's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "Are you really not going to grant me release? The autarchs must have imprisoned you for good reason. They are the leaders of the cultivator civilizations, and they could well have done this because of some secret they know which has a major impact on the war between our two civilizations. There's no way I would intervene," Ning said. "Damn it. I was so close." The Sith Exalt Dauber instantly grew even more berserk and growled. "This is unfair. Unfair. An eternal Omega Dao? If I had also embarked upon the path of the Omega Dao long ago, then regardless of whether I succeeded or failed, I never would have ended up like this. My destiny would have been completely changed. This is utterly unfair." Ning could feel the deep emotions which filled the man's roar. It was a feeling of deep and intense regret, mixed with resentment. Ning couldn't help but mumble to himself, "So what if you had embarked upon the path of the Omega Dao? Even if you had embarked upon the path of the Omega Dao, you still would have taken part in this war as a member of the Sith." Whoosh! Suddenly, the growling Sith Exalt reached out with both hands. His arms expanded dramatically in size, causing even the formation diagram imprints on them to twist and distort. As he attacked, he finally spat out a murderous, hate-filled cry. "If you don't help me, you can go die." The two arms almost instantly expanded to become over 100,000 kilometers long. His hands were filled with tremendous power, and he reached out to tear Ning apart. As they swept out towards Ning, they were infused with such strange, profound mysteries that Ning wasn't even able to dodge them. It seemed as though he absolutely had to face this attack head-on. "Eh?" Ning turned ashen, and his heart shook with shock. Ever since he had mastered an eternal Omega Dao, he had always had a feeling that he was in complete control of his surroundings. Every so often, something would surprise him, but nothing truly caught him off guard. In this moment, however, Ning truly felt stunned. So stunned that his heart was shaking. Even his sword heart had become rather unsteady. It was as though he had seen something that was completely impossible before him. But Ning had no time to think this matter over, because those two giant palms had already reached him. Boom! With but a thought, Ji Ning immediately summoned the awesome Sword Dao domain around him. Countless streams of sword light descended upon this place, filling it with attacks that were all comparable to full-strength blows from other verse lords. The sword light quickly moved in a marvelous way to block the murderous palms that were crashing down towards Ning, doing their best to slow the palms down. Each of the fingers on the twin palms began to slowly change. As they changed, they caused space-time to change with them. Boom! 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 Every single finger completely suppressed the streaks of sword light that they touched. This was a truly ferocious attack from the Sith Exalt. If Ning wished to merely rely on his Sword Dao domain to defend against it, he would have to use the principles of using 4 grams of force to redirect 1,000 kilograms of power. However, his opponent was clearly at a far higher level of insight than the Blazsun ruler was. Thus, Ning's attempted block didn't truly succeed. Ryup! The twin palms appeared in front of Ning and then slammed straight through Ning's body, tearing it apart into 2 pieces. Ning's body gradually faded away into nothingness, followed by a white-robed Ning reappearing over 1,000,000 kilometers away. He's fast. Exalt Dauber immediately halted his attacks, because Ning had already moved past his maximum attack range. Due to the suppressive effects of the formation diagram, he was only able to launch attacks to this distance. The Eternal Omega Daos truly are impressive. I can't help but envy his incredible speed. It would have been wonderful if I managed to master an Eternal Omega Dao. Exalt Dauber couldn't help but let out a sigh. To be honest, I knew I wouldn't be able to kill you. I just wanted to lessen your lifespan by a bit. Unfortunately, I wasn't even able to force you to draw your sword. Ning stood 1,000,000 kilometers away, a solemn look on his face. I didn't draw my sword, but I had to use up a bit of divine power in using that evasion art. Eternal Omega Daos were as profound as the Daos of ordinary autarchs. Thus, Ning actually had access to many truly incredible techniques which one would naturally gain access to upon reaching certain levels of insight. For example, when Ning had become a Dao Lord of the fourth step, he had reached such a high level of insight into the Dao of the sword that he had gained natural mastery over the shadowless form, an invulnerable form. His Dao of the sword had gained the power to pierce through space-time and sever karma, and he had reached incredible heights in many different areas. Nowadays, Ning's abilities were even more unbelievable than before. If he was truly willing to exhaust his life energy, he could increase his speed to truly unbelievable heights. For example, when Ning had killed the Lonely King, he had taken a single step to move an extremely great distance to slay the Lonely King without the latter even being able to react. This was a testament to Ning's true speed. Similarly, he had been able to heavily injure the Blaze Sun ruler with one strike, and the Blaze Sun ruler hadn't been able to block at all. As far as warping through spacetime went, if Ning chose to use his sword to tear through spacetime, he would actually be able to travel a greater distance than even the Black Sun was capable of. The autarchs were able to easily tear through spacetime and warp tremendous distances. But alas, these incredible techniques all consumed enormous amounts of energy. Ning had to be extremely stingy with his energy usage. Every single scrap of energy and power represented his vital energy. Just now, he had simply used an evasion art to dodge a single step backwards, ensuring that the Sith Exalt wasn't able to touch him. This didn't take up too much of his divine power, but it still wasn't nothing. What? The Sith Exalt just attacked Dao Lord Darknorth. The distant cultivators and the creatures serving the Blaze Sun ruler all stared in astonishment. The Sith Exalt's attack was as savage and overbearing as ever. It was strange. The Blaze Sun ruler and the Sith Exalt were clearly on the same level of power, but when they saw the Sith Exalt attack, they felt a much greater sense of fear. They had already witnessed the Sith Exalt attack on numerous occasions, and several cultivators had died as a result. Dao Lord Darknorth, however, was naturally different. He took just a single step back and was able to dodge with ease. One side struck with full power, the other dodged with calm and unhurried grace. Dao Lord Darknorth truly is more powerful. Incredible, the cultivators murmured. As for Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others who were close to Ning, they only felt nervous. Given how fast Ning had just moved, it was obvious that he had been forced to use some of his own power. I was only able to force you to use an evasion art. How much energy could that possibly consume? You'd probably have to use it to take 10 steps back in order to match the amount of energy you would use up from a sword strike, Exalt Dauber said coldly. Ning's face remained as solemn as ever. He stared intently at the Sith Exalt, as though he was trying to see through to some hidden truth. After staring for several long seconds, Ning finally said, "The claw arts you just used. Ahaha, so you noticed, eh?" The Sith Exalt laughed madly. Ahaha, it makes sense. You are someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Dao. Of course you would be able to notice. Tell me everything. Ning stared at him. Haha. The only thing I'll tell you is that you saw exactly what you thought you saw. The Sith Exalt, Dauber, continued to laugh with wild abandon. I won't tell you anything else. Ahaha. I'll let you worry away and rack your brains trying to find an answer. Ha! I'm having fun just thinking about it. To be able to mystify the very first master of an eternal Omega Dao in this chaos-verse. What a wonderful feeling. Ning frowned upon hearing this. The Sith Exalt continued. Unless you were willing to kill me and grant me release, only then would I tell you everything. Exalt Dauber stared hungrily at Ning. Impossible. Ning shook his head. After seeing the Sith Exalt's claw arts, he felt increasingly certain that there was an enormous secret behind the Exalt's imprisonment. The autarchs had to have imprisoned them for an extremely important reason. Then you will never know the answer, Exalt Dauber said viciously. Tell me. Do you think the autarchs know the answer? Ning suddenly smiled. You! The Sith Exalt was stunned. I'll go and ask the autarchs. I was planning to visit them a final time before dying anyhow, Ning said. He then turned and left. Exalt Dauber gnashed his teeth as he watched Ning leave. But there was nothing he could do. Use an illusion? That terrifying Dao Lord had an incredibly powerful Dao heart. One which was truly perfect. It was already quite incredible that the Sith Exalt had been able to have even a slight effect on Ning earlier. There was no way he would actually be able to actually influence Ning's actions. Other methods would be equally futile. There was no way such a major power as Ning would succumb to the likes of mere curiosity. I'm going to be imprisoned here forever, tortured forever. Dauber raised his head, his azure eyes staring into the endless fiery light in the skies. His gaze was filled with hatred and regret, and then he mumbled with a hint of exhaustion. When will it come to an end? I really don't want to hold on any longer. Ning turned and left, returning to Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind and the others with a belly full of suspicions. The images of the Sith Exalt using claw arts to assault him continually replayed in his mind. How is it possible? How could that be? Is this the real reason why the autarchs have imprisoned them? Ning continually pondered this question. Suddenly, Ning's face turned slightly pale as he raised his head and stared towards the skies. Whoosh! A bolt of thunder suddenly appeared, tearing through the heavens and warping through space-time, causing a stable but temporary passageway to form. Right at this moment, 8 towering figures appeared within the bolt of thunder, with one being the muscular black-armored Blaze Sun ruler. The other 7 all had different auras. One was as cold and remote as an endless sea of ice. A second seemed to represent the destruction of space itself. But all of them were of equal magnitude. The 8 domain rulers. Ning's face turned completely pale. Have they gone mad? The Blaze Sun ruler must be insane. Ning had considered the possibility that the Blaze Sun ruler might be able to recruit 4 or 5 of the others to work with him, but he never would have imagined that the legendary 8, the most powerful source-walkers of the 8 domains of the Chaosverse, would all appear en masse. All 8. Ning would probably exhaust himself and die without being able to do anything to the 8 of them. There was simply no way he could fight at full power for an extended period of time. The 8 domain rulers. But Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others were all shocked. That one over there is the Blaze Sun ruler. Why is it that I have the feeling that the other 7 are just as terrifying as him? Their auras seem to be of equal power. The other 7 are also domain rulers? What? The 8 domain rulers are all here. Given that even Ning was shocked, the other cultivators present were all completely scared senseless. They had never even heard of all 8 domain rulers appearing at the same time. They've gone mad. Stark raving mad. All 8 have rushed over right away. I'm certainly not sticking around. Ning took a single step forwards and reappeared in front of Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others. He pulled them into his estate treasure with a wave of his hand. Riot! Ning brandished the Dark North sword a single time, generating a streak of swordlight that tore a rift through spacetime. Ning leaped into that spacetime rift, which quickly closed and healed behind him. By now, only the autarchs could surpass Ning when it came to tearing through spacetime. There was no way the 8 domain rulers could possibly stop him at all. The 8 domain rulers had just used a valuable treasure to instantly teleport here. They could do nothing but stare, stupefied, as Ning disappeared from right in front of them, and they could find no traces of where he had gone at all. If Ji Ning wished to, He could have used his sword to tear through spacetime and let him exit the entire Blaze Sun domain. However, as one of the 8 domains, there were many places within the Blaze Sun domain which were extremely hard to traverse via a spacetime warp. To forcibly tear through via the Tao of the sword would require an enormous amount of energy. Ji Ning wasn't willing to waste his lifespan on something like this. He was able to sense that there was something strange happening in spacetime nearby, and so he chose the exit tunnel to be placed there. Whoosh! Ning vanished from the Earthfire continent and followed the sword-form spacetime tunnel to arrive at an extremely distant place within the Blazefire domain. Eh? Ning swept the area with his gaze, slightly surprised. I sensed from afar that the space-time continuum here was quite unique, so this is what this place looks like. Ning was currently standing in empty space, facing a distant dimensional whirlpool. Battered bits of debris were flying out of the whirlpool, including some shattered pieces of golden metal, strange mechanical parts, and even an enormous but tattered-looking castle. These bits and fragments were all flying out of the whirlpool, while the whirlpool itself was starting to spin more slowly, almost as though space was going back to normal. It seems my luck isn't bad. I managed to find a Sith trove after just a single teleport. Ning laughed. Ning waved his hand, releasing Nuwa, Su Yuji, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, the Flamewing God, and the others. As soon as this awesome group of experts appeared, they began to scan their surroundings. They quickly noticed the dimensional whirlpool and were duly astonished by it and the Sith treasures floating out of it. A Sith treasure trove? There's actually a treasure trove here? And, by the looks of it, it looks like it just appeared. Patriarch Treewind and the others were all quite stunned. As for Ning, he laughed. I heard that other verses and Sith treasuries will often appear out of nowhere within the 8 domains. Is that so? It is. Patriarch Treewind nodded. When wandering through the Blaze Sun domain, you'll occasionally stumble across an otherverse which has no owners in it, and Sith caches will sometimes appear out of nowhere as well. However, the ones we find have usually been floating around in the Blaze Sun domain for quite some time. I've only heard stories about actually seeing them appear from dimensional whirlpools. This is my first time witnessing it in person. Other verses are created by autarchs, Ning said. But the Sith caches were left behind from the Dawn War. Why would they appear here out of nowhere? Not sure. The autarchs are probably behind this for some reason. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others who were familiar with the Blaze Sun domain all shook their heads. Ning continued to ponder this question. The giant, battered-looking castle off in the distance was in a more or less complete shape, but it had clearly experienced the ravages of battle. Otherwise, why would it be riddled with so many wounds? But it had been an extremely long period of time since the Dawn War had ended. Why had it and all these other treasures suddenly appeared now? Ning had only sensed that something strange was happening in spacetime in this location while he himself was warping through spacetime, which was why he had exited here. Over the years, there had been other instances in the 8 domains where Sith treasure caches had appeared out of nowhere. In fact, even Nuwa had somehow vanished from the 3 realms and then appeared in the Blaze Sun domain. And the other verses, those were personally handcrafted by the autarchs. Why would they appear here as well? Master, we have an entire Sith treasury in front of us. Hegemon Azure Fiend was rather excited. Dark North. Nuwa remained quite calm, and she immediately asked, "Are the 8 domain rulers still in pursuit of us?" Ning laughed. "Don't worry, they aren't able to track us down at all. However, I really don't understand what the 8 of them were thinking. I still can't believe all 8 of them joined forces. They probably have plans of their own." Nuwa felt quite frustrated as well. Anyone faced with all 8 domain rulers at once would feel a sense of tremendous pressure. They can keep searching if they want. I have no desire to waste my time on them. Ning didn't wish to waste any of his vital energy. Otherwise, if he truly went all out, he'd be able to dominate all 8 of them. All they would be able to do would be to endure his attacks as best as they could, relying on their innate gifts. If they managed to tank the hits, they would live, but if they failed, they would perish. Ning himself felt that if he was lucky, he would at most be able to kill one of the 8 if all 8 joined forces. But why? What was the point? Ning naturally preferred to stay far, far away from the 8 of them. Master, let's go take a look at those floating Sith treasures. Flame Wing stared quite curiously at the distant castle and the other relics floating in space. Dark North. Nuwa looked at Ning as well. She too felt curious about this treasure cache. Tao Lord. All the others were also intrigued, but as they saw it, since Ning had discovered this cache, its contents would naturally belong to him. Go ahead and take a look. Ning laughed. Just be careful. Don't just rummage through things blindly. There might be traps hidden there. All right. Let's go. Don't worry, Tao Lord. We'll be careful. Master, I'm going to go take a look as well. Not even Su Yuji could refrain from taking a look. All of them flew towards the Sith cache, with only Protector Whitethaw continuing to solemnly stand guard over Ning. By now, the dimensional vortex had already vanished, allowing space to go back to normal. Ning didn't really care that much about the Sith treasury. He was already close to the autarchs in power. Why would he care about Sith treasures or armaments? What did I just see earlier, though? Ning pondered by himself, his mind thinking back to the Earthfire continent and the sneak attack the imprisoned Sith Exalt had launched against him. It's completely impossible, but I can't explain it any other way. To this very moment, Ning still felt quite stunned by the implications. This was also part of the reason why he had no interest in exploring the Sith treasure cache. I definitely wasn't seeing things. That imprisoned Sith Exalt. It had definitely reached the autarch level of insight. Ning was shaking inside. That Sith autarch had probably reached hegemony in the Tao of Bewilderment. But the twin claw attacks he had launched against Ning had been incomparably profound. Ning hadn't been able to disturb it or shake it at all with his sword Tao domain. Other cultivators might not be able to tell, but Ning had already reached a level of insight which was comparable to that of the autarchs, and had also received guidance from legacies left behind by Autarch Awakener and Autarch Bolin. That brief moment of combat was enough for Ning to ascertain that the Sith Exalt, Dauber, had definitely employed autarchy-level mysteries in launching his twin claw attacks. The autarch level of insight. That means he should be an autarch. Ning simply didn't understand. But he ended up being imprisoned just like that? If he really was an autarch, it would be incredibly easy for him and his peers to capture the Flamewing God. But instead, 3 of them had to work together to accomplish this. In fact, the Sith once had multiple Exalts. If the Sith Exalts truly were autarchs, they would have been able to overwhelm the cultivator civilizations with ease. But instead, their performance in combat proved that they were inferior to our autarchs. And when Exalt Dauber battled against me, I could sense that although he had reached an incredibly high level of insight, the power of his attacks were vastly inferior to mine. Ning truly was puzzled. He felt certain that Sith Exalt Dauber had reached the autarch level of insight, but the amount of power the Exalt had unleashed in battle was much lower than that level. At most, it was on par with the Blaze Sun rulers. Ning had only been forced to use a tiny bit of his energy, and a single backward step had allowed him to dodge the attack with ease. Clearly, Ning had completely outstripped the Exalt in power. How odd. There's no way I was wrong. He has to be at the autarch level in insight, but for some reason he's only able to unleash a fraction of their power. Ning mused to himself. It felt as though his techniques were only able to employ a tiny amount of the power of the Tao. For major powers, the power of the Tao was paramount. The higher a level of insight you reached, the more important the power of your Tao. Ning, for example, was able to form a sword Tao domain with just a thought. He didn't even need to use up any of his own energy. But the domain would be filled with streaks of sword light that were comparable to full-strength strikes from other verse lords. This was the power of the Tao, not Ning's own internal power. When he himself fought in battle and used his sword arts were so profound that they were capable of unleashing many marvelous effects. This happened because he would use a fraction of his own energy to fully command the power of the Tao and unleash even more devastating amounts of might. But the Sith Exalt was completely different. Ning could tell that he had clearly reached the autarch level of insight into the Tao, but his techniques were only able to unleash a fraction of the Tao's power. As a result, the overall power of his attacks was merely at the Blaze Sun ruler's level. So what's the reason for this? As far as I can tell, he should be an autarch. But he's dramatically weaker than the autarchs. Or perhaps these Sith exalts are pseudo-autarchs. Perhaps they have inherently flawed Daos, which is why they are unable to unleash much power from them. Ning was filled with many questions. Why did these exalts have such a high level of insight into the Dao? Were they truly autarchs, or were they pseudo-autarchs? Why was it that the true autarchs did not kill them and instead chose to torture them forever? I imagine only the autarchs know the answer to these questions. Ning mused. Dark North. Hurry over here. Nuwa suddenly called out from nearby that distant, levitating castle. What's wrong? Ji Ning took a single step forwards and warped through space, rippling through it to appear right next to the battered, scar-covered castle. Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, the Flamewing God, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others all stood next to the castle, completely helpless. Nuwa pointed at the giant castle, which was fully 15,000 meters long. We've already completely searched the place and we're sure that there's a dimensional space within it, but we haven't been able to open it up no matter what we do, nor can we find a way to get inside. This castle seems to be quite complicated. Let me take a look. Ning scrutinized it carefully. The enormous castle just hung there in space, covered with many scars and with a number of damaged parts floating around it. Ning slowly flew in a circle around the castle, inspecting every part of it with care. He also took a look at the damaged parts. How does it look? Flamewing couldn't help but ask. Master, are you able to open it up? Even if I was, you wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Why are you in such a rush? Ning teased. I'm just curious. Flamewing chortled. In truth, Su Yuji and the others were quite curious as well. Ning continued to inspect the castle for as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea. Suddenly, he waved his hand and caused two distant fragments to fly into his hands. One was roughly 3 meters long, while the other was merely fist-sized. Clack, clack. Ning placed the two fragments into two different locations on the castle. Rumble. Instantly, the entire castle began to slowly swivel on its base, which looked like a series of leaf-shaped mechanisms. The center of this towering castle suddenly parted, revealing an entranceway. It's open! It's open! Flamewing said excitedly. Dao Lord, you truly are impressive. Hegemin Goodsong flattered. He was quite skilled in this regard. Ever since he had become a Golden Emperor, he had shamelessly chosen to follow Ning and flattered him non-stop. Ning had been in need of someone who was familiar with the Blaze-Sun domain, and so had nodded and accepted his service. Hegemin Goodsong had done his utmost to serve as Ning's pathfinder, and so Ning had naturally decided to give him some tips from time to time. There were countless hegemons and emperors who envied Hegemin Goodsong, but alas, Ning wouldn't accept a retainer without a good reason. This Sith artifact seems to be usable, and generally speaking, castle-shaped Sith weapons are incredibly powerful, Patriarch Treewind said with praise. Due to the war, many powerful Sith war machines had ended up being completely destroyed or rendered inoperable. The stone elephant wall, which Ning had once discovered, which had originally been known as the Sith warship Tiger Hill, was one example of an unusable Sith war machine. This Sith castle is probably comparable in value to Howu City, Imperator Jade Rainbow agreed. Ning agreed as well. It was generally quite easy to tell from just a visual inspection as to how powerful Sith weapons were. Chains, axes, shields. These were held items that generally wouldn't be all that powerful. The Black Sun, Howu City, the Tiger Hill, and this giant castle in front of them. These were all large-scale war machines and generally were incredibly potent. With but a thought, Ning summoned his sword Dao domain and used it to completely cover the entire castle, as well as its internals. Nothing dangerous inside. Let's go take a look. Ning immediately flew into the entrance. Nuwa, Su Yuji, Patriarch Treewind, and the others all followed Ning inside. The passageway was very deep, dark, and gloomy. From the outside, the castle looked as though it was merely 15,000 meters long, but on the inside it was absolutely enormous. Ning's group flew more than 1,000 kilometers along the hallway before they finally reached an open, empty region. This region was divided up into 3 different levels, with each level representing 3 different core controls used to operate the castle. There were Sith corpses floating above the altars which existed in all 3 levels. The corpses all emanated the auras of eternal emperors. There were also some black emperors and golden emperors who had undergone the ritual sacrificium. All of them had perished here. Ning slowly descended upon the bottommost layer, then glanced at his surroundings. Nuwa and the others came flying over as well, also landing on the altar at the very bottom. The insides of this castle are intact. How did they all die? Azure Fiend glanced at the corpses in astonishment. I don't see any wounds on these corpses. Someone managed to kill these golden emperors through the protection of the castle. Nuwa and the others were all quite stunned. A total of 32 Sith are inside here, Ning said. It had to have been an autarch who used either karmic techniques or true soul destruction techniques to bypass the castle walls and slay the Sith inside. The autarchs had chosen different daos and thus had different areas of specialty. Some, like Autarch Bolin, specialized in frontal attacks. Others had techniques which were more mysterious and harder to understand. There are actually 3 command centers. Ning raised his head to look at the other 2. His forehead creased into a frown. The bottom command center has an enormous formation within it, which can be used to reach out from the base of the castle and connect it to an enormous area around it. This castle can be used to command, consolidate, and protect an entire region. It will gather chaos energy from the area around it. The middle command center is comparatively simpler. It controls the scanning formation, ensuring that any opponent who appears will find it almost impossible to escape. It has tremendous control over dimensional power, allowing it to scan an incredibly vast area and discover even the most minute of spatial ripples. Even I would probably be unable to avoid its detection, Ning said with a surprised sigh. As for the top command center, it is also quite complicated. It involves a powerful offensive formation that gathers together the power of lightning, focusing it together into an attack of incredible power. Even golden emperors would probably perish before it, Ning said slowly as he continued to inspect the insides of the castle. Is it really that impressive? That means this is a perfect weapon of war, Hegemon Azure Fiend said with a shocked sigh. During the Dawn War, it was probably just as important as the Black Sun, Ning said. This, too, is a war machine that is capable of affecting the flow of battle in an entire region. I'm amazed that we were lucky enough to stumble upon such an important war machine. Haha. Given your incredible prowess, Tao Lord, it is only natural that your luck is also extraordinary, Patriarch Treewind praised. Ning himself felt rather puzzled. Luck, eh? It was true that he was held in high favor by the prime essences of the Chaosverse. When he had failed his downmerge, he could sense that the prime essences had sighed on his behalf. If the reason that he had just stumbled upon an incredibly valuable warfort was because he was lucky thanks to being favored by the prime essences, even Ning could do nothing but sigh. Sith war machines of this level of power were incredibly hard to find. Lord Howu had only become known as the Lord Governor of Howu after finding Howu City, while the Black Sun had made a Realms Lord out of Realms Lord Windgrace. I would need at least 3 people to take control of the formations in order to operate this castle. Ning frowned. And all 3 need to be hegemons. Me and my avatar can account for 2, but that won't be enough. Nuwa felt rather worried. What about me? Azure Fiend volunteered. Ning shook his head. I'm planning to leave this castle in my homeland. Azure Fiend, are you really volunteering to stay in my homeland forever? Azure Fiend was speechless. He loved freedom and loved adventuring. He really wouldn't be able to endure staying in Lord Darknorth's homeland forever. The formations within this castle are quite complicated. Nuwa, you probably wouldn't be able to take direct control of them either, Ning said. Let me take a closer look. Ning was planning to modify the central command centers of this castle, making it more suitable for the 3 realms. Ning himself was able to easily control all 3 formation diagrams, but modifying them even slightly would be difficult. Ning actually ended up creating a 4th formation diagram inside the castle, one which would serve as the master controls. Thanks to this fourth formation diagram, a single emperor would be able to simultaneously control all of the castle's functions. This took Ning over 800 million years to accomplish. Aha! Finally, I've succeeded. Ning let out a loud laugh, his laughter echoing within the empty space. Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others who had been quietly meditating all immediately stopped their training. Nuwa? Ning said with a smile. I added an additional formation diagram that simplifies the process of controlling this castle. Once the castle has been activated, it will be able to scan to a distance of over 1 trillion kilometers, and it'll be able to stand guard over this region. When I go back, I plan to modify the formations protecting our homeland and make this castle the centerpiece of our defenses. If anyone dares to attack our home, they'll have to endure an assault from the castle. My modifications have resulted in a decreasing in its scanning range, and have also resulted in it only being able to focus its firepower on a single target. But I think it should be enough, Ning said. Besides, if we have enough hegemons in the future, you can just ignore my fourth formation diagram and take direct control over the 3 original ones. Understood. Nuwa nodded. Ning waved his hand, causing a jade slip to appear with instructions on how to control the castle. Take it. Ning handed the slip over to Nuwa. Test it out and see how strong it is. All right. Nuwa scanned the slip, quickly memorizing the information. Let's go out, Ning said, and take a look at the castle's power. The group of cultivators immediately left the castle, leaving only Nuwa behind. They all stood outside in the void, staring at the castle. Rumble. The very tip of the castle suddenly began to light up. Boom! An invisible dimensional ripple suddenly spread out to cover an area of 1 trillion kilometers, making it so that nothing within this area could escape its sensors. There was a round disc located at the neck of the castle, which was divided into a black side and a white side. Flickers of terrifying lightning could be seen gathering around that location. According to the castle's original configuration and power, it was capable of shooting out 2 bolts of thunder simultaneously, each one carrying a tremendous amount of power. In order to simplify the controls, Ning had made it so that just a single bolt of thunder could be unleashed. However, this had the beneficial side effect of reducing energy costs by 50%. Attacks of such power consumed enormous amounts of energy, after all. That looks absolutely terrifying. I can sense that the power of that thunder is more than enough to wipe me out, Azure Fiend said with a sense of lingering fear. You? Even I would find it hard to survive. Patriarch Treewind felt fear as well, as did Imperator Jade Rainbow and the others. These types of Sith war machines were absolutely terrifying. During the Dawn War, they were used to stabilize entire regions. So long as an autarch didn't intervene, these things spelled certain doom for any cultivators who faced them. However, they had to build up power before launching each shot. And so during the Dawn War, the cultivators who were faced with these terrifying war machines used their own lives to block their attacks and buy time for their peers. Boom! A streak of lightning suddenly shot out, causing both space and time to congeal into a liquefied state. A distant, fiery red boulder which was levitating in the distance suddenly disappeared, silently and soundlessly. The bolt of lightning briefly showed itself as the boulder was destroyed, followed by it immediately continuing its forward surge. The power of this attack was so great that everyone save for Ning and the Flame Wing God felt utterly stunned. This attack was more than enough to wipe them all out. That attack was too fast. Space wasn't just twisted, it was liquefied. Anyone within a range of 10 billion kilometers would find it almost impossible to dodge, Patriarch Treewind said with a frown. The only option would be to stay out of its range. In the future, I'll have to remember to stay at least 50 billion kilometers away from that thing, Imperator Jade Rainbow said with a laugh. If I'm too close, I won't even be able to dodge. Treewind, your disciple is now even more powerful than you are. Nuwa has always been far more talented than me. Even without Downlord Darknorth's help, she would eventually grow to eclipse me in might, Patriarch Treewind chortled. Downlord Darknorth was wholeheartedly helping out Nuwa, and Nuwa was his disciple. As a result, Treewind himself would benefit from the process. The more powerful this female disciple of his became, the more influential he himself would become. Whoosh! The silver-robed Nuwa flew out from the castle. She waved her hand, causing the castle to quickly shrink to become palm-sized and fall within her palm. Clearly, she had already fully mastered the control technique Ning had given her and was in full control of this castle. It really is powerful. With this castle under my control, our homeland shall be impregnable, Nuwa said, her face covered with joy. Given how mighty its attacks are, its defensive prowess should be even better. Even the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler would find it difficult to break through. Ning felt delighted as well. After fleeing from the Earthfire continent, he had actually warped to this place and discovered a treasure that he was in desperate need of. He had actually been planning to spend some time finding a treasure which would be suitable for the Three Realms' defense. Now, one had just appeared before him. Dark North, this castle is still riddled with damage. What should we do? Nuwa looked at Ning. There's nothing that can be done. I'm certainly not able to repair the artifacts, Ning said with a laugh. Thankfully, at least its interior is in perfect shape. The damage on the outside makes it look a bit ugly. But all we need to do is add another protective layer on top, and it'll look as good as new. Eh? Ning suddenly frowned and turned to stare off into the distant. Boom! A faint dimensional ripple appeared, followed by a strange creature with a sharp head and furry tail appear. It stared curiously in their direction. These creatures again? Nuwa said. That thunderbolt you launched was probably so powerful it attracted their attention. We've been discovered, Patriarch Treewind said. These creatures seem quite weak. The strongest of them are perhaps just barely comparable to ordinary hegemons. Patriarch Treewind and the others naturally wouldn't care too much about a squad of such weak creatures. Downlord, these creatures are often under the Blaze Sun ruler's command, Imperator Jade Rainbow said hurriedly. Now that they've seen you, they'll probably send word to the Blaze Sun ruler and he's probably going to rush over here again. The Blaze Sun ruler. Ning felt resigned. There was nothing he could do against the 8 domain rulers. Let's go. Downlord Dark North. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by the most powerful of the tailed beasts flying towards Ning at high speed. Eh? Ning glanced at the strange creature, puzzled. My name is Stoneblade. The strange creature bowed respectfully, then said, My humblest greetings to the mighty Downlord Dark North. Oh, so you actually recognize me? Ning smiled. The Blaze Sun ruler long ago spread word that he is searching for you and provided a great deal of information about you. When I also saw Nuwa and Patriarch Treewind by your side, I naturally was sure that it was you, the creature said respectfully. The Blaze Sun ruler certainly is persistent. It seems everyone has been notified about me, including you and your peers. Speak. What do you need from me? Ning asked. The strange creature said respectfully. The Blaze Sun ruler sent word long ago that if we encountered Downlord Dark North, we were to immediately inform you that they bear you no ill will at all, nor do they intend to fight you. Instead, there is something important they must inform you. Oh, Ning was puzzled. Something important? What is it? That I do not know. After discovering you, I immediately sent word back. I imagine the domain ruler will soon be notified, and they'll probably hasten here at full speed. Once you see him, you'll know the answer, Downlord, the creature said. Understood. Ning nodded. The strange creature then bowed respectfully a second time before retreating. Dark North, the Blaze Sun ruler and the other domain rulers have important business with you? Nuwa was puzzled. What important business could it possibly be? Could it be a scheme of some sort? Flamewing immediately asked. Ning laughed. Flamewing? When did you learn about schemes? Haha. However, I don't think it is a trick or a trap. Because I'm powerful enough that if I wish to leave, the 8 of them are completely unable to stop me. There's no need to lie to me either. And when I saw all 8 of them last time, I felt quite puzzled. For all 8 domain rulers to join forces against me is quite odd. Now it seems they have other business with me. We shall wait here for a time. Let's wait for the 8 domain rulers to come and see what they want, Ning said. Very well. We fled so quickly last time. I didn't even have a chance to see what the other 7 looked like. Me neither. I saw 2 of them. This time, I'm gonna see what all 8 of them look like. Hegemin Goodsong, Treewind, Jade Rainbow, Azure Fiend, and the others all felt quite relaxed. With Ning present, they had nothing to fear at all. In any other situation, they would have been utterly terrified by the prospect of facing the 8 domain rulers. Roughly an hour later. Whoosh! A bolt of thunder appeared, splitting through the void and creating a temporary but stable space-time tunnel. 8 figures appeared within the tunnel. It was the Blaze-Sun ruler and the rest of the 8. When they saw the distant Ning, they revealed looks of delight and hurriedly flew towards him. It really doesn't seem as though they come with bad intentions, Nuwa sent mentally. Let's see just what they want, exactly. They have infinite lifespans and should be living without any worries or concerns whatsoever. There shouldn't be anything they need me to do for them, Ning said. And of course, if they came for his eternal Omega Sword Dao, there was no way he would transmit it to them. Soon, the 8 domain rulers arrived. They all shrank down to human size as they met with Ning and his team. Respectful greetings, Dao Lord Dark North. All of them spoke quite courteously. Respectful greetings, domain rulers. Ning smiled. Last time I saw you, Blaze-Sun ruler, you were thirsting for battle and completely mad with bloodlust. This time, all 8 of you have appeared but are so courteous. And I hear there is something important you wish to tell me? Might I ask what that is? The 8 domain rulers traded a glance. The Blaze-Sun ruler voluntarily stepped forward and said, rather embarrassed, Dao Lord Dark North, I was rash in my actions. As soon as we fought, I immediately knew that I was no match for you. A while ago, when we came to speak to you at the Earthfire continent, it wasn't for the sake of continuing the fight. Rather, we came on orders. On orders? Ning was startled. Yes. A Sourcewalker dressed in deep blue armor respectfully replied. After you appeared in the Blaze-Sun domain, word of your presence quickly made its way to the Autarch. The Autarch is within the quintessence of the Chaosverse and is too busy to come out, and so she instructed the 8 of us to find you and bring you to meet with her. We've been searching for you this entire time. Last time we found you, but you left so quickly that we weren't able to catch up, a Sourcewalker dressed in fiery armor said. Ning was enlightened. The Autarch is located amongst the prime essences and wishes to meet with me? Might I ask, which Autarch is it? The Blaze-Sun ruler said hurriedly, it is Autarch Skyfeeder. Ever since the war against the Sith concluded, the Autarch has spent almost all of her time within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. We were lucky enough to have received some guidance from her. Skyfeeder. Ji Ning nodded slightly. The only Autarchs he knew of were Autarch Bolin, Autarch Awakener, and Autarch Titanos. He didn't really know much about the others. Go ahead and lead the way, Ning said. Dao Lord? The Sourcewalker dressed in deep blue armor glanced rather hesitantly at the many cultivators behind Ning. The Autarch is within the prime essences, a place filled with tremendous power. There is no way ordinary cultivators can enter there. You need to have either reached the incredible level of the Autarchs which you Dao Lord have or be like us and the Chaos Primordials. We're able to endure the power of that place with our powerful bodies. Weaker cultivators are completely incapable of moving about within the prime essences. I'm afraid that we would at most be able to bring you and your Chaos Primordial. Don't worry about us at all. The Autarch wishes to see you, Dao Lord. We wouldn't dare go. Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, and the others said hurriedly. They had all but stopped breathing when they heard that an Autarch had summoned Ning. How could they possibly dare to get involved in a meeting between Dao Lord Dark North and such a supremely august presence? Dark North, go ahead and go. Don't worry about us. Nuwa concurred. Very well. Ning nodded. Even if he did bring them, there was no way for them to move about inside the prime essences. Stay here within the Blaze-Sun domain. Once I return, I'll reunite with you. Very well. Understood. Su Yuji and the others hurriedly assented. Dark North, you must be careful, Nuwa instructed. Don't worry, Ning smiled. The 8 domain rulers wouldn't dare to cause trouble, which meant that Nuwa's team of cultivators had nothing to fear. Take me with you, Master. Take me with you. Flamewing said eagerly. It's been forever since I was back inside the prime essences. Ning laughed and nodded. Very well. Follow me. This way please, Tao Lord Dark North. The Blaze Sun ruler took out his warship and invited Ning and Flamewing inside. Moments later, the warship tore through space-time and disappeared without a trace. The 8 domain rulers used all the considerable tools at their disposal. Just 3 days later, they exited the Blaze Sun domain and entered a silent, empty region of space. There was a total of 10 people in this group, and they all stood there within the empty region. This Sith warship is useless once we go inside the prime essences. Once we go inside, we'll have to slowly fly on our own. The Blaze Sun ruler explained. Open up. One of the domain rulers stepped forward and made a slashing motion with his hand. Swoosh! A gateway was torn within spacetime, and at the opposite end of the gateway was a region filled with an incredible, awesome amount of power and energy. After you, Tao Lord. The 8 domain rules said very respectfully. Let's go. Ning was the first to step into the spacetime door, with Flamewing and the 8 domain rulers following from behind. After they entered, the spacetime door vanished without a trace, leaving behind a very ordinary-seeming region. Ordinary cultivators who came here, including Otherverse lords, were completely incapable of finding the prime essences. The region they entered was filled with overwhelming power. Imagine a mortal falling into an ocean. The entire area around him would be surrounded by endless waves of suffocating might. The pressure from these waves could easily cause even hegemons to perish, while Otherverse lords would find it too difficult to take as much as a single step here. Rumble. The 8 domain rulers and the Flamewing God were all under tremendous pressure as well. They had powerful bodies and thus were able to endure it, especially Flamewing, whose body was virtually indestructible and who could thus completely ignore the pressure. However, they still had to use all the power they could muster in order to advance through this region. Thankfully, Flamewing had such an endless source of power that this wasn't of concern. Which way shall we go? Ning was the most relaxed of the 10. The Sword Dao domain emanating from him was enough to cause the surrounding pressure to instantly vanish without a trace. This was because the Dao of his Sword Dao domain was the same as the prime essence of the Dao of the Sword. The prime essence of the Dao of the Sword was naturally part of the collection of prime essences, and so Ning was able to move through this region as easily as a fish moving through water. He didn't suffer any pressure or sense of rejection at all. Unfortunately, Ning wasn't able to protect anyone else. The power of the prime essences was omnipresent, while the prime essence of the Dao of the Sword was merely one part of them. If Ning pulled Flamewing and the others into his estate world, they would be protected. Otherwise, they would simply have to endure it on their own. Just follow us, Tao Lord, the Blaze Sun ruler said respectfully. If you feel tired, you can rest inside my estate world for a time, Ning said with a chuckle. No need. Don't worry about us, Tao Lord. We're used to this place. Haha. This bit of pressure is nothing at all, Master. The 8 domain rulers and Flamewing continued to advance rapidly, but they were all using their full power to do so. As for Ning, he was able to effortlessly follow from behind. Ning scanned at his surroundings. The quintessence itself was like a place that was divided into many different lakes, with each lake representing a prime essence. He saw the prime essence of thunder, the prime essence of water, the prime essence of ice, the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword. Every single prime essence was here and overflowing with might. Through them, Ning was able to more clearly scry some of the secrets of the various Daos. The prime essence of the Tao of the Sword was nothing more than one of many prime essences. This is the true foundation of our entire Chaosverse, Ning murmured softly. Even I am only able to control a tiny part of it. All of them flew very fast, but even so it took them a full 5 days before they flew past the many different prime essences. Finally, they arrived at an ordinary-looking wooden cottage that was floating in midair. There was a small courtyard surrounding this wooden cottage which looked rather like a small crop field. Here we are. Looks of delight appeared on the faces of all 8 domain rulers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They hurriedly flew closer, stepping into the courtyard around the wooden cottage. Ning and Flamewing followed them from behind. Invisible barriers had been placed here which kept out the natural pressure of the quintessence. Only now did everyone finally relax. What a marvelous formation! Ning scanned the formation, then let out a sigh of approval. A formation capable of completely blocking out the pressures of the quintessence is impressive indeed. Ning then glanced at the surrounding area. He could sense that no one was here aside from them. He immediately turned to the Blaze Sun Ruler and asked, "Where is the Autarch?" "This is a place where the Autarch often rests," the blue-armored Sourcewalker said. "She's cultivating nearby. As soon as we entered her residence, she would be immediately notified. She'll be coming soon." Cultivating nearby? Ning glanced at the area around them. Soon. Ning was able to detect a strange ripple of power emanating from a place off in the distance. This was a temporal ripple, and it contained utterly savage levels of power. It was almost like a terrifying apocalyptic demon that sought to devour all before it. Ning couldn't help but turn slightly pale. How was it possible that time itself could become so terrifying? However, the ripples quickly calmed down. A short while later, an ephemeral figure began to drift towards them, quickly leaving the prime essences and arriving in front of the wooden cottage. This was a willowy woman whose features Ning wouldn't describe as exceptionally beautiful. In the three realms, her features would be considered quite common and ordinary. Her face was slightly plump, her gaze was gentle, and her aura was both awesome and mysterious, tinged with the ripples of time. Time itself was like an obedient child which swirled around her. She was the only female Autarch in all the Chaosverse. Autarch Skyfeeder. "Dark North greets you, Autarch," Ning said immediately. Autarch Skyfeeder walked barefoot into her courtyard, then smiled merrily at Ning and said, "Skyfeeder greets you, Dowlord Dark North." Both spoke quite courteously. As soon as they glimpsed each other, they were able to sense the level of insight the other had reached. Ning could sense how tremendously powerful this Autarch's temporal Daobirth essence was, while the Autarch was able to sense how incredible Ning's eternal Omega Sword Dao was. They had embarked upon different paths, but they had now reached the same heights of power. Autarch Skyfeeder and the other Autarchs had all first become hegemons after fusing multiple supreme Daos together, then broke through to become Autarchs. Ning had embarked upon the path of the Omega Dao, and he had eventually come to master the eternal Omega Sword Dao. Although strictly speaking he was still just an eternal emperor, he truly had reached the same heights of insight as the Autarchs possessed. His only weakness was that the breadth of his understanding wasn't quite as wide. In actual combat, however, their blows would be incredibly close to each other in might. But of course, as someone who failed the Dao merge, Ning wasn't able to fight for too long. "Dark North, let's chat inside," Autarch Skyfeeder said. She pushed the door to the wooden cottage open. The cottage was quite plain, with a few seams appearing between the wooden logs that allowed one to clearly see what was inside. Autarch Skyfeeder sat down on the ground in front of a table. Ning did the same in front of another table. Each table had a flagon of wine, and the fragrant aroma of the wine instantly caused Ning's eyes to light up. This was, without a doubt, the finest wine he had ever seen. Although the two of them were merely separated from the 8 domain rulers and Flamewing by a thin wooden door, the 9 were completely unable to hear a word of the conversation within. When Ji Ning smelled the aroma of the wine, he couldn't help but pour himself a cup and taste it first. He then nodded and sighed happily. "What fine wine! My soul itself is uplifted by it. In fact, I can sense that even the disintegration of my true soul slowed down for a brief instant. Unfortunately, the disintegration of the true soul is irreversible." Autarch Skyfeeder slowly poured herself a cup, her voice tinged with regret. "Otherwise, our civilization would have given birth to a truly incredible figure. To tell you the truth, your rise is far more important to our civilization than the rise of a new Autarch. You are, after all, the very first who truly mastered an eternal Omega Dao. Sadly, I can only blame myself for not having trained well enough," Ning said with a laugh. "Perhaps if I was just a bit better, I would have succeeded in the Dao merge." The path is always the most perilous for the first trailblazer, Autarch Skyfeeder said. There has never been anyone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao before you, and so there were no guideposts or experiences you could draw upon. If you did, you probably would have succeeded in the Tao merge. Ning was startled. Indeed, he had been so very, very close. If he had just a few extra months' worth of time, he probably would have been able to find the flaws during his Tao merge, and he would have been able to discover the true eternal Omega Sword Tao before it ended. Alas, he had wasted 3 entire years on perfecting his sword heart. Ning let out a chuckle. Well, there always has to be a trailblazer. To serve as the trailblazer for the eternal Omega Taos isn't a bad destiny to have. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled and nodded. I just heard about you a short while ago. When I found out you were in the Blazesun domain, I immediately sent the 8 domain rulers out to search for you. I have something important to discuss with you, something which involves the very existence of all cultivator civilizations in the Chaosverse. We need your help. Something involving the very existence of the cultivator civilizations? Ning was startled. This sounded serious. Is there something which is capable of threatening us? Ning couldn't help but ask. There is indeed. Autarch Skyfeeder nodded. Just now I informed the other autarchs of your arrival. They are all hastening here as fast as they can. When the others arrive, we'll discuss this matter. It is a blessing that the cultivator civilizations have finally given birth to someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. Unfortunately, you failed the Tao merge. If you had succeeded, we would be even more overjoyed. The other autarchs? Ning was rather shocked. The cultivator civilizations currently have a total of 6 surviving autarchs. One of them is permanently stationed in front of the Scythelans and won't be able to make it. The other 4 will all be coming, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Ning nodded slowly. 6 autarchs in total, with 5 of them coming to meet him. This was indeed a weighty affair they wished to discuss. Autarch Titanos' residence. Autarch Titanos was almost always secluded away within his private chambers, analyzing the marvelous parts and artifacts which floated in the center. Ha! Suddenly, Autarch Titanos' face turned pale. What? The 2 fleshy antennae on top of Autarch Titanos' head suddenly stood up straight, and his golden eyes bulged out. An eternal Omega Tao? Someone from our civilization has finally mastered an eternal Omega Tao. Autarch Titanos was truly stunned. And his name is, Dark North? Wasn't that kid I saw a while ago also named Dark North? Back then, he had merely improved his Omega Tao to the level of a Tao Lord of the 4th step. He actually mastered an eternal Omega Tao. This is huge. How did it happen that the old biddy Skyfeeder actually ended up being the one to find out and notify me? Autarch Titanos completely ignored the Sith artifacts floating around in his room. He immediately charged outside in a fine rage, slamming open the door with a boom. Master! The azure-robed youth immediately moved to welcome him. Xian! Autarch Titanos said furiously. Have you heard about the Tao merge of that kid who once asked me for help? Tao Lord Dark North. Heard? Of course I heard. The azure-robed youth nodded repeatedly. This was major news which quickly spread everywhere. He failed his Tao merge, but he still managed to master an eternal Omega Tao. Even the lonely king of the Ice Peak army was killed by a single slash of his sword. He went out searching for Nuwa, and Realms Lord Windgrace did everything in his power to help spread the word. He even asked us to help out. I told quite a number of my friends about this. By now, I imagine the major powers in most of the realm verses and other verses all know about him. But I didn't know. Autarch Titanos stared at him, eyes bulging. Why the hell didn't you tell him? But a baffled and miserable look was on the azure-robed youth's face. Master, didn't you forbid me from disturbing you while you were analyzing those Sith weapons unless something really big happened? This is big. This is literally bigger than anything else. Autarch Titanos exploded. Tao Lord Dark North failed his Tao merge. He'll probably die soon, leaving behind nothing more than a legend. Why would this be big news to you, Master? The azure-robed youth was completely puzzled. To him and the other hegemons this was a stunning piece of gossip, but in the end it was nothing more than that gossip. He didn't feel there was a need to bother the autarch over it. For the love of autarch Titanos felt helpless. There were 6 autarchs in total. One was permanently stationed in front of the Scythelans and thus didn't know of Ning. The other 4 were almost impossible for hegemons to find, which was why they didn't know of Ning even though Ning's legend had long ago spread far and wide amongst the hegemons and emperors. The only autarch who was in fairly constant contact with the hegemons and emperors was autarch Titanos, but he had been researching in seclusion and his subordinates didn't dare to disturb him. As a result, he didn't find out either. It wasn't until just a short while ago that the autarchs found out about Ning, with autarch Skyfeeder who was located within the quintessence being the first to find out. She had notified the other autarchs, and only then did they realize what had happened. Forget it. Autarch Titanos shook his head. I've really embarrassed myself this time. I am usually the first to find out about things, but this time I was the last. As he spoke, he waved his hand and immediately warped through space-time and departed. He couldn't help but feel angry. The autarchs had agreed long ago to a division of labor, and autarch Titanos had agreed to be the one responsible for maintaining contact with the hegemons and emperors. He was to serve as the bridge linking the autarchs to the rest of civilization. If anything major happened amongst the hegemons and emperors, news of it would quickly make its way over to him, and he would then notify the others. This time, the news involved the rise of someone who controlled the eternal Omega Sword Dao. This was news of incredible importance. But he ended up being the notified party rather than the notifying party. Of course he felt humiliated by this. An empty, barren region. The stars and chaos worlds here seemed to have sunken into the silence of death. This entire region, which was the size of dozens of territories, was completely and utterly still. No life could rise here, nor would anyone dare to draw near here. If hegemons did dare to draw near this place, they would sense the terrifying power of death seep into their bodies. And if they came any closer, they would die. And so, this region was in a perpetual state of death and silence. There was an enormous planet here that was roughly 100 billion kilometers in diameter. This entire planet was a dark gray color, and an incredibly dense aura of death surrounded the entire planet. This planet was the source of the deathly energy which pervaded this entire region, and even the stones here had been completely broken apart into countless grains of dark gray sand. Rumble, the earth began to tremble, and the endless aura of death began to change. The ground slowly began to turn fertile and full of life. Soon, countless blades of green grass began to appear on the surface of the earth as the power of life began to emanate from this planet, and the aura of death that surrounded this region slowly began to dissipate. Rain began to fall from the skies, resulting in rivers, lakes, and seas appearing. The earth began to change, with mountains and valleys taking shape. Vegetation began to grow rapidly, with prairies and forests appearing. This transformation from utter death to brimming life happened in just a single breath's worth of time. In this single instant, time itself seemed to have somehow twisted. An incredibly long period of time seemed to have gone past. More than enough time to allow this place to become brimming with life. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the surface of this planet. A sorrowful look was in his eyes, and he slowly shook his head. I trained for very long this time. Why is it so difficult to gain insight into a Daobirth essence from the line that separates life from death? If I mastered an additional Daobirth essence, there would probably be a new transformation. But I failed yet again. Perhaps cultivators are only capable of mastering a single Daobirth essence? Perhaps all the efforts of myself, Bolin, are for naught. However, Skyfeeder just sent some good news. It seems our civilization has finally given birth to someone in control of an eternal Omega Dao. His name is Daolord Darknorth. A pity, truly a pity. How wonderful would it be if he had succeeded in his Dao merge. Still, no matter what, at least he has mastered an eternal Omega Dao. He took a single step forwards, causing space to ripple around him, then vanished without a trace. Within the sea of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Inside the wooden cottage. Ji Ning and Autarch Skyfeeder were seated in the lotus position. They were going to patiently wait for the other autarchs before talking business. While waiting, Ning began to discuss the Tao and its myriad mysteries with Autarch Skyfeeder. Over 2 hours went past in the blink of an eye. Ha! A thunderous laugh rang out, followed by the door swinging open and a muscular man dressed in loose green robes walking in. He had a pair of curved horns on his head, and his eyes were like an endlessly dark abyss. He emanated an aura of terrifying pressure that caused Ning to feel shocked, and his palms were quite large and thick. Tao Lord Dark North. The muscular man smiled when he saw Ning. Dark North, this would be Autarch Akong. Autarch Skyfeeder introduced with a smile. He is the only autarch who rose from our civilization after the Dawn War against the Sith concluded. He was incredibly talented and rose to become a hegemon in a very short period of time. He caused quite a stir in his youth, and he has a rather special title. He is known as the Autarch of Annihilation. I'm actually a fairly nice guy and I rarely kill people, but my path was that of the destruction Daobirth essence. That's why I'm known as the Autarch of Annihilation. The muscular Autarch Akong said with a booming laugh. You can just call me Akong. Akong, hurry up and sit down, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Sit and chat with us. I can't help it. I'm so happy to meet Tao Lord Dark North. Our civilization has finally given birth to a master of an eternal Omega Tao. Autarch Akong sat down. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh in approval. Every autarch truly was an extraordinary figure. For example, Ning felt as though Autarch Skyfeeder was a transcendent figure that was quite unlike ordinary living beings. She was like the mother of all things who benevolently watched over all creation. As for Autarch Akong, he emanated a heroic aura that was tinged with a terrifying, all-encompassing dominance that whispered of a hidden potential for destruction. Akong, you little drakeling, I can't believe you actually got here faster than me. The door swung open once more, followed by a bald, black-robed old man walking in with a smile on his face. The 2 fleshy antennae on his head twirled around, seemingly quite delighted. Old man, can you knock it off with the little drakeling thing? Just because you started training a bit earlier than me? Autarch Akong said helplessly. It's your own fault for calling me old man. Autarch Titanos gave him a hard look, then turned and beamed at Ning. Dark North, my young friend. We meet again. Respectful greetings, Autarch Titanos. Ning smiled. You've met. Autarch Skyfeeder and Autarch Akong were both surprised. Autarchs were quite hard to meet, and Ning had only trained for a fairly brief period of time. They had thought that Ning had never met with any autarchs before. Yes, indeed. My young friend Dark North once asked me to help him reverse space-time to revive his Tao companion. Autarch Titanos let out a sigh. Alas, the chaos world his Tao companion resided within was a world that was created from the god gems left behind by Ol, Awakener, after he died. In fact, it was a world created from 2 god gems that collided together. I'd probably kill myself trying to bring her back to life, and it still probably wouldn't work. Skyfeeder and Akong were both startled. As for Ning, he fell silent for a moment before letting out a chuckle. What's past is past. Come, let me offer you a toast. Akong lifted up his wine cup. I've had quite a few Tao companions in the past and thus have experienced the travails involved in reversing spacetime to bring them back. Thankfully, my Tao companions resided in a mundane chaos world, making reviving them much easier. I was a bit luckier than you, I suppose. Let's drink together. Ning lifted up his own cup and drank some of the wine. I didn't expect that you would actually have a connection to Awakener, Dark North. Autarch Skyfeeder let out a sigh. Awakener was tremendously talented and was actually one of the first autarchs to rise to power. The only one remaining from the oldest days is you, old man Titanos. That's because I'm not tired of living yet. Autarch Titanos stared at her. But you, Skyfeeder, you've trained for a shorter period of time than me. Are you thinking of taking the same route which Awakener and Entropos took? There are no other paths to take. That was the same conclusion they came to. However, thankfully, Our civilization has finally given birth to someone like Tao Lord Darknorth, a master of an eternal Omega Tao. As a result, I can relax a bit and won't rush off to give it a try. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled as she glanced at Ning. Ning couldn't help but ask, Awakener and Entropos, who were they? Two other old fellows. Autarch Titanos chortled. The three of us were the originals, the ones who lived the longest, Entropos, Awakener, and myself. A great deal of time passed before Skyfeeder and the others made their breakthroughs. Alas, Awakener and Entropos have already died. Both of them died? How did they die? Ning couldn't help but ask. Autarch Titanos, Autarch Skyfeeder, and Autarch Akong exchanged a glance. Autarch Titanos then let out a chuckle and said, Darknorth, my young friend, don't be impatient. We'll discuss this matter later, and I'm sure you'll come to understand. This actually is connected to the reason why we need your help. Let's wait for the other two to arrive. Actually, they've already arrived. Ning and the others all turned to look towards the outside. The seams between the wooden logs were quite large, allowing one to clearly see what was going on outside. Right now, two figures were walking side by side towards the cottage. These were the two remaining autarchs of the 5 who were meeting today. The 8 domain rulers and the flame-winged god continued to wait outside in the courtyard, their eyes growing wider and wider. They just keep coming, they mumbled breathlessly. Every single person who came was an autarch. Each time, the 9 could sense that invisible aura of might and pressure. Even the normally brash Flamewing was now on his absolute best behavior. 2 more autarchs? Flamewing and the others all stared as 2 figures emerged from the sea of prime essences and walked into the courtyard. The 2 glanced at the 8 domain rulers and Flamewing but didn't say a word, simply walking straight inside the cottage. 5 autarchs. Flamewing muttered to itself, What do these 5 autarchs want from my master? I've been alive for an eternity, but I've never seen 5 autarchs together. Even I have only seen 3 of them. 5 autarchs have gathered together. How rare must this be? The 8 domain rulers were all speechless. Autarchs were incredibly hard to find. Even during the Dawn War against the Sith, the autarchs had commanded separate troops of hegemons. Some of the 8 domain rulers had taken part in this war, but none of them had seen all of the autarchs. All 8 of the domain rulers and Flamewings stared towards that wooden cottage with curiosity. That ordinary-looking cottage actually held 5 autarchs and a Tao Lord who was the first person in the Chaosverse to master an eternal Omega Tao. All 9 of them were curious. What was being discussed inside? Inside the room, the 2 final autarchs walked in alongside each other, and Ning couldn't help but smile when he saw them. Compared to Autarch Akong or Autarch Titanos, Ning could be considered quite handsome. Even Autarch Skyfeeder wasn't all that attractive. But the final 2 autarchs who had just arrived were both ravishingly handsome men of empire-toppling beauty. Ning could use every single superlative in his vocabulary to describe their appearance, and it would all be completely justified. The one on the left had white hair. He had a rather tired aura and his face was unshaven, but he was without a doubt a truly handsome man. He seemed to be walking the line between life and death. He seemed like the font of all life, but he also seemed like the final resting place of the dead. All living creatures would feel an uncontrollable sense of yearning towards him. But of course, major powers like Ning wouldn't be affected. As for the one on the right, he was an incomparably noble figure. He had black hair, bore a smile on his face, and seemed to be a truly perfect person. Even someone whose Tao heart was incredibly strong like Ning couldn't help but feel somewhat attracted to this man, who seemed to embody the very essence of beauty itself. This is Bolin. Autarch Titanos pointed at the tired-looking white-haired man, then smiled. This fellow has been ruminating on life and death or something like that. That's why he looks so terrible. When I first met him, he was quite a dashing and imposing figure. He's the master of the Claw Daobirth essence. But now he looks like this. Tisk. Eh? Autarch Bolin looked at Ning, rather startled. The 2 of us are actually connected by karma? There is indeed some karma between us, Ning said with a laugh. Autarch Bolin. You don't know me, but I actually benefited through your actions. That chaos primordial outside? I actually tamed it due to the verdant azure soul you left behind in one of your beast worlds. Autarch. Oh! A hint of a smile appeared on Autarch Bolan's face. Yes, long ago I did in fact leave behind quite a few estate worlds throughout the Chaosverse. I was worried that we would lose the final battle and wanted to ensure that the seeds of rebirth and resistance would be planted for our civilization. However, we ended up winning, making the estate worlds of limited use. I stopped paying attention to them as a result. I didn't expect that they would end up helping you out, Dowlord Darknorth. It seems my work wasn't wasted after all. Ning felt a sense of tremendous admiration for Autarch Bolan. Autarch Bolan clearly walked the path of the Claw Dowbirth essence, but he had reached such incredible heights in the Tao of life that he had been able to create an entire race. The race of Aeonians. Ji Ning had just heard Autarch Titanos say that Autarch Bolan was studying the secrets of life and death, which was why his aura had changed so dramatically. Based on this, Ning surmised that the Aeonians probably represented certain accomplishments Autarch Bolan had reached in understanding the mysteries of life. What, then, were his accomplishments in the mysteries of death? And why was an Autarch even researching the principles of life and death? And this gentleman is Stone Rule. Autarch Bolan pointed at the perfectly beautiful man next to him and chuckled. Stone Rule become an Autarch via the Tao of illusions. His divine body is filled with boundless magnetism and charm. Those of us who have perfect Tao hearts aren't affected too much. But hegemons and other verse lords who run into him would be instantly charmed and would willingly do whatever he commanded. Illusions. Ning was shocked. So Autarch Stoneral's path was that of the illusion Dowbirth essence? How impressive. Respectful greetings, Dowlord Darknorth. Autarch Stone Rule smiled. My little parlor tricks are nothing to you, Dowlord. We have been waiting a long time for someone to finally master an eternal Omega Tao, but we never knew when it would finally occur. Very few can even become Dowlords of the fourth step through an Omega Tao, while the Tao merge for one would be even more incomparably difficult. It truly was hard. Ning nodded. Although you failed, Dowlord, you still managed to master an eternal Omega Tao. This truly is a blessing for our civilization, Autarch Stone Rule said. All of you sit down. Look at how antsy you all are, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Autarch Bolan and Autarch Stone Rule immediately sat down. Now all 5 Autarchs and Ning were all seated. Ning felt a sense of anticipation. He knew that it was finally time to discuss business. Shall I go first? Autarch Titanos swept the others with a glance. Go ahead, old man, Autarch Akong said. The other Autarchs all nodded. Autarch Titanos looked straight at Ning. Darknorth, by now you should be aware that the Sith have not been truly exterminated, right? They haven't been truly exterminated? Ning was astonished. You didn't know? Autarch Titanos was rather surprised. Haven't you visited the legendary Sithilins? I've heard of the Sithilins but haven't visited them yet, Ning said. The Sithilins were indeed quite famous. Ning had heard Emperor Waveshift speak of them and had discussed them with several major powers. The Sith had arisen from that place, and to this very day it held more Sith treasures than any other place. Major powers often went there to go adventuring. Weren't the Sith exterminated after losing the war? Ning asked. Autarch Titanos chuckled. I would have assumed that after you failed the Tao merge, you would have gone to visit as many of the famous places in the Chaosverse as you could prior to dying. I thought you visited the Sithilins already. If you had, given your current level of insight, you probably would have seen the truth. You would have understood that the Sith are not truly extinct. Rather, we've completely sealed them away, making it impossible for them to return once more. Ning continued to listen attentively. Long ago, Autarch Titanos said, the vast Chaosverse arose, giving birth to countless living beings. Slowly, some embarked upon the path of cultivation. Entropos was the first Autarch, and he was followed by Awakener, then by myself. Next came Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Bolan, Autarch Stone Rule, and Autarch Mog. Back then, we lived without any worries or concerns. Entropos died trying to take the final step, but that didn't matter. Everyone was seeking their own paths, after all. But then, all of a sudden, and without any warning, the Sith emerged. The Sith were both mysterious and powerful. The prime essences of the Chaosverse sent us a warning, ensuring that we could subconsciously sense that the Sith posed an enormous threat to us. Autarch Titanos said. Have you seen any Sith exalts yet? I have. Ning's eyes lit up and he immediately said, I saw the Sith exalt imprisoned in the Earthfire continent. If I'm not mistaken, that Sith exalt had the insights of an autarch. Logically speaking, he should have been an autarch, but his actual power level was far lower. He was probably just on par with the domain rulers outside this cottage. Autarch Titanos nodded. Yes, they are autarchs. Ning was stunned. They really are autarchs? But their power. They aren't autarchs from this place, Autarch Titanos said. Although our Chaosverse is almost infinitely vast, outside the Chaosverse there is a truly infinite and endless region which has other living creatures within it. The Sith race stems from another Chaosverse located within the infinite void. A different Chaosverse? Ning had yet to even leave this Chaosverse. Once we became autarchs, we were able to glean some secrets from the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Autarch Titanos said. The vast and endless void is filled with a number of enormous celestial bodies, with the largest being the Chaosverses. But even in the infinite void, Chaosverses are incredibly rare and few in number. The most powerful and most invincible of all beings in the infinite void are the Lords of Chaos, the controllers of the Chaosverses. If you wish to become a Lord of Chaos and master a Chaosverse, you must first become an autarch. Then, you must master and bind the entire quintessence of that Chaosverse, which would give you full control over all the power that Chaosverse has. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. You should understand by now how much strength would be needed to take full control over the power of the Chaosverse. Ning was stunned. Of course he knew. The power hidden within the vast wellspring seas of the 8 domains was already vastly beyond the power which autarchs could command. The power of the entire Chaosverse. That would be insanely, indescribably vast. Taking control over all of it was completely inconceivable. The Sith come from a different Chaosverse which already has a supremely exalted Lord of Chaos controlling it. This was why their civilization has reached such incredible heights, and why they have so many marvelous techniques at their disposal, Autarch Titanos said. But because their Chaosverse already has a person in control of it, there's no way for a second Chaos Lord to arise, and so they have invaded our Chaosverse and seek to dominate it instead. But they are foreign invaders, while this is our home. Here, they will suffer invisible pressure which ensures that they aren't able to gain any additional power from the Tao here. Even their autarchs are weakened by this invisible pressure. Without the power of the Tao supporting them, they are naturally much weaker than they should be, Autarch Titanos said. They are completely different races from us because they were born in a completely different Chaosverse. But once they are able to take control over our Chaosverse, they can transform it and make it suitable for them. As for those of us who were born here, all of us will perish. From that day forth, all creatures born from our Chaosverse shall be like them. Sith. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. This is literally a war of survival. We cannot shirk our duty. Ning asked, so the enemy Lord of Chaos is afraid to come here? He wouldn't dare. Autarch Titanos explained. The wellspring of his power is his Chaosverse. He's able to make use of that power anywhere in the infinite void, which is why he is invincible. But if he was to enter our Chaosverse, he would lose access to that power and would be suppressed just like everyone else. That's why he wouldn't dare to enter himself. Ning nodded. And besides, why would he? He already stands at the very peak of power in all the infinite void, capable of accomplishing anything he desires. Autarch Titanos sighed. Alas, the other creatures within his Chaosverse wish to become Lords of Chaos as well. Their only choice is to leave their Chaosverse and invade other ones. And so, we ended up becoming a target for them. We've already killed 16 Sith Exalts and trapped 6 of them. There are probably other Exalts sealed away within the Sithilins as well. In other words, tens of autarchs, from their Chaosverse have invaded ours. From this, you should be able to tell the difference in power between them and us. Ning nodded. The difference was clear, obvious, and enormous. They surpass us in many ways, such as in fashioning treasures and techniques, Autarch Titanos said. We were able to suppress them during the war thanks to our geographical advantage and managed to lock them away into their homelands, making it impossible for them to invade us again. But in the end, they will always pose a threat. Even worse, if enough time passes, we might be invaded by other civilizations as well. Thus, the only way to forever get rid of all these problems is to produce a Lord of Chaos ourselves, Autarch Titanos said. If we can take control over our own Chaosverse, then we'll be able to make full use of its power. When that happens, we would have the power to invade others, but no one would dare to invade us. Ning agreed with this assessment. Their Chaosverse was without a ruler, but they had still managed to fight back for so long. Once they did gain a Chaos Lord, then they would become truly invincible. Alas, taking control over the Chaosverse is simply too hard. Autarch Titanos shook his head. Entropos gave it a try, but he died. Awakener also tried, but he also died. The power of the Chaosverse is too overwhelmingly mighty. Although we were born from this Chaosverse and thus the prime essences do not reject us, we still cannot withstand their incredible might. Autarch Titanos sighed. Trying to accomplish this task through raw force simply results in us imploding under the weight of the Chaosverse power. It's sheer suicide. Entropos and Awakener were both extremely powerful, but neither of them were able to endure the weight of that power. Before they died, they sent us messages to never try it again. The difference was simply too great. The other 4 autarchs all fell silent, while Ning himself nodded slowly. It was like death through overeating. Sometimes, accepting an excessively heavy burden would result in you being crushed to death by it. Even the most powerful figures in the Chaosverse, the autarchs, were unable to withstand even the minimum pressure required to take control over the full power of the Chaosverse. This must have been why the estate spirit of the Azure Flower estate had stated that Autarch Awakener had essentially committed suicide. But we had no other choices available to us, Autarch Titanos said. This is the only method we had available for ensuring the perpetual security of our Chaosverse. There really are no other options available to us. That's why Skyfeeder was planning to make the attempt as well. I've spent an incredibly long period of time training in the Quintessence, Autarch Skyfeeder said. I've tried a few low-level mock bindings. I think I have a shot. Awakener and Entropos both felt the same way. Autarch Titanos shook his head. That's the allure of it all. Autarch Akong chuckled. Stop playing the fool. There's always a shot, but we'd probably all die chasing after that flitting chance. Now that we have Dark North, our civilization has a real shot. There's no need for us to foolishly go off and commit suicide. Puzzled, Ning asked, are there really no other options? Is becoming a Lord of Chaos truly the only path which is available to us? If we've already defeated the Sith and sealed them away, why don't we just kick them all out? If we could kick them out, we would have done so long ago. Autarch Bolin chuckled softly. We're not able to do that, Autarch Stone Rule said. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled and explained, Lord Darknorth. As you know, the Sith have incredibly powerful weapons at their disposal. The deeper you go into their homeland, the stronger their defenses become and the more powerful their weapons are. Their homeland is the most dangerous place in all the Chaosverse. During the Dawn War, what we did was to attack their bases throughout the Chaosverse. We didn't fight them in their lair. We had a geographical advantage when fighting in the other parts of the Chaosverse. The Sith were confident in their chances at first, and if they wished to bind the Quintessence, they would have to kill us all, Autarch Skyfeeder explained. That is why they came out of their main base and fought against us throughout the Chaosverse. In the end, we won an extremely narrow victory. If they wish to bind the Quintessence, they must kill you all first? Ning didn't fully understand. Autarch Titanos nodded. Correct. Early on, during the first days of the Chaosverse, there were actually extremely few living beings. Later on, life began to flourish. more and more living beings came into existence. But there's a limit to how much energy the Chaosverse has. Cultivators learned to take in the power of the Chaosverse for themselves, becoming more powerful. By now, I estimate that the majority of the power of the Chaosverse has actually been concentrated within the bodies of the countless cultivators currently alive. Thus, when cultivators die and their true souls collapse, all that energy shall return to the quintessence or the local everworlds and other verses. However, the Sith knew a way to kill us and then take away our true soul energy. Autarch Titanos continued. The more of us they killed, the weaker our entire Chaosverse became. If it loses enough power, the quintessence itself will become so weak that even foreign outsiders like the Sith will be capable of binding it. Ning finally understood. As in all other areas, the Sith undoubtedly had binding techniques that far surpassed what the local cultivator civilizations possessed. However, they were still outsiders. They would be suppressed and rejected by this Chaosverse. They had to first weaken it and bleed it before they would stand a chance at success. The most powerful creatures in our entire Chaosverse are the Autarchs. If they can kill even a single Autarch, it would be considered a great success. Autarch Titanos chuckled. A pity for them that killing us is extremely difficult. Below us are the hegemons, and the Sith are quite happy to kill them as well. What they needed was slaughter on a vast scale, and in order to achieve that they had to come out from their main lair and attack us throughout the Chaosverse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve their aims. In the end, we won. However, during our final assault against the Sithilans, we were only able to take control over their outer perimeter. We could sense that tremendous danger lay hidden at the center of their lair, and we could subconsciously sense that if we dared to attack, we could very well perish. Thus, we decided to instead seal them away and ensure that they cannot come out, Autarch Titanos said. Since their goal was to weaken our Chaosverse, we naturally had to come up with a way to replenish it and strengthen the quintessence. We chose to use the imprisoned Sith Exalts for that task. The torture those Sith Exalts are enduring is actually serving to slowly assimilate them in order to replenish the energies of the Chaosverse. The goal is to cause them to break down, at which point we would assimilate every scrap of their power. Since their power originally came from outside our Chaosverse, this will allow the total amount of energy belonging to our Chaosverse to grow, Autarch Titanos explained. This was a clumsy method, but the only one we had. Autarch Akong smirked. Unfortunately, it hasn't really worked at all. Those 6 imprisoned Sith Exalts have been resisting our efforts. They've been tormented for ages, but their Dao hearts have yet to crumble, and they remain in control of their energies. Sooner or later, they'll give up. Once they do so, they'll be assimilated and their energies shall be taken away, Autarch Titanos said. Puzzled, Ning said, during the war we killed many Sith Exalts. Were we unable to draw from the true soul energies of those slain Exalts? Wouldn't work. Autarch Akong laughed. Things aren't going to be that easy. Long ago, the Sith set wards over their true souls. As soon as they die, their energies will depart from our Chaosverse and return to their own. That's why we had to imprison those 6 Sith Exalts. Thus, our civilization is actually in dire straits, Autarch Titanos said. All of us are doing our best to try and solve this problem, because we fear that one day an outside power will take control over our Chaosverse and terraform it to become more hospitable to them, resulting in our complete extermination. Ning finally understood. In the past, Ning was without any real worries or concerns. He felt that if there were any existential problems, it would be up to the Autarchs to handle them. There was no need for him to concern himself. But now that he stood amongst the ranks of the Autarchs, he finally understood just how dangerous a situation the Chaosverse was in. How much longer would the cultivator civilizations be able to last? A few million more chaos cycles? A few billion? Longer? But if they were unable to produce a true Lord of Chaos, then in the end they would still face extinction. Even if they weren't destroyed by the Sith, they would be destroyed by other outside civilizations. Going against the laws of the Chaosverse is actually causing harm to the prime essences, which is why we rarely reverse spacetime to revive people. Autarch Titanos sighed. Your deceased Tao companion is a good example. Her true soul contained just the tiniest of smidgens of autark awakener's power. Reverse spacetime to revive her really wouldn't cause my harm to the prime essences at all. And yet, the prime essences would fight back with all their might to resist it. This is because they innately wish to stay in peak condition, for fear that outside forces will take control over them. Ning nodded slowly. Haha. Thankfully, the situation isn't critical just yet, Autark Akong said with a laugh. Although there might be more enemies in the future, for now we only have to face the Sith. We've sealed away their homeland, giving us the upper hand. Don't celebrate just yet, Autark Titanos said calmly. The Sith have been dormant for far too long. They might receive reinforcements from outside and become even more powerful. But we have Dark North. Autark Akong continued to smile happily. He was the only Autark who had risen to power after the Dawn War had concluded. As a result, he was the most confident of the five. Dark North. Autark Titanos laughed in a relaxed manner. 5 of the 6 Autarks have all gathered here today. Mog is the only one absent, and that is because he permanently stationed to stand guard over the Scythelans and keep an eye on it. This is because there is something we need from you, something that involves the survival of our entire civilization. Yes, the other 4 Autarks all looked at Ning. Pray tell. Ning nodded. Now that he knew what a dangerous situation his civilization was in, he naturally wouldn't shirk his duty. As someone who now stood at the very apex of power, he had to help the Autarks as best he could. As the saying goes, when the skies collapse, let the big guys handle it. Ning was now one of the big guys. Only when our civilization gives rise to a Lord of Chaos shall we be truly and perpetually safe. Autark Titanos looked at Ning. But taking control over the full power of the Chaosverse is very, very difficult. We stand no chance at all. There is, however, one path that is certain to succeed. That path is using an Omega Dao to become an Autark. You are on par with us in power. If you became an Autark through an Omega Dao, you would probably become far, far more powerful than the rest of us, and far more powerful than Entropos and Awakener were. Awakener, Entropos, Skyfeeder. All of them sensed that they had a chance. An Omega Autark would probably be able to easily annihilate the entire Scythelans with ease. If you also had control over the full power of the Chaosverse, you would become completely invincible. Autark Titanos looked at Ning. And that is what we need your help for. Me? But I've already failed my Dao merge, Ning said. Ah, but you've mastered an eternal Omega Dao, Autark Skyfeeder said. With your eternal Omega Dao, I feel confident that our civilization will soon give birth to a true Omega Emperor. There are no lethal pitfalls between the Emperor stage and the Autark stage, which means that given enough time that person would have a chance. Even if he remained at the Emperor stage, he would still be on par with the 5 of us in power. Autark Titanos said eagerly, in the past, we've actually worked to hide the existence of the Omega Das, preventing word of them from spreading. This was because this path was so difficult, we were afraid that many of our most talented geniuses would die when attempting to trot it. Consider many of the current hegemons. Imagine if they had known of the existence of Omega Daos when they were at the world level, and even had techniques to guide them. Given their talent and given enough time, many of them would stand a good chance in embarking upon the path of the Omega Dao. But what would the end result be? They would fail the Dao merge, then die. Your chances at the Dao merge are much better if you train by yourself, rather than receive fragmented guidance from others. Those who are good enough to blaze a trail for themselves stand the best chances of all, Autark Titanos said. Ning agreed with this assessment. When you had no guidance, cultivation would be extremely difficult. But as a result, those who nonetheless succeeded were generally possessed of incredible comprehension abilities. The 3 realms was a good example of this. They originally had no legacies or techniques to guide them, making it hard for them to even reach the world level. But those who succeeded were all truly incredible figures. This was doubly true for the Omega Daos. If you were given guidance, you might be able to embark upon a path you would never have been able to discover on your own. But in the end you would still fail before the Dao merge. Those who were able to embark upon this path on their own would naturally be blessed with tremendous talent and insight. In all the Chaosverse, only a pitiful handful of people were able to even reach the fourth step of an Omega Dao. Every single such person was an incredible genius, and they had a good chance at the Dao merge. Even though they all failed, it merely represented a fairly small loss of life. It wouldn't have much of an impact on the Chaosverse as a whole. But if cultivators began to train in the Omega Dao on a wide scale, many geniuses would perish on this path, resulting in the Chaosverse having fewer experts and becoming weaker as a whole. But now, things are different, Autarch Titanos said. Now that we have an eternal Omega Dao, we have a complete path which future cultivators can follow. That means we can now truly publicize the existence of the Omega Daos, allowing many cultivators to embark upon this path at the world level. With your Dao merge experiences guiding the way, they won't make any unnecessary mistakes. Their chances at success will instantly increase 100-fold or more, Autarch Titanos explained. Ning sighed. If a senior had blazed a path for him and let him know what was needed, he himself probably would have succeeded. Now that he had become the trailblazer, future cultivators would have a clear understanding of what they needed to do. With enough experience and enough preparation, they would stand a far better chance than cultivators did in the past. We need your help, Autarch Titanos said solemnly. We would like to ask you to entrust your eternal Omega Dao to us. We will then impart it to the juniors who have become Dao Lords of the fourth step in an Omega Dao, but of course, we'll also ask them to swear lifeblood oaths to enter your school and become known as the honorary disciples of Dao Lord Dark North. Dark North, Autarch Bolin, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Stone Rule, Autarch Akong, and Autarch Titanos all looked at Ning, hoping to hear his answer. However, they also knew that cultivators guarded their supreme techniques with extreme jealousy, treating them as their babies. Ning had experienced so many setbacks and sorrows. He had experienced countless dangers and seen many things before finally managing to devise his eternal Omega Sword Dao, his most supreme technique. Any major power would feel a tremendous sense of attachment to a supreme technique like this. They had sacrificed far, far too much for the sake of their Daos. It could be said that they had poured their entire lives into their Daos. This is why there was a saying that the Dao is not to be transmitted lightly. The five of them were asking for Ning to just give them his Dao to them in all of its entirety, allowing every single fourth step Omega Dao Lord to train in it. Very well. Ning nodded, and looks of delight instantly appeared on the faces of the five autarchs. Thank you, Dark North. The cultivator civilizations will never forget you. All of them were tremendously excited. They were afraid that Ning would be stubborn and selfish. If he refused to transmit his Dao to them, there would be nothing they could do. Ning smiled. Autarch Awakener and the others have all sacrificed their lives for this. And Autarch Mog has sworn to eternally stand guard over the Scythelans. I, Ning, have nothing of value to offer. The only thing I have is my eternal Omega Dao. How can I complain about offering it up? However, I do want to add in a rule. It is not to be transmitted to those who are wicked of heart. There's no need to worry about that, Autarch Titanos said hurriedly. What we're trying to do is produce a Lord of Chaos who will be in charge of our Chaosverse. How could we possibly dare to let an evil person take that role? He could well become a calamity unto all of civilization. The only reason we even allow those evil cultivators to exist is to ensure that the cultivator civilizations remain in a state of constant combat, which helps to temper cultivators and allow for more powerful cultivators to arise. If it wasn't for that, I personally would have wiped out many of the vilest cultivators long ago, Autarch Skyfeeder said coldly. By her very nature, she was someone who felt extreme hatred for evildoers. Ning nodded. Haha. Now that you've agreed, Dark North, things will be simple. Autarch Titanos beamed merrily. We'll immediately send word throughout the Chaosverse of the existence of Omega Daos. We'll even give copies of the various fourth-step Omega Dao techniques we already possess to the hegemons of the various realmverses and let them impart them to those they favor. Autarch Akong smiled. We have quite a few fourth-step Omega Dao techniques. Once one of them becomes a Dao Lord of the fourth step, Will transmit your eternal Omega Tao to them, Dark North. Very well. I'll immediately record a copy and also include all the many experiences I had and insights I gained during the downmerge process. Ning said. Dark North. Autarch Bolin looked at Ning. In doing this, you will have contributed far more to this chaosverse than any of us ever have. Tell me, is there anything you need? We'll do whatever we can to help you. Yes, what do you desire? Autarch Titanos and the others all looked at Ning. They knew that Ning had already failed his downmerge and wouldn't have much time left to live. Most likely, he had certain things he wished to ensure were taken care of. Ning was briefly startled by this. My greatest desire. Ning's mind instantly became filled with images of his homeland, of his wife Yue. His homeland was the place he cared the most about, a source of warmth, while his wife, Yue, was the person he would never be able to forget about. Unfortunately, we aren't able to reverse space-time to revive your Tao companion. Autarch Titanos let out a sigh. Ning chuckled. There is one thing that worries me, the safety of my homeland, but I've already sent Nuwa to stand guard over it. If something truly dangerous happens, I'll have Nuwa ask you to help out, Autarchs. A minor matter. That's a minuscule request. The 5 Autarchs all felt that this was very simple. There is one more thing, but it'll be a bit trickier, Ning said. My homeland is located within the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Thus, I don't wish to see the Flame Dragon Realmverse be destroyed. The Terror Star Sea is close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and it has a slowly growing pair of Inyang Samsara wheels. I'm fairly strong, but I can't last too long in combat. If I tried to destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels, I'd probably die in the attempt due to my true soul collapsing. Thus, I would like to ask you to help destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels. I'll handle this one, Autarch Titanos said immediately. Although destroying the Inyang Samsara wheels would be rather taxing even for the Autarchs, it still wasn't an excessively major request. Of course, they normally wouldn't intervene in this manner as they would allow the Chaosverse to develop in its own natural manner. There was no point in them exerting so much effort for something of little benefit. But now that Ning had made the request, they immediately accepted. Anything else? These are all simple tasks. Autarch Titanos smiled. To be honest, the 5 of us feel like we have wronged you and owe you a tremendous debt. You have blazed a trail for us and brought hope to our Chaosverse. After all, I really can't think of anything else for now, Ning said with a laugh. His greatest desire was to revive his wife. If he could somehow manage to reach autarky with his Omega Tao before his true soul disintegrated, he'd probably be able to avoid dying. But that was nothing but a foolish dream. The autarchs weren't capable of reviving his wife, while Ning himself didn't have enough time. There was no way he could upgrade his Omega Tao to autarky. I heard that you were searching for Nuwa, Autarch Skyfeeder said suddenly. You've now arranged for her to safeguard your homeland. The more powerful she is, the more effective she will be in this task. Based on what I know, she hasn't become an Otherverse Lord yet, right? There are some unbound Otherverses within the 8 domains. I'll gift one to Nuwa and let her become an Otherverse Lord. Thank you, Autarch Skyfeeder. Ji Ning revealed a delighted look. Finding an ownerless Otherverse was no easy task, but it was quite simple for Autarchs because they were the creators of the Otherverses. Dark North, the calm and stoic Autarch Bolin said. You failed the downmerge, resulting in your true soul crumbling away. I have a treasure that can help fortify and stabilize your true soul, ensuring that the crumbling speed is somewhat slowed down. Autarch Bolin waved his hand, causing a palm-sized white disc to appear in front of him. This white disc was covered with 2 golden runes that emanated mysterious ripples of power which caused Ning's true soul to feel very comfortable. Just as Ning was sighing in amazement, it flew into his hands. With this treasure, I should be able to live 30% longer than I originally anticipated. Ning didn't decline, immediately accepting it into his body. I have one as well. It might not be as good as Bolin's, but it should still be of help to you, Autarch Skyfeeder said immediately. Me too, Autarch Titanos said with a smile. I can give you one of these toys as well. All 5 Autarchs took out a variety items for Ning. Some were unique Sith treasures, while others were naturally formed curios that were born from the primordial chaos. All of them were beneficial to the soul and the true soul. In truth, the autarchs really didn't care about treasures like these, because they had truly infinite lifespans. Why would they even need these things? They only thought of them after Autarch Bolin raised the subject. Ning didn't decline any of the offers. All of the treasures served to firm up the soul and true soul, but of course using multiple treasures resulted in diminishing returns. All combined, these treasures would slow down his true soul's disintegration by nearly half. He would most likely be able to live roughly 60% longer than he had originally anticipated. But of course, if he had to engage in fierce combat, then his true soul's disintegration would be hastened dramatically. Unfortunately, our civilization is far weaker than the Sith civilization, Autarch Titanos said with a sigh. The Sith have far more profound techniques, and they don't even differentiate between divine power or immortal energy. They've perfectly merged everything into one type of energy, and their Dao Lords don't even face any mortal danger during the Dao merge. Their world-level cultivators become Dao Lords, their Dao Lords become emperors, and their emperors become autarchs. None of them face any mortal danger during each step of the process. This is a truly perfect cultivation system they have, Autarch Titanos said. Our civilization, however, only has access to cruder techniques. Dao Lords tread the line between life and death with each step they take. The first 4 steps aren't so bad, but the Dao merge is the greatest obstacle all of us face. No danger at all? Ning was shocked. He knew that the Sith followed a completely different path of cultivation that was akin to the Azure Flower Mist energy, which Autarch Awakener had created based on his research into the Sith. Correct, Autarch Skyfeeder agreed. At the Dao Lord level, they can make repeated mistakes but still try again. Even if they fail the Dao merge, their true soul will not disintegrate. They can try the Dao merge 1,000 times if they so choose. Their only limitation is that there is a limit to their lifespan. If they cannot succeed before their lifespan comes to an end, they will die. What? Ning immediately asked. Have any of you received the Sith training techniques? We have. Many of them, in fact. Autarch Titanos shook his head. But it is useless. They are completely different types of lifeforms who were birthed from a completely different chaosverse. There's no way for us to use their cultivation techniques at all. We tried to make use of them long ago, and Awakener poured his heart into researching them, but to no avail. This was his greatest regret when he died. Ning couldn't help but ask, "Can you give me those Sith techniques and let me take a look?" Absolutely. I have plenty as well. Take a look, Dark North. The 5 autarchs knew what Ning was thinking. The Sith cultivation techniques were truly perfect, ensuring that there were no fatal obstacles at any stage of cultivation. In truth, this wasn't all that surprising. There were no fatal obstacles for world-level cultivators seeking to become Dao Lords, nor were there any obstacles for emperors seeking to become autarchs. Why, then, was it so difficult for Dao Lords to become emperors? It was precisely because of existing flaws with their cultivation techniques. The 5 autarchs immediately handed over storage-type treasures to Ning, each of which was filled with many jade slips. None of these techniques are suitable for us cultivators to train in, Autarch Titanos said. You would have to retrofit them in order to make use of them. Some technical techniques are usable, but the cultivation techniques are completely unusable. Let me take a look first. After acquiring all these jade slips, Ning waved his hand and caused one to appear at random, which he immediately began to read. The jade slip was filled with the Sith language. The Sith script was actually quite similar to the script used to write the words Crimson Wave Temple, and they also seemed similar to the Azure Flower seal script within the Azure Flower estate. This was an extremely profound and abstruse language. The language alone was a testament to how much more advanced the Sith were compared to local cultivators. This was why a mere Sith incursion force had such an enormous number of exalts within it. Thankfully, the autarchs and the local cultivators had the advantage of geography. The invading exalts were unable to manifest the power of the Tao and were constantly suppressed by the prime essences of this chaosverse, ensuring that they were merely at the power of the Blaze Sun ruler. This invasion force had paid an enormous price. Invading another chaos verse and taking control over its quintessence was an extremely difficult task. This truly is a perfect cultivation technique. Ning couldn't help but sigh in awe when he read through the jade slip. There was literally nothing to change or improve on. Every single part of the process, from start to finish, was filled with boundless mysteries. It was profounder than profound and represented true and utter perfection. This sort of cultivation ensured that the energies produced by cultivation were all one and the same, making it even more complete than the azure flower mist energy Ning used. In the end, the azure flower mist energy still had some flaws. Sith cultivators, however, were able to use their energies to both control magic treasures and refine their bodies to make them comparable to the bodies of ancient cultivators. At the Tao Lord stage, no true soul crumbling would occur whatsoever. Such perfection. After reading through the technique, Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. He was completely incapable of creating something like this. The difference between them was incredibly vast. Autarch Titanos and the other autarchs had been alive for countless years, but they couldn't create anything like this either. All of them had given up. Ning felt certain that this technique was probably created by the Chaos Lord of the Sith Chaosverse, as in order to create a technique like this you would first have to create an appropriate language for it. Every single character of this language was filled with the boundless mysteries of the Tao, and the language only completely surpassed Ning's abilities. Only with that marvelous, arcane script could such an even more arcane technique be created. Once our civilization gives birth to an Omega Autarch, we'll have our own Lord of Chaos and will also be able to produce such marvelous techniques, Autarch Titanos said. We'll skyrocket in many different ways, and our weapons and treasures shall also rise to become comparable with those of the Sith. Ning nodded. Right now they were behind in every single area. Techniques, weapons, warships, and more. Their only advantage lay in geography. This was their home, and so every single stance they used was filled with the tremendous power of the Tao. In contrast, their opponents were being constantly suppressed and stifled by the prime essences. Oh right, Dark North. Every single autarch has a message talisman that allows us to communicate with each other across great distances. So long as we are within the Chaosverse, we'll be able to speak to each other right away. Autarch Titanos said as he produced a dark red jade talisman in his hand. These talismans aren't easy to make. Previously, only autarchs had access to them. You, however, are special. You get one as well. If there's anything you need, just notify the 6 of us. Ning accepted the dark red message talisman. It was so red, it looked like it had been bathed in blood. After binding it, Ning was able to immediately sense the other 6 who were connected to it. He was able to tell who each of the 6 was due to their unique auras, with the most unfamiliar one most likely being the autarch who was in charge of safeguarding the Sith lair, Autarch Mog. The autarch spent quite some time chatting with Ning. They stood at the very apex of the cultivator civilizations and thus concerned themselves with affairs that involved the entire Chaosverse. Now that Ning had reached the same level, he couldn't help but sigh at how little he could do. There was a limit to how much longer he would be alive for, after all. In the end, it would be up to the autarchs and the future Omega Emperors to defend their realm, and the Omega Autarch everyone was waiting for. That Omega Autarch would catapult their civilization to brand new heights. Ning used the Jade Slip to leave behind a full and complete record of his eternal Omega Sword Tao, and also fully explained the experiences he had during his Tao merge. For example, he wrote that one had to have truly perfected one's Tao heart as a prerequisite. Even the autarchs couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard this requirement. This was incredibly difficult. Only when one's Tao heart was perfect could one perfectly fuse heart force, divine power, and immortal energy together. This truly was very, very difficult. However, having Ning's experiences to serve as a guidepost was far better than going in completely blind. If Ning had the benefit of something like this, he would have succeeded in the Tao merge long ago. After spending half a day here, Ning prepared to bid them all farewell. Dark North, let me send you off, Autarch Akong said with a smile. Didn't you say that once you left the Blaze Sun domain, you would head back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse? That's quite a distance away. I'll save you the trouble and send you myself. That will be much faster. Once I reach the Flame Dragon Realmverse, I'll go ahead and deal with that set of Inyang Samsara wheels. Then I'll have to trouble you to help out, Autark Akong, Ning said appreciatively. Creak. The wooden door swung open, with Ji Ning and Autark Akong walking out side by side. Autark Titanos, Autark Skyfeeder, Autark Bolin, and Autark Stone Rule remained inside the cottage, but they rose to their feet to send the two off. As for the 8 domain rulers, they hurriedly and respectfully parted before the two. Master, the Flamewing God was being exceptionally obedient today. The 5 autarchs had given it a rare sense of enormous pressure. Let's go, Ning said with a smile. Done already? Flamewing blurted out. It was common for major powers to spend 1,000,000 years gathered together and chatting about the Tao. How long did you think it would take? Ning smiled as he glanced at the 8 domain rulers. Shall you come with us? We're in no rush to leave. Please go right on ahead, Tao Lord. It was quite rare that the 8 domain rulers had a good excuse to come visit one of the autarchs. How could they simply return like this? They naturally wanted to get some tips or pointers out of Autark Skyfeeder first. Dark North, just notify us if there is anything you need at all, Autark Titanos said. If there's anything we can do, we'll put all our effort into carrying it out, Autark Stone Rule agreed. And so, watched by 4 autarchs and 8 domain rulers, the two departed. Autark Akong released a field of power which covered both Ning and Flamewing, then began to advance through the sea of prime essences at high speed. Whoosh! They almost instantly vanished off into the horizon. This has been my first meeting with Tao Lord Dark North, but it is also most likely a final farewell, Autark Bolin sighed. Ning didn't have much time left. Given how strong he was, he probably wouldn't need to trouble them for anything he needed. It was naturally quite unlikely that they would ever meet again. Although we've only met him this once, he's done something truly incredible for all of civilization, Autark Stone Rule said. Ensure that his homeland is protected. That's all we can do for him now. The autarchs felt many mixed emotions. In their eyes, Tao Lord Dark North was like a dazzling meteor who shone as radiantly as any autarch, but it was destined for him to fall. And yet, the light of this meteor would illuminate a brand new path for all cultivators to walk. All they could do was take care of Tao Lord Dark North as best they could. But at his level, there really were very few things he needed help with. For Ning, seizing an otherverse from someone else would be incredibly easy. At most, it would cost him a bit of extra time. Autark Akong continued to flare his around Ning and Flamewing, allowing them to travel through the sea of prime essences at incredible speeds. In truth, Ning would have been able to do the same, but his true soul probably would have fully disintegrated from the exertion before they had even made it out of the quintessence. Autark Akong didn't have this concern and so was able to move at maximum speed. Soon they left the quintessence. After traveling a great distance, they reappeared within the Blaze Sun domain. Here, within an empty region of space, there was a realm ship with Nuwa, Su Yuji, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Hegemon Goodsong, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and a number of others inside it. They were all relaxing and discussing the Tao while waiting for Ning to return. Master's back. Azure Fiend, who was in control of the realm ship, was the first to notice the 3 figures who had appeared outside. Whoosh! Those 3 figures instantly appeared inside of the realm ship. When Nuwa and the others saw the muscular, horned man dressed in green robes who was by Ning's side, they immediately fell silent. Ning smiled. This is Autark Akong. The Autark of Annihilation? Patriarch Treewind turned slightly pale. Respectful greetings, Autark Annihilation. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow were the first to speak out, quickly followed by the others. Ning was able to refer to the man by his name, Akong, but most cultivators would respectfully address and refer to him as Autark Annihilation. The Autark of Annihilation was extremely famous, especially since he had arisen after the Dawn War. All learned figures like Patriarch Treewind knew of his name and title. Autark Akong said calmly, "No need to stand on ceremony. I'll be coming with you for a time, so you can all relax. But of course, No one present could possibly relax save for Ning himself. Even Flame Wing was shifting from side to side. Autark Akong, let's go find that other verse first, Ning said. Very well, let's go. Autark Akong sent out his will, generating a massive wave of power that scooped up the realm ship and then sent it tearing through spacetime. Just a heartbeat later, they were out of the Blaze Sun domain and within a region of darkness. A second spacetime warp, and they had arrived in an empty region within another one of the 8 domains, the Roaring Elephant domain. They moved so fast that Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others were all speechless. The many complicated spacetime obstacles within the 8 domains were nothing to the autarchs. Is that an otherverse? An ownerless otherverse? Patriarch Treewind, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the others all called out in surprise. They were able to clearly see an enormous globe off in the distance that looked as though it was merely 100 billion kilometers in diameter. This globe was covered with a layer of light that distorted time, and it emanated ripples of unfathomable profundity. Otherverses were incredibly vast inside and were comparable to a realmverse. But from the outside, they weren't necessarily all that large. When the autarchs first created them, they were merely palm-sized. If no one was in control of them, they would grow to become 100 billion kilometers in diameter, and their aura would be clearly visible for any to see. But once someone bound an otherverse, things would be completely different. Boom! We should be celebrating the fact that we discovered this otherverse. Why do we have to fight to the death? If this battle continues, both of you would probably die before winning this thing. How about this? Why don't you let me take control over this otherverse? I promise I'll give you the next one. I'm also willing to give you almost all of my treasures. Why must you be so stubborn? 5 figures were engaged in a furious battle off in the distance. You are completely shameless. Give me the next one. Who knows when that will be? We've all been cultivating for countless ages before encountering something like this. How can I possibly just let you take it? Either give me the otherverse or give me a comparable amount of treasures. Compared to the otherverse, the treasures you offered are a joke. It was quite a furious battle, but the 2 sides were fairly evenly matched. In a situation like this, it would be difficult for either side to truly defeat or kill the other. This was why neither side was willing to give up. Generally speaking, the battle would only come to an end once one side had completely depleted their reserves of divine power and immortal energy. In fact, for hegemons to end up perishing was quite ordinary as well. Flame Wing, make them stop, Ning said with a laugh. It would be rather excessive to ask Autark Akong to handle this, while the other experts probably wouldn't be frightening enough to bring an immediate halt. Yes, Master. Flame Wing immediately assented to the order, then turned towards the battling experts. Hey, you 5, stop that right now. A thunderous roar swept through spacetime as a giant winged bear who was bathed in flames suddenly appeared. Flame Wing glowered down towards the 5 with unbridled arrogance, causing all of them to instantly turn pale with terror. A chaos primordial? If a chaos primordial wanted to kill a hegemon, it would be simplicity itself. Whoosh! Moments later, an entire host of cultivators came flying out of the realm ship, with Ning and Autark Akong in the lead. Behind them were Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Hegemon Goodsong, and the others. What? Isn't that Patriarch Treewind? The 8 domains were all located quite close to the quintessence of the Chaosverse, and so these 5 hegemons instantly recognized the incredibly famous Patriarch Treewind and equally famous Imperator Jade Rainbow. Both of them were Otherverse lords. As for Hegemon Goodsong, they were able to immediately see that he was a Golden Emperor, which meant he also had the combat power of an Otherverse lord. Any of the 3 would be able to slay them with ease, as could Flame Wing. The scary thing was, none of these 4 were the leaders of this group. The 2 leaders, one was a white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back whose true soul was disintegrating, a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge. Then, the other was a horned, muscular, green-robed man whose aura, even when restrained, was enough to cause them to quiver in their boots. They had never felt terror like this before. An autarch. Although they had never met an autarch before, they instantly understood that it had to be an autarch. Only an autarch could bring them such a sense of utter terror. A Dao Lord who failed the Dao merge but can stand alongside an autarch. That has to be the legendary Dao Lord Dark North. The 5 hegemons stood there, shaking with terror. They no longer even thought about fighting over the Otherverse. They were stunned by this utterly terrifying squad that had appeared before them. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh. Each autarch had a different way of dealing with things. Autarch Titanos would generally completely hide his aura, while Autarch Akong clearly was more dominating and imperious in his actions. Bah, Skyfeeder. The ownerless Otherverse she picked out for us had actually been discovered by other cultivators already. Autarch Akong frowned and shook his head. Given his pride, he really didn't want to earn a reputation for taking Otherverses away from hegemons. He immediately said, "Dark North, have your friend go and bind that Otherverse, I suppose." "Go ahead, Nuwa," Ning said. "All right." Nuwa didn't hesitate, immediately flying towards that Otherverse. "As for the 5 of you," Autarch Akong frowned. "This Otherverse was never meant for you, so you can forget about it. However, since you managed to discover it, we are bound together by karma. I'll give each of you some good fortune. You can go now." He waved his hand, causing a surge of power to grab all 5 hegemons and send them through a space-time tunnel that led to a treasure cache which Autarch Akong knew of. The light shimmering over the surface of the Otherverse rippled with unfathomable, secretive mysteries. Nuwa entered it all by herself. Just a heartbeat later, the Otherverse began to change and transform. The aura emanating from it began to retract, while the ripples were completely restrained as well. And at the same time, a flicker of green vitality appeared on its surface. "This Otherverse seems to have life in it," Su Yuji said with surprise as she stared at the Otherverse. "It is indeed filled with life," Autarch Akong said calmly. "Ownerless Otherverses will operate in accordance with their intrinsic nature, but they won't have a will of their own. Now that Nuwa has bound this one, Nuwas shall become the will of this entire Otherverse, and her life force shall become one with the Otherverse. This Otherverse shall become one of her incarnations." Moments later, the Otherverse began to shrink in size before vanishing almost completely. Nuwa reappeared once more as the tiny little dot flew straight into her body. "Disciple, where do you plan to station your Otherverse?" Patriarch Treewind asked. "Close to home," Nuwa said. "That way, the people of my homeland will also be able to enter the Otherverse and live there." Ning approved of this plan. Once an Otherverse was affixed somewhere, it would become a foundation of power. Otherverses also had many uses. For example, one could use the power of an Otherverse to warp through spacetime at the speed of a realm ship. It could even be linked to the outside world via a stable spacetime tunnel. However, the longer the tunnel was, the more difficult its creation would be. Nuwa was definitely going to establish a stable, permanent spacetime tunnel between her Otherverse and the 3 realms, and so she had to keep it fairly close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Based on what Ning now knew, it seemed obvious that the Otherverse Lord of the alternate universe, which Ning had once visited, the Lord of the Church of Annihilation, had to have a connection to Hegemon Bright Shore. Otherverse Lords were in absolute control over their Otherverses, as the Otherverses served like their incarnations. There was no way that Hegemon Brightshore would have been able to secretly establish a spacetime tunnel to it. The reason why Hegemon Brightshore had claimed otherwise was because he wanted Ning, Skyfire, and the others to feel as though they were in a dangerous place. He wanted to ensure that they would be on their guard at all times. Only then would this adventure serve its true purpose. Ning suspected that if the protectors had died, nothing would happen. But if Skyfire Brightshore had been at the verge of dying, Hegemon Brightshore or the Lord of the Church of Annihilation would have intervened to save him. In other words, that seemingly dangerous adventure had actually been just a tempering experience for Skyfire Brightshore. There had been no real danger at all, and Ning's group had merely served as his companions. There had been no real danger. But of course, Hegemon Brightshore couldn't let Skyfire know that. This was yet another testament to how much effort Hegemon Brightshore put into his race. He truly did pour his blood, sweat, and tears into making it prosper. "Let's go. We're heading back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse," Ning said. "Autarch Akong, Ning, and the others all boarded the realm ship and tore through spacetime, once more warping towards the Flame Dragon realmverse. Halfway there, Hegemon Goodsong, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and most of the others all departed. There was no way Ning would keep them around at all times, after all. Nuwa bade her own master farewell for now. She was going to go back home. They continued to advance through spacetime, moving far more quickly than when they had left the Flame Dragon realmverse. The realm ship tore through spacetime at frightening speeds, causing spacetime to twist into a dazzling rainbow tunnel around them. Dark North. Autark Akong and Ning were seated facing each other, sipping some wine and chatting casually. Su Yuji, Azure Fiend, and the others naturally didn't dare to disturb them. What are your plans for after I deal with the Inyang Samsara wheels? Autark Akong asked. What can I plan? Haha. While I'm still alive, I'm going to wander around the Chaosverse for a while, Ning said. But of course I'll also analyze those Sith techniques. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to create a complete technique that will allow me to somehow survive. If that happens, I'll stand a good chance of becoming an Omega Autark. Wouldn't that be just perfect? Haha. I'm afraid to even imagine how wonderful that would be. Who knows? It might just work. Autark Akong laughed as well. In truth, both of them knew that this was far too difficult. Even Autarks would feel despair when they saw the marvelous, perfect techniques the Sith used. Ning felt the same. He himself had the feeling that if he truly did devote all of his attention to analyzing those techniques, he might have a chance at surviving. But the amount of time needed would be measured in the hundreds of millions of chaos cycles, if not longer. The short amount of time left to him wasn't even close to being enough for him to accomplish this. Not even Autarks could accomplish this. Autark Awakener had been the most stubborn and had poured the most effort into it, but in the end he had still failed. I was joking just now. However, even though I'm going to die, I'm still going to advance along the path of the Tao, Ning said. Akong, the 5 of you have already given me your techniques, along with the techniques of Autark Entropos and Autark Mog. I'm going to wander the universe and learn as much as I can. I'll make as many breakthroughs as I can. Even if I am to die, I shall die on the path I have chosen. When Ning had recorded his Eternal Omega Tao technique, the various Autarks had handed over all of their own Taos to Ning as well, hoping that they might inspire him somehow. But of course, Ning wasn't to transmit them to any others. He was the only one permitted to examine them. In the Blaesun domain, Ning had mastered the mysteries of water and then created the Water Sword Tao, which had benefited him quite a bit. Ning was planning to continue along this path and upgrade his other Taos to the Hegemon level, then slowly infuse them all into his Eternal Omega Sword Tao. This was a path towards autarky that would require an extremely long period of time. Ning didn't have enough time, but he would still continue along this path. Haha. To be honest, I'm just bored. If I don't cultivate, what would I do? Ning smirked. Now that's more like it. When you have as much time to burn as we do, meditating on the Tao is a great idea. Come, let's drink. Autark Akong lifted his wine cup in a toast. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. The Terror Star Sea. A group of cultivators were gathered here. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Taoist Bluestone, Emperor Gold Isle, Emperor Anshan, Emperor Islehide, Emperor Sever 5. All of them were present. Ning's primal twin was located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and so he had notified the Emperors and Hegemons early on. Once they heard that an Autark was going to intervene and destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels, they became incredibly excited. They quickly spread the word far and wide, allowing all of the 6 major powers within the Flame Dragon Realmverse to know what was about to happen. Everyone was incredibly excited by this news, because the destruction of the Flame Dragon Realmverse would result in them being forced to wander the Chaosverse as refugees. Almost all creatures within the Realmverse would perish, with only a tiny fraction of creatures who were protected by the major powers and drawn into their estate treasures being able to survive. Even if they made it to other realmverses, they would be viewed with disdain by the original inhabitants of those realmverses. This was exactly how the Dark Kingdom had been treated by the rest of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. There were also some races who actually lived in the Terror Star Sea itself. Thus, Everyone hoped for the Inyang Samsara wheels to be destroyed. They all hoped that their homeland would be preserved. To wander as refugees and then be rejected as outsiders was not a good life to live. Whoosh! A space-time tunnel appeared out of nowhere, followed by a realm ship flying out of it. That's Tao Lord Darknorth's realm ship. Hegemon Brightshore and the leaders of the Six Powers all stared overexcitedly. A group of people flew out of the realm ship, led by Ning and a muscular, horned man. Behind them were Su Yuji, Protector Whitethaw, Flamewing, and Azure Fiend. This is Autark Akong, Ning introduced. Respectful greetings, Autark Annihilation. Hegemon Brightshore led the various cultivators in a deep, respectful bow. Autark Akong nodded. I've been asked to come here by Tao Lord Darknorth. No need to stand on ceremony. I'll go and destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels right now. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning and nodded. Sorry for the trouble, Ning said with a smile. Haha, a minor matter. But the Inyang Samsara wheels are rather troublesome to deal with. It'll take me a bit of time. Autark Akong flew off into the distance, moving through the void towards the distant Inyang Samsara wheels. That really was an Autark. An Autark really has come to destroy the Inyang Samsara wheels. The Flame Dragon Realmverse has been saved. We won't have to evacuate after all. Everyone present felt tremendously excited. Even Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Netherlily, and Hegemon Windrain were besides themselves with joy. As for the Ionians, Emperor Islehide and Emperor Anshin felt rather awkward when facing Ning. Although there were a few grudges between them, the difference in power was now so vast that they had long ago admitted defeat. As for Ning, given that Autark Bolin had been the creator of the Ionians, he wasn't going to quibble over ancient matters. Once this matter is resolved, we can all relax. Ning smiled as well. After this was finished, he would be at ease as well. Yuji, watch closely. Events like this are quite rare, Ning said with a sigh. The distant Inyang Samsara wheels consisted of two enormous symbiotic vortexes that were so vast. Each of them was comparable to 100 Badlands territories in size. The enormous green vortex was like a vast and verdant world, bathing the area around it with green light that looked like the surface of the sea. As for the black vortex, it formed a world of light around it as well. As the two vortexes slowly drew closer to each other, all the laws of spacetime began to twist and break apart. It had already reached an inconceivable level of power, allowing it to shatter apart the natural laws governing the universe. In fact, it was extremely close to Autarks in power. However, it was just a celestial body. It wasn't alive, and so it could only passively stand there and be beaten down. This was why Autarks could destroy them, if the Autark was willing to pay the necessary price. Rumble. Autark Akong transformed into a giant, but compared to the Inyang Samsara wheels, he was still a tiny little figure. He devoured an enormous amount of energy from the surrounding area, then produced a great axe in his hands. He first delivered a furious blow with the great axe towards the green vortex. Boom! The power of this blow was so tremendous that even the distant Ning sighed in amazement. This truly was an impressive display of power. Autark Akong furiously slammed his great axe down again and again, each strike filled with dominating power. Boom! The Inyang Samsara wheels seemed to sense that they were in danger, and they began to instinctively react and defend themselves. The green vortex and the black vortex simultaneously began to expand in size, almost instantly expanding to become many times greater than they were previously. A moment later, they instantly shrank to become less than half of their original size. This sudden expansion and contraction resulted in the power of both vortexes skyrocketing. Ji Ning and the others were watching from very far away, but even so Hegemon Brightshore and the others felt their hearts tremble with fear. A while later, Ning's eyes lit up. It's almost done. Break! Autark Akong roared furiously as he smote down his great axe. The axe actually transformed into an enormous black shadow that was as large as the green vortex itself. The green vortex let out a strange, almost groaning sound as the great axe caved its center in, but it quickly managed to repair itself. Break! 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 Autark Akong attacked with extraordinary ferocity, each strike filled with the power of annihilation. After the Autark let out 12 furious shouts, the green vortex was beginning to tremble violently. The nearby black vortex was doing its best to devour and tear apart all of the energies around it, but it was unable to shake the Autark at all. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as its companion was annihilated. Boom! The green vortex finally disintegrated, resulting in an awesome wave of boundless life energy spreading out in every direction. The black vortex could not survive on its own. It instantly began to collapse in on itself, with the process causing a tremendous amount of destruction to its surroundings. Even Autark Akong had to generate an aura of flowing black light to protect himself against the final, suicidal burst of the black vortex. Finally, the Inyang Samsara wheels were destroyed. The only things left were a few ripples of power where they had existed. Ha ha ha! The Inyang Samsara wheels have finally been destroyed. The Flame Dragon Realmverse is saved. This is absolutely wonderful. The Flame Dragon Realmverse shall be able to last for countless more eons. We won't have to evacuate. The hegemons and emperors of the 6 powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse had all been watching nervously. Now, they shook with excitement and their faces were covered with joy. Hegemon Brightshore turned to look at Ning, who was standing next to him. He never would have imagined that the gravest peril the Flame Dragon Realmverse faced, the unstoppable apocalypse of the Samsara wheels, would eventually be resolved thanks to the then-world god he had abducted all those years ago. It all seemed like a marvel, a miracle. That world-level kid had skyrocketed in power at an inconceivable speed, reaching a level where everyone looked up to him. "Thank you, Dark North," Hegemon Brightshore said. "If you want to thank anyone, go thank Autark Akong." Ning looked at Autark Akong, who was flying back with a rather tired look on his face. "Don't downplay your role. The entire Flame Dragon Realmverse owes you a debt of gratitude. If it wasn't for you, almost all of the weaker beings in the entire Realmverse would have died once the apocalypse came. Very, very few would have been evacuated and given the dubious honor of wandering homeless through the cosmos. In fact, most of the evacuees probably would have died during the wandering, and the few who survived would be hated as outsiders once they reached their new home." Hegemon Brightshore sighed. "It's hard for me to even imagine it. My own homeland is located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. I was acting on my own behalf as well," Ning said. He could sense the tremendous gratitude the leaders of the 6 powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse felt towards him. Even the Ionians who had once held a grudge against him, such as Emperor Anshin and Emperor Eilhide, were staring towards him with gratitude. Now that the Realmverse was not going to be destroyed, the Ionians would be able to continually benefit from the estate world which Autark Bolin had left behind for them. Whoosh! Autark Akong came flying over, looking rather exhausted. These Inyang Samsara wheels really were a pain to deal with. If they had been allowed to grow for another 1,000,000 chaos cycles, even I would have been gravely injured in the process of destroying them, Autark Akong said with a sigh. Ning nodded. The Inyang Samsara wheels were similar to the wellspring sea of the enormous Blazsun domain. They were all bodies of natural energy that actually surpassed the Autarks in terms of raw power. However, because they lacked true sentience, it wasn't too hard to deal with them. "Alright, now that I've dealt with the Inyang Samsara wheels, I'll be off," Autark Akong said. "If there's anything you need, just give me a call. Come to my estate and have some wine first?" Ning felt as though he was being a bad host to let the Autark leave right away. The man had come all this way to help him out, after all. "Haha, no need. Honestly, I have much more and much better wine than you." Autark Akong bade Ning farewell, then stepped through spacetime and departed from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. The only person he spoke to this entire time was Ning. He didn't say so much as a single word to the others. He was by nature a solitary and arrogant person. Those he respected, he'd view as friends and brothers. Those he didn't, he wouldn't so much as glance at. Word of the Inyang Samsara wheel's destruction quickly spread across almost all of the supreme figures of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Everyone felt incredibly excited. Finally, the looming, creeping apocalypse that had been a threat to all of them had been dealt with. As for Ning, he led Su Yuji, Azure Fiend, and Nuwa back to the three realms. Mother Nuwa. Nuwa. Mother. The entire three realms was thrown into a state of excitement. By now, the three realms actually consisted of an enormous field of space that held a total of 8,100 chaos worlds within it. Ning's primal twin was here, and so he had already spread the word that Mother Nuwa was coming back. Subhuti, Mithraea, Kwafu, and the other major powers who had arisen during the First Age were all incomparably excited. Finally, Mother Nuwa was coming home. Subhuti, Windfiend, Kwafu, Jade Cauldron, Ludong Bin, and tens of thousands of other cultivators were all waiting in the emptiness of space in front of the Three Realms region, staring off into the distance. Finally, a dimensional ripple appeared, followed by a realm ship appearing within it. Several figures flew out of the realm ship, led by a white-robed Ning and a silver-robed Mother Nuwa who bore a blood diamond in the center of her forehead. After binding the otherverse she had been given, Mother Nuwa's aura had become even vaster than ever before, as it whispered of the limitless power of the otherverse itself. Nuwa. Subhuti was so excited that his eyes were starting to fill up with unshed tears. Nuwa. Windfiend revealed a smile. She had been an old enemy of his, but he had never been able to best her. She had been the undisputed leader of the Nuwa Alliance. Mother Nuwa, Kwafu and the others were all incredibly excited. Subhuti, Kwafu, Jade Cauldron, Mithraea. When Nuwa saw all of these old friends, she felt emotions surging through her breast. Many of her oldest friends were already gone, such as Taoist Three Purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, or the Three Sovereigns of Mankind. The dazzling Hoi had also perished, as had many of the younger cultivators she had held high hopes for. However, a few of her old friends were still alive, as were some of the children. Nuwa. Sun Wukong was incredibly excited. Silly monkey. Nuwa smiled happily. When she saw some of these familiar young faces, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was her home. This was the place where she had been born from the primordial chaos, and these were the friends she had slowly grown to know. She had been born out of chaos, and so these friends were like her family members. When she had left the Three Realms, she had wished to see the wider world outside before coming back and using what she had learned to strengthen the Three Realms, making it better than ever. Alas, destiny makes fools of mortals and gods alike. She was actually teleported to the indescribably distant Blazefire domain, and had only survived thanks to Patriarch Treewind saving her. Now, thanks to Ning locating her, she had finally come back home. Mother Nuwa's return was an event of great joy. They naturally held an enormous celebratory banquet for her. The many immortals and fiendgods of the Three Realms all came to take part. Not only did even the world-level cultivators come, even many of their elder god and ancestral immortal disciples were permitted to take part. Millions of immortals and fiendgods took part in this grand banquet. Seated at the highest positions within this banquet were Mother Nuwa, Subhuti, Ji-Ning, Windfiend, Kwafu, and the other ancient figures. By now, Ji Bright Moon, Ji Chuan, and Yuchi Snow had all reached the world level, and they were all seated quite high up. They were very happy to be able to see the legendary Mother Nuwa herself. This was a congregation of countless immortals and fiendgods, and immortal wine flowed liberally. Ning was very happy, and he naturally wouldn't be stingy with his resources. He naturally had far more treasures than anyone else by now. The Three Realms are truly flourishing. Ning felt a sense of joy when he saw all the cultivators present, and he couldn't help but sigh in praise. The Three Realms were flourishing far more than in previous years. Now that an Otherverse lord like Mother Nuwa was standing guard over it with the assistance of many powerful Sith treasures, the Three Realms truly had reached an incredibly high level of power. Given even the autarchs had promised to help watch over it, Ning finally felt completely satisfied with its chances. It really is flourishing. Only, a few of our old friends are missing, Subhuti said from next to Ning. Ning nodded. Yes, a few people are missing. Many of the true, original leaders of the Three Realms were missing, as were some of his friends and his wife. If they could all come back and be reunited, how wonderful would that be? Ning closed his eyes, just imagining the scene. After the banquet came to an end, Ning led Nuwa and Subhoodie out to begin assembling the formation. Ning's primal twin had already assembled roughly 90% of the formation, and it only really needed the powerful castle to merge together with the formation and become its core and command center. This would allow the power of the formation to skyrocket. No one save for the autarchs would stand a chance at breaking apart a formation like this. Even the most powerful sourcewalkers like the Blaze Sun ruler would probably find it very difficult to breach this formation. Could be described as truly impregnable. Clack, clack, clack. The castle slowly slid into position, moving to become the very center of the entire Three Realms region. The leaves at its bottom layer began to manifest green ley lines that looked like the veins of a tree leaf. These green ley lines reached out of the leaves themselves, stretching out into empty space and then completely disappearing. They had completely linked up to the rest of the grand formation. Nuwa maintained control over the fort while Ning made the necessary adjustments. After 3 days, they finally completed the great project. Boom! The entire castle itself vanished into thin air, as did the formations surrounding the Three Realms. They had all turned invisible, but their power had just skyrocketed to a brand new level. I'll arrange for a golem to stand here and keep watch, ensuring that nothing within the range of the formation scanners can avoid detection, Nuwa said. If it finds anything, I'll instantly enter the castle and take control over it. Ning revealed a smile. The nearby Subhoodie couldn't help but turn to glance at Ning. He knew just how much this disciple of his had done for the Three Realms. Ning wanted to do everything he could before he passed away. "Oh right, Master," Ning suddenly said. "I'm planning to spend some time with Bright Moon and my parents. I'm going to wander about the Chaosverse with them, seeing the many marvels of the cosmos and allowing them to better understand the Tao. Master, Wind Fiend, would you like to join me?" "Wonderful." Subhoodie revealed a delighted look, then asked, "But wouldn't we be disturbing your family trip?" "Haha, it's fine. My retainers will be taking part as well. It'll make this trip more fun," Ning said with a laugh. He was planning to spend his remaining years cultivating, but just staying in seclusion and training in isolation was pointless. He didn't have much time left. He was going to spend at least some of it visiting the marvelous sights of the Chaosverse. Many of those places might be dangerous, but there were no dangers that concerned him in the slightest. In the Chaosverse, any naturally occurring dangers were no longer any threat to him at all. He was on the same level of power as the autarchs, after all. Even the 8 domains and the prime essence sea were nothing to him. The only place that Ning felt any true dread of was the Scythelans. There were numerous locations even in the outer perimeter of the Scythelans, which had already been breached by the autarchs, which were capable of posing a threat to him. This was because even the autarchs had to put tremendous effort into breaching the outer perimeter. There were a number of places the autarchs didn't actually go inside and had instead simply sealed off. Thus, there were many cultivators who would go exploring the outer reaches of the Scythelans. That was a truly dangerous place, and it was filled with all sorts of Scythe relics, treasures, and traps. Ning didn't feel that it was a suitable choice for his parents and his daughter to visit. He'd go take a look when his life was nearing its end. For now, he was going to engage in cultivation instead. He had to infuse all the other Daos into his eternal Omega Sword Dao, and he was also going to view many of the natural wonders of the Chaosverse. This would actually be helpful for him in comprehending the Dao. Besides, this was a good chance for him to show his daughter and his parents some truly dangerous places. There were some places where not even Otherverse lords would dare tread, but for him it wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps Bright Moon will be able to make a breakthrough as a result, Ning mused. There was no chance his parents would improve any further on the path of cultivation, as they had to rely on pills just to reach the world level. Bright Moon had spent 5 years and 2 months in Yue's belly before being born, and she was born with such incredible talent that she reached the celestial immortal level with ease. Although her path to the world level had been rather bumpy, Ning had patiently and attentively instructed her, ensuring that she was able to succeed without needing to use any pills. Ning had certain expectations of his daughter. He wasn't going to just let her take the easy way. Ning's final decision was to bring his family members, his retainers, and the duo of Subhoodie and Windfiend. Windfiend was rather hesitant about this, as his relationship with Ning couldn't quite compare to that of Subhoodie's. However, he was now a member of the Three Realms. The future of the Three Realms would be up to Nuwa, Subhoodie, and Windfiend. Ning wanted to help his master and Windfiend as best he could. Haha! We've finally left the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Bright Moon was quite excited as she stared from within the realm ship. Everyone in this realm ship was like an elder family member, and so she was able to act in a much more relaxed manner. I've never left the Flame Dragon Realmverse before. I hear that realmverses are all extremely far from each other. Calm down. We're going to visit some of the nearby realmverses first. Then we'll head off to an extremely distant and dangerous place known as the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. That place is highly suitable for training in the Tao of Lightning and the Tao of Fire. Ning looked at his daughter. Bright Moon, your greatest affinity is with the Tao of Fire. You'll be able to meditate and gain keen insights there. Father, didn't you say that the Flame Sea Thunderfalls is a place that can easily kill emperors, and where even hegemons would suffer heavy injuries? Bright Moon asked. Yes, it is considered one of the 30 most dangerous locations of the entire Chaosverse, Ning said. The nearby hegemon Azure Fiend chuckled. Little lady, with master present you have nothing to fear. The Flame Sea Thunderfalls is nothing to master. I'll protect you too, Bright Moon, the pudgy Flamewing said, pounding his chest. Windfiend, Subhoodie, Ichuan, and Snow all stared curiously towards the sights outside. None of them had left the Flame Dragon Realmverse before. Time continued to flow on. Ning's group spent quite a bit of time wandering all of the realmverses in the 16 Realmverses Alliance. In total, they spent over 30 million years here. Ning happily accompanied his family in their wanderings, not worried in the slightest. Finally, they left the 16 Realmverses Alliance and began to wander through the cosmos. They visited many unique locales where the local cultivators were often brutish, powerful, and eccentric. Generally speaking, they weren't very welcoming of outsiders, but when they saw Ning, they all went on their absolute best behavior. This was because Ning, to avoid unnecessary trouble, sent Flamewing ahead of them and ensured that the locals would all be sufficiently cowed by the time the realm ship arrived. As soon as the locals saw Flamewing, they quickly understood that their visitor was Tao Lord Darknorth. Who would dare to be disrespectful to him? This planet is so beautiful. I've never seen a world as beautiful as this one. Bright Moon loved this place. This was a unique world known as the Immortal Ravine, and Ning's group ended up spending 1,000,000 years living here because it truly was quite beautiful. Its lovely but alien environment was completely a product of nature. Father, buy this, and that. I want this one also. Each time Ning reached a new place, he would ask the local powers to bring over some unique treasures which might be of use to his daughter or his parents. Once they found something of interest, Ning would pay a very high price to acquire the items. Thus, the major powers were quite eager to bring out all of the strange and odd treasures they had stored away. They all hoped for Tao Lord Darknorth to take a fancy to their treasures, as they knew that Tao Lord Darknorth wouldn't be stingy in payment. Bright Moon, Snow, Ichuan, Subhoodie, and Windfiend all had their horizons expanded considerably. Even Su Yuji saw much more than she had in the past. Although she had accompanied Ning to the Blaze Sun domain, they hadn't made any detours and so she hadn't really seen much. This time, they were on what amounted to a leisurely excursion. They toured through one place after another, and when they found some unique treasures or saw some unique sights, Ning would seize the opportunity to guide his daughter and help her in her cultivation. But of course, Ning devoted the majority of his time to his own cultivation. His primal twin remained within the Azure Flower estate. Not only had he acquired a large number of Sith cultivation techniques from the autarchs, he had even acquired the Daos they used to reach autarky. Ning naturally wanted to spend his time analyzing them and perhaps find a way for himself to survive. Although the chances were quite low, he still had to give it a shot. Ning wasn't the type to just sit there and wait for death. The heart of eternity. Within the Azure Flower estate, the black-robed Ning waved his hand, causing the Heart of Eternity to appear and float in the air before him. It remained covered by layers of inscrutable runes. It's been quite some time since I've tried to solve it. I should give it another shot. Ning had reached a much higher level of comprehension, now that he had mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Dao. I'm far more powerful than I was before I attempted the Dao merge. I should be able to solve more levels of it this time. Right now, Ning was mainly focusing on two goals in his training. The first was to infuse the other Daos into his Eternal Omega Dao, while the second was to create a perfect cultivation technique. In both cases, his chances for success were extremely slim. As for the Heart of Eternity, Autarch Awakener had poured his heart and soul into its creation. Ning felt certain that spending some more time analyzing it might be of benefit to him. Crack, crack, crack. Ning began to attempt to break through the various layers, and the outermost layers quickly crumbled away before him. Now that Ning had reached a much higher level of insight, he was able to solve the seals much more quickly than before. He blew through the lower levels like rotting deadwood, reaching the 50th level almost instantly. Level 50. Level 60. Level 70. Next to Ning was the elderly white-haired spirit of the Azure Flower Estate. The old man watched rather eagerly. Dao Lord Darknorth may have failed the Dao merge, but he gained control over the Eternal Omega Sword Dao and reached a higher level of insight. There is some time left before he dies and his Dao vanishes. Perhaps this time will be enough for him to accomplish Master's final wishes. The black-robed Ji Ning stared at the Heart of Eternity floating in front of him and the seals covering them. Each time he broke through one level of seals, he was able to see the next level and get to work on it, and each time Ning gained a few new insights. This was because each layer of seals represented much of the wisdom Autarch Awakener had gained over the process of devising the 9 Chaos Seals. Ning's insights were not on Autarch Awakener's levels, but he had such a high level of comprehension that when he put some effort into it, his talent combined with the Autarch's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl ensured that he could resolve the simpler seals with ease. 75. 80. 85. 90. Ning was taking more and more time to solve each layer of seals. Each layer of seals now gave him many new insights, making it increasingly difficult for him to solve them. There's nothing else I can do. Ning finally came to a halt. He had merely spent a bit over 5,000 years in solving the first 92 seals, but he had then spent over 100,000 years without improving even slightly. The boost given to him by his Eternal Omega Sword Dao had done everything it could. He had blown through the earlier levels with ease, but now he would need to slowly accumulate new insights once more. 92 levels. A total of 99. Ning revealed a smile. It seems I have a chance at solving it before I die after all. I really do want to see what Autarch Awakener hid in the Heart of Eternity, for him to have put so much effort into setting up these levels of seals. According to what the spirit of the estate said, the treasure inside is just as valuable as the Stonefire Pearl. Ning had analyzed many Sith techniques and also mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Dao. These two different paths had allowed him to reach a very high level of insight, and they would be of use to him in breaking through the Heart of Eternity. He had only reached the 92nd level, but he had more than 10,000 chaos cycles left to him. He still stood a chance. After leaving the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning and his family spent a total of over 1.2 billion years touring through the Chaosverse before finally reaching their first target, the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning came crashing down from the skies, so dense that it looked like a vast waterfall of electricity. Below the lightning was a layer of twisted spacetime, and when the waterfall of lightning came crashing down upon the twisted spacetime, the resulting collisions resulted in an enormous sea of fire having formed below. This sea just lay there in the void, utterly dazzling to behold. As for the giant waterfall of lightning, it was over 100 million kilometers thick and looked almost like a vertical pool of lightning. This truly was a stunning and beautiful sight, but it was also a deadly one. The power of this place was so great that even the laws of the Chaosverse were bent and twisted. This place was perhaps a bit weaker than the Wellspring Sea of the Blazefire domain, but it was mighty enough to heavily injure hegemons and obliterate Archon-level emperors. Suddenly, A tiny little flying ship appeared in the void directly above the flaming sea of the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. So this is the Flame Sea Thunderfalls? Brightman's eyes widened as she stared at the vast sea of fire in front of her and the endless waterfall of lightning above her. The Chaosverse truly is filled with endless marvels. Subhoodie sighed in amazement. The tiniest amount of power from that thing would obliterate me instantly. Come, let's go inside and take a look, Ning said. Boom! For the first time in their journey, Ning unleashed his sword Dao domain, causing it to surround the realm ship as they continued to fly forwards. Bright Moon, Yuchi Snow, and Jia Chuan were all stunned as they watched themselves charge deep into the lightning waterfall. Ning's sword Dao domain stretched out to a distance of 3,000 meters, creating a true void which neither the lightning nor the fire could penetrate. Whoosh! Ning sent the realm ship sinking downwards, plunging through the lightning until it reached the point where the lightning clashed against the sea of fire. This was the place where the waterfall of lightning collided against the distorted spacetime at such an incredibly frenetic rate that the flaming sea was formed, something which was just as powerful as the lightning. The natural power of the thunderfalls came from the primordial chaos and was truly limitless, and the same was true for the flame sea. However, there was a limit to how far the power of the Flame Sea Thunderfalls could extend. At a certain point, the power would dissipate and turn back into primordial chaos. This is the place where the Thunderfalls and the Flame Sea meet, where the lightning transforms and gives birth to flame. Bright Moon, focus on your meditations. This place will benefit you greatly, Ning said. While you are training here, you must remain within my domain. You are not permitted to go beyond it. Understood, Bright Moon said obediently. Ning nodded. In truth, he had long ago ensured that this domain of 3,000 meters was completely separated from the outside world. There was no way anything outside could come inside, but it was also impossible for anyone inside to exit. He had given his daughter this stern warning simply because he wanted to rein her in a bit. His daughter's path was that of the Tao of Fire, and so Ning was planning to stay here for an extended period of time. His daughter was merely at the world level. His concern was that she wouldn't be patient enough to stay in any one place for an extended period of time. Ning sat down by himself in the void, assuming the lotus position and beginning to meditate silently. Ichuan and Snow relaxed within the realm ship too, sharing some fine food and wine while enjoying the beautiful view in front of them. When they felt bored, they would enter the estate worlds they carried within them to have some fun. Su Yuji and Ji Bright Moon both trained in the Tao of Fire, and so both of them went into meditation. Subhoodie did the same, as he couldn't help but be filled with questions when he stared at the twisted region of spacetime which actually produced fire when the water of lightning slammed into it. He meditated attentively, and as he did he gained many new insights. The more you saw and the more of the Chaosverse you experienced, the better you would understand how the Tao functioned in its many myriad ways. Ning trained the fastest of all. It took him just 2 years of carefully studying the Flame Sea Thunderfalls for him to upgrade his Tao of Lightning to the hegemonic level. The reason why it hadn't been quite as fast as the Tao of Water was because Ning hadn't previously accumulated quite as many insights in lightning as he had in water. However, his overwhelmingly high level of insight into his eternal Omega Tao made it quite easy for him to reach hegemony in any and all Taos. After another 12 years, Ning upgraded his Tao of Fire to the hegemonic level as well. Ning then turned his attention to the region of twisted spacetime and began to ruminate on the Tao of Space. However, the mysteries of space here were insufficiently incomplete, and so Ning didn't spend much time on it. There really wasn't a need. Their next destination was the perfect place for them to meditate on the Tao of Space. However, simply understanding these Taos was easy. To fully absorb them into his eternal Omega Tao. Now that would be the hard part. Time flowed on. Ning and his family spent a total of 96 chaos cycles in the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. Only when everyone felt that there were no further insights they could gain did they depart from this place and head towards their next destination. During the past 96 chaos cycles, most of them had improved dramatically. Ning had managed to successfully infuse his Tao of Lightning and his Tao of Fire into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. They continued their long excursion, going to many dangerous places where they would spend extended periods of time in meditation. They merely spent 20 or 30 chaos cycles in some places, while they spent over 100 chaos cycles in others. These places were all quite different. Some were truly dangerous, while others were simply rather unique. In the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 chaos cycles had passed since they had departed from the Flame Dragon realmverse. During this period of time, Tao Lords Su Yuji, Subhoodie, and Windfiend had all improved dramatically. Su Yuji could sense that she could attempt the Tao merge whenever she wanted. But of course, she wasn't certain as to whether or not she would succeed. Subhoodie and Windfiend both were Tao Lords of the fourth step. Visiting all these places had been of tremendous benefit to them, as was the guidance on the Tao they had received from Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. And of course, there was Bright Moon. She had now visited many places which not even Otherverse Lords would have a chance to visit, places which fully displayed the mysteries of how the Tao worked in keeping the Chaosverse operating. Frankly speaking, Bright Moon had been given far more opportunities than Ning ever had. But alas, she simply hadn't suffered enough setbacks or danger, and her talent was inferior to Ning's as well. She was just barely able to master a single Supreme Tao, at which point Ning stopped trying to force things. Next, Bright Moon used her Supreme Tao of Fire to become a Samsara Tao Lord, and became a Tao Lord of the third step after a fairly brief period of time. It was fairly easy for Tao Lords to break through in the early stages, after all. If Master put this much effort into training any of the true geniuses of the Flame Dragon realmverse, I guarantee that they would probably all reach the level of fusing multiple Supreme Taos together, Hegemon Azure Fiend whispered to Su Yuji. Our little lady's just not that talented. Even if she succeeds in the Tao merge, she won't be able to become a Hegemon. Her father's comparable to the Autarchs. She's his daughter. Of course he's going to pour all of his effort into training her. Is he supposed to do the same for strangers? Su Yuji said. Ning truly did put as much effort as he could into training his daughter. He was also extremely studious in guiding his master Subhoodie, Windfiend, Su Yuji, and his personal disciples. He also provided some tips to Hegemon Azure Fiend from time to time. As for others, they might be incredibly talented and have had incredible experiences. But what the hell did any of that have to do with Ning? Ning couldn't be bothered with them, much like how none of the Autarchs had popped up to guide Ning in the past, even though he was clearly an incredible talent. Cultivators were self-interested at times, after all. Ji Ning was definitely going to do absolutely everything within his power, acquiring treasures like the Tao Merge Firecloud Flower, to give his daughter Bright Moon the best possible chance at the Tao merge. If she succeeded, before he died Ning would even ask an Autarch to help find an Otherverse for his daughter, letting Bright Moon become an Otherverse Lord. This wasn't completely unheard of. The Lord of the Church of Annihilation, for example, wasn't a Hegemon. In this matter, Ning didn't feel the slightest hint of shame at all. Of course he had to look after his daughter's interests. In the indescribably distant Wild Sky realmverse, there was a marvelous place known as the Greatland Planet. Ning was training atop this planet while Bright Moon, Jiachuan, Yuchi Snow, Su Yuji, the Flamewing God, Subhoodie, and Windfiend had all temporarily left to go exploring the area around it. The reason why the others didn't stay here was because this place, the Greatland Planet, was quite special. This was a vast planet that was over 100 trillion kilometers in size. This was the largest planet in all the Chaosverse, and it was formed by an incredibly dense wave of Earth element energy. The amount of power contained within this single planet was actually comparable to that of the entire Wild Sky realmverse. It was vast, dense, and teeming with life, all thanks to the almighty power of Earth which flowed through it. Ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to train here, as they would find their mind and body disturbed by the overwhelming power of the place. This planet was also surrounded by a layer of deep yellow clouds which were so thick and dense, one had to at least be a Hegemon in order to bypass. Thus, there were virtually no cultivators here at all. Although this vast world had given birth to countless living beings, including many humanoids. These humanoids were quite talented, strong, and attuned to the power of the Earth, and many were even born with the ability to control the Earth. However, there was no way for them to actually cultivate. This was because all other Daos had to give this place a wide berth. Even the Tao of Earth itself was hidden deep within the recesses of the world. Even hegemons would find it very hard to train in the Tao of Earth here. Only someone who was at as high a level of enlightenment as Ning would be able to scry the many secrets hidden deep underground. How could the ordinary mortals here possibly embark upon the path of cultivation? I've completed the Tao of Earth as well. A white-robed youth was seated on a patch of grass in front of a thatched cottage within a mountain gorge. A smile was on his face as he reached out with both hands. Whoosh! 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 Swords began to appear out of nowhere, numbering 5 in total. The first sword was covered with a layer of flowing, watery light. The second gleamed a faint metallic color, appearing to be indescribably sharp. The third emanated a green aura of life and vitality. The fourth was surrounded by tendrils of flame which gave it utterly explosive power. As for the fifth and final sword, it was covered with a layer of deep yellow light and it seemed weighty beyond measure. The water sword Tao, the metal sword Tao, the wood sword Tao, the fire sword Tao, the earth sword Tao. Ning nodded. The 5 elements are now complete. As I thought, it has been somewhat beneficial to my true soul. However, Ning also noticed that his improvements in the Tao were suffering from diminishing returns when it came to nourishing his true soul. This was particularly true now that he had many true soul treasures. To further slow down the rate of crumbling was becoming increasingly difficult. I've infused the Tao of lightning and the 5 elements into my eternal Omega Sword Tao, making for 6 in total. The Tao of space should be finished soon as well. Ning felt a sense of pressure because infusing the Tao of space had been noticeably more difficult. He had long ago reached hegemony in the Tao of space, but infusing it was extremely difficult. As for the Tao of time and the Tao of karma, those would be even more difficult and would definitely require more time. Great Immortal, please save my grandson. Great Immortal, I beg of you, save my grandson. So long as you save him, I'll do anything you want. A faint sound could be heard coming from afar. Ning frowned, glancing past the material obstruction of the mountain to see an elderly white-haired man who was on his knees in front of a cliff. There were no cultivators in the entire Greatland planet, and so Ning didn't see the need to set up any complicated wards to surround his training canyon. He had merely set up something to prevent people from coming in. Is he that kid's great-grandson? When Ning saw the white-haired elder, he immediately remembered something from 200 years ago. Back then, there had been a kid who had accidentally fallen down from the cliff and into the gorge where Ning had been training. Ning's wards were quite benign, but for an ordinary child to fall from that height spelled almost certain doom. Ning had moved to save that little child, who had immediately kowtowed and offered thanks to the great Immortal who had rescued him. Ever since the child had grown up, he had often come to the mountain to offer sacrifices and pay his respects to the great Immortal. Ning really didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, especially when the kid ended up bringing his own children and grandchildren to do the same. Ning was able to immediately recognize this white-haired elder as the great-grandson of the original child. Ordinary mortals only live for a mere century. Multiple generations of your family have knelt down towards me, and today I just so happened to finish some of my training. I suppose it can be said that there are karmic ties between us. Ning took a single step forwards and appeared at the top of the cliff. The white-haired elder was still on his knees, calling out for mercy. Suddenly, he froze and stared in amazement as a white-robed youth appeared in front of him. The youth was ephemerally graceful and was clearly no ordinary mortal. Great Immortal! The white-haired elder was incredibly excited. I beg of you, save my grandson. Kid, your hair's gone all white. Ning chuckled. Your grandson, eh? Is that him over there? Ning was able to see the karmic ties swirling around the elder, and was thus immediately able to locate his grandson. Ning waved a single finger, causing the white mist surrounding the cliff to suddenly condense into an image of a swarthy, muscular youth dressed in tattered clothes within a mine. He was carrying a load of minerals on his back. Clearly, he had been working as a miner. The area around him was surrounded with ore, and an overseer was next to him with a whip in hand. That's Rocky. That's my grandson Rocky. the white-haired elder said excitedly. That's the mine of doom. No one who goes in there ever survives to come back. Great Immortal, please save my grandson. No one who goes in can survive? Ning stared at the images in the mist, then chuckled. You underestimate your grandson. Ning was able to see the youth's future. If Ning didn't interfere, the youth would slowly rise to power within the mines and become a powerful expert. He would be extremely hardworking and devoted to his training, and would reach the apex of what little cultivation was possible within this planet. In the end, he would die a lonely death. Although it was impossible for the beings in this planet to engage in true cultivation, there were many who were born with natural power over the earth and who would thus be capable of some simple cultivation techniques. But even at the apex of power, they wouldn't be even close to the earth immortal level of power. I dare say your grandson has the unyielding heart of a true cultivator. Ning chuckled. A pity that it'll all go to waste in a place like the Greatland planet. As Ning continued to view the youth's past and future, he began to take a liking to the kid. In fact, Ning started to consider taking him on as an apprentice. And just a short while later, Ning settled on making the kid his 8th apprentice. But there's no rush. I should let him experience some more difficulties in life first. In the future, his Dao heart only became decent after he became lonely in his invincibility. Ning mused. Go back and live your life. Don't worry. I promise your grandson will come back alive and perfectly well. You'll be able to see him one last time roughly 10 years from now, Ning said. The beings in this world were at most able to live a bit over 100 years. Ning wasn't going to make any alterations, but the old man was still going to live a long life. Why yes, Great Immortal. After witnessing the incredible abilities of the Great Immortal and hearing his promise, the white-haired elder became hopeful and energetic. He returned to his own home and began to wait for his grandson to return. Ning to watch from afar as this disciple continued to grow and develop. Finally, the day came. I've wandered the 4 corners of the earth and have visited many countries, defeating all who sought to challenge me. Is this truly it? A swarthy man dressed in hemp clothes was standing at the peak of a mountain, staring at the vast world below him. He had a thick saber on his back, and a look of loneliness was in his eyes. After becoming truly invincible, he felt a sense of extremely uncomfortable loneliness. He truly did wish to find a good opponent, but he had been unable to do so. Perhaps I should find a good place to bring my life to an end. The swarthy man shook his head. Ha ha! A loud laugh rang out, followed by a white-robed youth appearing from nowhere. The swarthy man stared in shock. Given his control over the earth and his current level of power, how was it that someone could appear next to him without him even noticing? You? The swarthy man stared at the white-robed youth. He suddenly thought of a painting his grandfather had once owned and forced him to kowtow towards. Supposedly, the person in the painting was the legendary Great Immortal their clan often spoke of. Great Immortal? The swarthy man said hesitantly, not quite believing it. He then drew his saber with a clanging sound as he stared at Ning. Senior, you might be more powerful than me, but I'd still like you to give me a few pointers in combat. After speaking, he delivered a furious saber chop towards Ning. Confident that his control over the saber was enough to ensure that he could bring it to an instant halt without harming the person in front of him. Ning simply chuckled. The swarthy man suddenly flew backwards, almost as though time had just gone backwards. Even his saber flew back into his sheath, and he even said in reverse, Nat Lufferwap Iram Ibith Gim Woy. This bizarre scene caused him to be truly stupefied and dazed. Are you willing to be my apprentice? Ning asked. The swarthy man was indescribably excited. He immediately fell to his knees. Stonepool kowtows to you, master. Ning nodded. From this day forth, you shall be the 8th disciple under the tutelage of myself, Dark North. If there are any affairs in the mortal world you wish to wrap up, hurry up and take care of it. After doing so, you shall accompany me in departing from this planet, and you shall have the chance to face the true world of cultivation. And so, Dao Lord Darknotha's 8th disciple, Stonepool, formally entered his tutelage. It is time for me to leave. Ning raised his head to stare into the skies. He had the vague feeling that something just happened, and that he would no longer be able to continue this relaxed life.